Good morning, surf fans. Welcome to the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. I'm Chris Cote. This is Anthony Vela, and we are very excited to bring you more action live from Oceanside Pier. So we ran a couple of heats off air. You know, the energy down here was so electric that we actually blew our power. So we did run 2 heats. We'll get you caught up on those, but we're going to get right back into competition. The waves are still here. The athletes are ready to get out there and rip. So we're going to be fielding a full day of competition for you. And here you can see our swell forecast from Oceanside, California. This is one of the more consistent waves in California, at least, if not the entire world. But Anthony, maybe you can give us the breakdown of what we're going to see today wave-wise.
So we see on screen 3 to 5 feet, but I would dare say it looks a little bit bigger than that. Sometimes the swell is just a guess and it shows up and it's a little bit bigger. So we've had a high tide this morning, water coming all the way up to the event scaffolding and beautiful glassy conditions. This is what Surfline is calling a classic combo swell for the fall time of year. And we've got some south swell, some north swell, which makes it super peaky. Glassy conditions, and the tide's going to be dropping all day till a little bit after lunchtime. And so I think right at that mid tide we're going to see some of the best waves of the day. And right now we've got 3 surfers in the water getting ready to start heat number 3 in this men's kneel division.
No doubt, and these are superstars of parasurfing from all over the world. And wherever you're watching, however you're watching, please let us know. Who are you cheering for? What do you want to see? Which team do you think is going to take it? Tag us at ISAsurf. And we're going to start right into it. This is men's kneel, round 1, heat 3. So we have many different applications of surfing here today. And Oceanside Pier is the absolute perfect place for any surf contest, but especially a parasurfing event. Because you see, right here, hugging the pier is a perfect channel for these surfers to get right back out there and get involved. So in the water right now, we've got surfers from all over the world. As I said, Toby Bagg from Australia. We've got Daniel Melendez, Davi from the Puerto Vida Nation of Costa Rica, and from Wales, Oliver Vaughan Jones. So this is a stacked field. And I would say every division that we have, it's all national champions. I mean, from here on out, for the men and women, you look at some of the stats and some of the resumes that these surfers bring with them to this contest, and these are serious athletes. But you see, this is going to be your surfer in red, Toby Bagg, representing Australia. So up and down real quick. This is what we're going to see most of the day. This pier bowl right gives these surfers that opportunity with a little power pocket to take off and then some good open face to work with. If you look up the beach, there are peaks, but this is definitely the best wave within a few miles right here. This pier bowl right will be providing all day long.
Yep, have to agree with you there. And we see Dariel having a look here, and he's up and riding. Dariel off the bottom, off the top. Beautiful carving cutback right there. You can see him reposition, getting in that power pocket and back into the white water. Here he is again, carving it back into the power source, trying to connect all the way into the inside. That little, you can see that little runner at the end, but a good opening ride for Dariel from Costa Rica, the 25-year-old.
Well, the Irukandjis, you know they always bring the sting, right? They brought a fully stacked squad. This is a good look at the Australian team that has come to compete here in 2025. So Dariel coming through, which we think that's going to be a pretty solid score. Judges have been right on top of the action all week long, but here we go. Nice little left-hander, Toby Bagg, representing the Irukandjis from Australia. Wave kind of just died underneath him as he took off. So live from Oceanside, 2025 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, 3 surfers in the water. And we do have so many returning gold medalists and so many teams with big dreams getting that overall team title at the end of the week. Team France has been pretty dominant over the past few years. Team USA with a couple of golds as well. So it's still wide open here on day 2 of competition. We had about a half day of competition yesterday, and then of course started off the event with the beautiful opening ceremony and the Sands of the World ceremony. But let's take a look at Dariel. Great looking wave to start.
Yep, that first turn was the money turn on rail. Judges like to see that, and here's a up close view right here. Here's the turn. Bam, right there. Nice combination going off the top, coming back off the bottom. The last half of the wave, another great slow-mo turn right there. And while we have this lull in the action, want to give a shout out to the High Fives Foundation, which Dariel is one of these sponsored athletes. The High Fives Foundation, Roy Tuscany and his partner Elena Nichols, founding back in 2009, and they're a huge supporter of this event and of adaptive athletics. Their focus is on preventing life-changing injuries, but also to provide some resources in case something happens. And over the years, we have a whole stat line of data of just how many millions they've given back to athletes and foundations.
That's awesome. I mean, you love to hear stories like that where, we have athletes all across the spectrum of, some born with, their classification that they're currently surfing in, others, going through whether it be a car accident, a sports accident, like you were just mentioning. So, the bios on the athletes we have in this year's Parasurfing World Championships are just incredible. Looking at Dariel, surf from Costa Rica. His mission is to spread good vibes, and he's doing that with every wave he surfs right now. Comes from that wave-rich region of Playa Hermosa, which he likes to say, he mentions is a World Surfing Reserve. His favorite waves are barrels. So we'll see if he gets the opportunity here. It's a nice-looking right-hander for Dariel. Cranks it off the bottom. High-speed surfing. Beautiful top turn there. Another solid carve there from Dariel. I mean, this is as good a wave as we've seen in this contest yet. So beautiful combinations all the way down the line, making it to the inside. And the technique right there, I mean, it's so cool looking. He's able to balance on that front arm and apply the pressure with the back leg and really get up into the lip. So the judges are going to have something to think about right there. I mean, he's already started off with a 5.67, so he's in a really good place. And I think that's going to be another big score. Oh, yes. Quick one. 8.17. Look at that. 13.84 total already for Dariel Davi representing Costa Rica. What a way to start his campaign.
And right here you can see he just positions himself for this turn and throwing spray up and over the wave, and then a combination right back into the whitewater there. That first turn, the judges like to see the spray going up and over the wave. And you can see it reforming again. This wave gets a little bit fatter as you continue going right closer to the pier. And so the major points are going to be on those first couple of turns. We have that ripped current that runs along the pier there. Dariel Davila just scoring right there on that wave. Had to be in an excellent range for sure.
Literally scoring. 8.17, that's one of the highest single wave scores we've seen in this entire contest. Meanwhile, Toby Begg, who was hanging on that second place spot, has now dropped to third. Doesn't need much though, just a 2.17 to get things rolling. He's 46 years old from Port Macquarie in New South Wales. His favorite break is the Lighthouse. And he's riding an Adam Lane Shapes. It's the Kira model. And he's sponsored by Hui's Choice Surf Wax. So that's what keeps him stuck to his board. He got fourth in the Aussie titles in 2024 and 2025. And he's a shaper as well. And his story, as we see, surfer representing Wales, Oliver Vaughan Jones. Nice speed line, solid cut back there, staying right in the power pocket of the wave. Trying to make that transition to the inside section, just can't quite get there. So with 10 minutes, 50 seconds to go, Toby Begg, who's now out the back waiting, he's new to parasurfing as he was attacked by a shark, a 4.2 meter great white shark at his local beach in August of 2023. So you talk about, heroic efforts from some of these surfers. My estimation, if you can get back in the water after suffering a brutal shark attack like that, you're a hero in my book, and I'm sure everybody's book. So super rad that we have Toby Begg here competing in 2025. I mean, that was just a few years ago that he went through that. So what a legend to get back in the water. And he's ripping.
And a 4.2 meter shark that's meters we're talking about here. We're talking 12, 15 feet.
I'm not great at math, but that is a massive, massive shark. And I mean, to overcome that traumatic of an occurrence and get back into the lineup. I mean, this just puts that just puts this guy so high on my list of new heroes. And I think we're going to be seeing this story throughout the week. You know, surfers that do not let anything stand in their way to get back out there and rip. So we have men and women from all over the world. So many returning medalists, so many new surfers. So a surfer yesterday from Italy, his first time in America, won his heat. So we're going to be watching these stories develop all week long. And here he is, Toby Begg, New South Wales, Australia. A couple nice turns out the back. And there's a kind of a strange lump, I think with the tide right now, that midsection, you really got to be staying back in the whitewater to ensure you make that inside. I mean, you will get rewarded, you will get credit for what you've done out the back. But we've seen, you know, you can add a point or two if you make that inside section and finish with a nice turn.
Yep, agreed. And if it happens to double up onto kind of another wave, there is that reform. And, you know, speaking of Toby Begg and his home break, the Lighthouse up in Port Macquarie, that's just kind of north of Newcastle. We're talking like 4 hours north of Sydney. And it's sharky because there's a huge river inlet. And so, as we know, or if you don't know, in the ocean, you know, lots of animals are going back and forth from freshwater to saltwater. It's kind of a sharky area, and he didn't waste any time getting back into the water. We see some stories like Sponge Williams, who was a professional bodyboarder, took 20 years off and then made his comeback. And so it takes a little while to get over the injury or the accident, and then others just get right back into it. Whatever their choice is, we are stoked that they're here competing in Oceanside.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows you true grit. Surfer out of Wales, Oliver Vaughan Jones, 42 years old. I love that we have so many surfers in the 40s doing it for us 40-somethings around the world. So Oliver Vaughan Jones, he surfs in Hako Beach a lot, and he is sponsored by Arctic Fox Adaptive. And reading his bio, I just skimmed over it real quick, and it starts off with, I'm a massive tea drinker. I missed the tea the first time I read that. A massive tea drinker, and he really enjoys adaptive skiing as well. And this is really cool. He creates and builds his own adaptive ski equipment, and he actually owns the business called Arctic Fox, where they aim to build the best adaptive equipment on the planet, bring it to market within the next couple of years. So please support this inventor, this innovator. Give him a follow on the gram. Here we go again. Dariel is on fire. I mean, this guy is literally wowing the crowd. I just heard oohs and ahs, hoots and hollers coming up from the beach. And safe to say that Dariel Melendez-Davila is here to go for the gold. He's absolutely ripping out there with an 8.17 as his high mark. I feel like he may have gotten rid of that 5.67 with that last wave just by the crowd reaction alone. And right behind him, you saw Oliver Vaughan Jones in a quick, nice turn. And just to the left, just to the right side of the screen, we saw a sick-looking left-hander. So it's offshore. You know, this is one of the first proper winter combo swells to hit Southern California just in time for the ISA Parasurfing World Championships. Yeah, World Championships. We're going to be crowning world champions by the end of the week. So gold medals will be draped around individual and team necks. And we're just getting started. And so far, so good. With 6 minutes left, this has been one of the best heats we've seen yet.
And Roy Tuscany, founder of the High Fives Foundation, there it is, your boy Dariel, 9.33 to go along with his 8.17. So you hit it right on the head. For sure better than 5 with the highest score of the event so far, 9.33. That's near perfection. And we're going to want to see that replay about 1,000 more times.
Yeah.
But you know Dariel is searching for the tube.
I mean, he eviscerated that score. That thing was blown out of the water. 9.33 and an 8.17. We're talking about excellence right now, 17.50. The highest heat total of the event by far, and I think that will probably stand as one of the highest heat totals of this entire event throughout the week. Dariel is on a roll. And, I mean, he's earning every bit of these big scores with turns like that.
And we were just talking about that inside section and how most of those waves kind of fatten up as it gets closer to the pier. But that one continued to offer scoring potential, so I love it. We got the drone view. Now we've got the south-looking north view, looking right into the wave, and you can see him just driving with so much speed, showing power in that turn. Little hair flick right there, and then I love that check turn to be able to go up and over on that last turn. Combination of major maneuvers right in the pocket, throwing speed, great style, and that is why that wave earned a 9.33. Super fun to watch. Great job to the camera guys, everybody on the job today, bringing it to you live.
Yeah, and really cool style too. Dariel, you see him, he's got the fades down. He couldn't have done anything. He did everything right on that last wave and well rewarded. Way up in the excellent range with the 9.33. Another set rolling through here. This is going to be Toby. Late drop, gets caught up in the whitewater, but he's hung on. He's fighting to get around the section, and that happens to all of us at some point. You know, he just got into it literally a second late, and it made him pay, but he'll get right back out there with 3:40 to go. We have some results from earlier on, off air. Still meaningful results for Team Chile with Altair Oliveras getting the win in Heat 1 for this men's kneel round. And in Heat 2, it was a surfer from Wales, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, who got the win earlier on. So Team Wales right now, coming correct. At the moment, Oliver Vaughan Jones is in second place. Toby Begg does need a 2.59, so not a huge requirement there, and he does have a 4.57 in his scoreline. So this is a precarious position for Oliver Vaughan Jones, who now has to try to defend surfer from Australia, Toby Begg. And in the case of Dariel Davi, well, he's more than safe. He is cruising in this lineup right now.
And just want to correct myself. I was talking about Sponge Williams because he had that high heat total of 15.9, but it was in fact Joel Taylor who had taken the 20 years off of surfing after his pipeline incident. So here's Toby Begg up and riding again.
He's looking for a 2.59. I mean, so far, a couple nice turns. It looks like he will make the inside section. He does. All right, he's definitely giving the judges something to think about here. Goes for the backside snap right up into the lip and goes down, but he will be scored on the turns that he did out the back. This is a great angle right there of a surfer with no quit in him. He's going to get right back out to the takeoff zone with 2 minutes left. Now the question is, was that a 2.59 or above?
Had he made that last turn, for sure it would have been. And I think we're getting into the sweet spot of the tide. We've seen a couple of those last waves kind of not fattening up as much. And so that's what we're going to be seeing for the next few hours until the tide gets too low. But we're getting to the sweet spot, and we're going to see a lot of beautiful closeout maneuvers. And just reminding our viewers out there, we've got 4 heats in this opening round of the men's kneel. And all 4 of those will surf again in round 2. And then it will be that leaderboard situation where we take them into these semifinals. So out of these 4 heats, 8 will make the semifinals, and then it will continue on in regular advancement.
Got a paddle from Dariel. Again, back at it, flying down the line, straight up into the lip. Just super fast, very precise. You see his eyes staring at where he wants to go. He gets back up into it, goes vertical on the inside section. So with that, Dariel, I mean, he's going to take this heat. So now it's all about who gets that second spot. But before we get back to the lineup, let's go down to the beach and catch up with the earlier winner from today's previous heats.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the winner of the Heat 2 men's kneeling division, Llewellyn, but we like to call him Sponge. Sponge, talk me through that 8-point ride, that big, massive turn out the back. How'd that feel?
Yeah, again, just to be out there with 2 of my mates, really, and 3 of us, in clean conditions and really good swell for a competition. This is what we've been doing it for over nearly 10 years now. So yeah, to get clean big waves coming in like that, and you can see the open face, it just gives you the opportunity to do the bottom turn, think about how you're going to attack the lip, and yeah, it just came together.
Great. And what have you been working on the past year to get yourself ready for 2025 and hopefully win gold. You're a 3-time Parasurf world champion. So what are your goals this year and what have you been working on?
So this year I've just done the ASAP tour, so Australia, Hawaii, and here in September for the final. And yeah, coming back to surf this wave again after having a week here training in September, it's just felt like I never left. And yeah, to come back with waves, I'm here to hopefully take the 4th title home.
Okay, going for 4. So rad. Would you like to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, if they're still awake, I'm not sure what time it is now with the time change, but yeah, diolch fawr iawn I pob adran supportio fi a'i sponsors sydd wedi helpu ni ddod yma fel tîm. Yeah, diolch fawr iawn.
All right, back to you guys. Thanks so much.
Wales represent. We're seeing a visual now of an incredible 8.40. So another one of the highest single wave scores of the day. And these surfers are just reveling in epic conditions here in Oceanside. So that was the difference there. For Sponge to get the win, making his way back into the competitors area. Stoked we got to catch up with Sponge. I mean, I said it yesterday and I'll probably be saying it all week long. Every single competitor is worthy of a documentary. I would love to know more about Sponge and his journey. Love that he just gets around the world. And Wales is, they fielded a really solid team. So we're right back into competition as we caught up with Sponge there. We're back in the water now. Men's Neil, round 1, heat 4. We got Jackson Santos from Brazil, Paulo de Souza from Brazil, Juan Martin Diaz Martinez representing Mexico, and Mohammed Al-Maiki from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So you talk about an international superheat. Well, we got one on our hands right now. 20 minutes on the clock. And this one's going to be hotly contested. We know it. Some friendly fire early on for Team Brazil, so we'll see if they can lean into a little bit of teamwork to give each other the best shot at advancement.
Yep, and you know, the 3-time champion and Sponge Williams. It was pretty cool to see Dariel kind of raise his hand and say, hey, don't forget about me. I'm coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And all his training, again, with the High Fives Foundation, they've been doing trips, wake surfing, wave pools, all different types of stuff. So he's letting it be known in this early round that he's ready to go and challenge Sponge Williams, again, the 3-time defending champion. So according to the
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. It is a beautiful morning. Conditions are about as good as we could ask for, with the tide favorable, the wind favorable. The swell has plenty of power, but also some really nice shape and giving tons of opportunity for our surfers in the water, which we've been watching throughout the morning. We're currently in heat number 4 for round 1 of our men's kneeling division, and we can see Jackson Santos now up and riding on his opening wave. Great couple of cutbacks to start things off. Can see that frustration as he wasn't able to connect through with the rest of that wave, but that was a great way to just get things going. You can see that fire, that energy coming through from him as he's on a quick paddle out, and scores are dropped in from our judging panel already with a 4.17 on the scoreboard for Jackson Santos out of Brazil. He's in the water up against Paulo de Souza from Brazil, Juan Martin Diaz Martinez from Mexico, and Mohad Al-Maki from Saudi Arabia out in the lineup right now. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by 3-time ISA Parasurfing gold medalist Liv Stone. Liv, there has been some incredible conditions this morning. I feel so stoked for the surfers out in the lineup. Oh, we'll get Liv's mic going in just a second, and she'll be right back in with us as we see some live action with our surfer in the green jersey. That's Juan. And he's on a quick in and out. Great looking wave to start things off with. Surfer in blue now up and riding. Paulo de Souza just carving back into the whitewater, looking to set himself up on the inside section here. And you can really see the way he's using his whole body to put weight on that inside rail to just carve back to the left. Great looking wave so far, and positioning himself even better as he comes through to that finishing section. So that's going to be a great start for Paulo. He's going to have a score to drop. We've got a score to drop now for Martinez out of Mexico in the green jersey, and waiting for Al-Malki out of Saudi Arabia in the white to get his opening ride. So nice way to start things off. And Liv, it's great to have you in here.
Yeah, thanks so much. Oh, I'm not.
There we go. We got you.
Here we go. Yeah, this is one of my favorite divisions to watch. Parasurfing kneeling. I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Shannon, but they're surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. So you were seeing Blue there. He started off prone, but he was trying to get to that upright position that I just mentioned. Such a phenomenal division to watch. I walked up to the beach this morning, saw the waves on hand, and I'm like, oh my goodness, we are going to have a day of competition. The waves just look pretty incredible out there, especially with the high tide. Here we have White going for a paddle, just can't quite get into it. I've noticed that actually this morning with the higher tide here at Northside, it's a bit tricky to paddle into. I was just talking to Llewellyn Sponge from the previous heat, or the one before that, heat 2. And he was saying it's definitely crumbly, like tough to get into the waves, but once you're in the wave, it stands up a little bit, allows for you to really attack that section, get some turns in, get some points on the board. So definitely a little bit tough out there to paddle into, but great waves on hand this morning.
Yeah, really needing to get that weight forward while paddling to get into things. Be in great positioning, and we've got a paddle here. Our surfer in white now up and riding. And that was a decent takeoff for Al-Malki as he's just trimming his way through the inside section, really using his arms to, engage in the face of that wave and be able to put that board on rail. So that was a great start for him. And then to Jackson.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy.
That was such a great opening section, pumping and driving down the line and looking to set himself up for one more connection on the finish.
That was mental.
There's going to be a decent score coming through. Liv, your thoughts?
Yeah, wow. I would absolutely love to see the replay of that one. But just attacked that wave with everything that he had. That left really opened up for him, because sometimes the rights, even though the rights provide a lot of cutback opportunity and that channel to get right back out, sometimes there's not a critical section. So Red just attacked that wave. Can't wait to break that down. I think he got pretty much 2 phenomenal maneuvers, so he should be happy with that.
Well, as we wait for that score to come through, we've got a great looking wave right now for our surfer in green, and he's going to have a paddle. We'll see if he's able to get into it. Perfect positioning on takeoff for Martinez in the green jersey.
Nice.
He's going to drive back into the section, and that was a great looking carve to start off with. I love the way that wave just had such a clean face to it on takeoff, and he'll go down in the whitewater. While we wait for those replays, we're going to go down to the beach to check in with Anthony and the winner of that last heat.
I'm down here on the beach, have the pleasure to be with the winner of heat number 3, men's kneel division, Dariel Melendez Davila. Dariel, 933, highest single wave of the competition. Tell us about that wave and the conditions out there.
Hola, pura vida. Well, conditions are pretty good. I just got a nice ride, and yeah, I saw the wall and I was like, okay, I gotta do the maneuver right here. So I did it, and the score came out and I was really impressed about it. So happy to get a good score. Right now the conditions we got some glass conditions, 4 to 6 foot, pretty solid. So yeah, I hope to everyone enjoy the comp, and
Okay, your family is going to be stoked and all your friends, but one other person that's going to be stoked is Roy Tuscany from the High Fives Foundation. Talk about how training with Roy and the High Fives and how that's helped you prepare for this competition today.
Yeah, I want to say super thank you so much to Roy and the whole crew of High Five and the whole work that they do, because they allow me to surf, they allow me to train. Because of them, I got surfboards and everything. So yeah, I just want to say thank you so much, papi, pura vida. Can't wait to see you.
And finalmente, and finally, something for your family and friends back home in Spanish.
Bueno, hola a todos allá en Costa Rica que nos están viendo. Quiero mandar un especial agradecimiento a todas esas personas que me apoyaron para poder venir a competir a Surf Adaptado Costa Rica, a la federación y a todas las empresas que nos patrocinaron, que patrocinaron a Surf Adaptado para poder venir. Un mensaje y un abrazo a mi familia que sé que me está viendo desde casa. Los quiero mucho y ahí vamos, hit por hit. Esto apenas comienza, entonces vamos con todo para el siguiente.
It's pumping down here. Back to you guys.
It is seriously pumping down there. Dariel with some impressive surfing to kick things off. A massive heat total, and he's going to be the one to beat in this division, Liv.
Oh, absolutely. He's a contender for the title this year. I mean, I haven't really seen him much this year. I haven't been to the other comps. But from last year to this year, I just feel like his evolution of surfing has skyrocketed. And I was standing out on the beach with everyone, and I saw him drop in on an awesome looking right and just went right up into the lip and snapped it. I'm sure you guys who are tuning in saw it, and it's just so impressive, the level of surfing that he has risen the bar for this entire division. Just like Sponge and Mono, this division is stacked, and it's one of my favorite to watch.
Let's take a look at some replays now because we have a massive score. Liv, this dropped in as an 8.67 for DeJackson Santos.
Oh, just so rad. I mean, he went right up into the lip. The wave was a little bit slow midway through, didn't have a ton of flow, but he was able to tap that end section, which really, I think, made the wave an excellent score. And then here's a replay of Green. A lot of flow. I really like his style. Very stable, kind of check turn, and then a big wrapping cutback. He was able to throw a lot of spray, too. That score came in at a 3.17. So didn't quite have the wow factor, that end section that he was probably looking for, that the judges would have rewarded. So, but he's building a house. He has a 3.17 and a 2.5.
Yeah, so he's in that second place position. We currently have just under 9 minutes remaining on the clock. Little lull in the action. Everyone can take a breath. That was a great couple sets that came through for the start of this heat. And we can see surfers just repositioning out there. Surfer in the blue currently has priority, which is helpful because Paulo de Souza from Brazil is sitting in that fourth place position. He's only had the one takeoff at a 0.9, and he's looking for a big score to get himself into that second or first place position. Again, though, Liv, as we were explaining a little bit yesterday in the few heats that ran through, we're not looking at a top two surfers to be advancing through heats or taking those top two positions necessarily. We are looking at a leaderboard across each division throughout this event. And so for the men's kneeling division, there's a lot of surfers within it. They're going to surf 2 qualifying rounds. We're currently in qualifying round 1. Each of these surfers is going to have the opportunity to surf a second time in qualifying round 2. And it's going to be our top 8 total from those 2 rounds based off of their highest scores amongst those rounds that will advance through into the semifinals. So everyone's going to get a second shot. However, banking a big score like what we're seeing from Santos with that 8.67 or what we saw from Dariel in that last heat with those excellence, those are going to put them in a great position on the leaderboard.
That was so gnarly.
That was beautiful. Great opening hook from Martinez, and this is going to be a good wave to build on that score line to hopefully improve with things. Would have been nice had he been able to connect through to that next section and really put on an exclamation point for the finish, but that outside section was gnarly.
Right, that's what's so hard about Northside Pier here. When you take that right, it's obviously a wave that's going to provide a lot of opportunity, but sometimes you don't get that end section and it kind of fizzles out and doesn't put that exclamation point like Red did.
So big day of surfing ahead of us. Day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And it's nice to see, you know, heats running early in the morning. Yesterday morning we had the opening ceremony, which was really great to kick things off with, to see everyone down with their colors, with their flags, and, you know, waving their country's kind of pride. And we ran a couple of heats yesterday afternoon, but the conditions were pretty challenging by then.
Yeah, it was pretty blown out. But the tide started to push up a little bit, so it got a lot better. But like I mentioned yesterday, this break is tide dependent. So depending on what heat a surfer gets, I remember when I was in the heat draw when I competed, and I would get a low tide heat, I'd be like, oh, gosh darn. But, you know, you surf what waves are on hand, and you make the best of it. I'm really interested to see what Green gets on this one. It comes in at a 5.33, so definitely building his house now, and that's going to be a keeper score for sure, considering that there's only 5 minutes left. And I'm glad that the judges rewarded him on that one, because that first opening maneuver was critical, and he threw so much spray. Even though he didn't connect it all the way through, the judges rewarded that. Right when he got up to the kneeling position, he went and attacked the lip right away. So he's going to definitely be happy with that score, but wants to continue to build his heat. To build his house.
Yeah, just to continue, you know, trying to find another score to improve on the 3.17. That's his backup score.
Right.
That 5.33 is really good, and will probably have him sitting in a great position when it comes to, you know, maybe needing to get one other good score on the board for the leaderboard to get into those semifinals. Got a paddle from surfer in white from Al Malki out of Saudi Arabia. He's unable to get into it. He's got that 2.13 on the board. So for our third and fourth place surfers, they both have just a single ride, and they're looking to get themselves into a second wave. We're going to see Al Malki take off here on the inside, and that's a great decision because that was a solid wall of whitewater. He's just going to get himself cleared out, and he's going to have an easier paddle to get back out, but he's also going to try and make the most of that, get a little bit of rail work done on the inside. So he'll have a second score now for sure, as we see our surfer, our heat leader in the red jersey driving through. That was an awesome snap on his forehand for Santos. And he is going to finish off with a big smile and just feel stoked for the way that he was able to kick things off for the beginning of this heat. He's got a 4.17 as his backup score, so we'll see where this last one factors in comparison to the 4.17 already. But a great way to kick things off for DeJackson Santos.
Oh, for sure. And I think that the fact that Green got a 5.33 on that big opening maneuver on that right, I felt like that wave that Red just had on that left, that turn was more critical. So I think it's going to go high fives if I were to guess, and he's going to drop that 4.17.
Now, DeJackson Santos is one of our 32 or 33 ISA World Parasurfing gold medalists in the lineup this morning. He took out the gold medal in 2023 in the stand 3 division. So he's been reclassified now to competing in the kneeling division instead of that stand 3 division. And he's going to be looking for a gold medal in a brand new category.
Oh, I love this view here. Deep bottom turn, so much spray off the top, and deep cutback. I love that he released those fins. I mean, gosh, that's so impressive that he was able to do that. And I think that the judges are going to reward him for that.
Yeah, great call on that. I mean, to be able to have a turn that dynamic is really, really impressive.
And it was a pretty tough section. It was kind of crumbly. Like, that left sometimes hits another right that's coming in from down further at the beach, and it can be hard to navigate. So he did a really great job there, and he's going to be stoked on that score. I mean, he already has that 8, and it comes through at a 7.
So there we go. 2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. DeJackson Santos drops a 7-point ride to improve on the 4.17. He's now sitting with a heat total of a 15.67 and is a significant leading position. Now chasing off, you know, that leader, the leaderboard to try and take away that second or first place position based off of what we saw from our surfer in the blue jersey in that last heat from Costa Rica, from Dariel, who'll be holding on to that first place position. So great way for this morning to kick off. Great scores dropping in the men's kneel division.
Yeah, we've had tons of excellent scores, and super stoked that that came in as a 7, a little higher than I would have thought, just because it was a smaller wave. But I really think that the judges went higher for the ingenuity and the creativity on that wave.
And a great looking ride to start finishing off this heat for Al Malki out of Saudi Arabia. Great looking start for him, getting a couple more waves. He was able to find 3 waves in total within this heat. You can see he's got that smile on his face.
He's just cheesing. I love it.
Just repositioning himself out in the lineup. And a great start for the 25-year-old passionate surfer.
A big mentor of mine growing in the sport of surfing, Kevin Olnick, which is Parker Olnick's dad, he always told me that the surfer having the most fun is the best surfer. Okay, that might not be the case in competitions, but I always just love saying it because he has a huge smile on his face. And really, it's all about the stoke here at ISA World Championships. And it's like, just like we were calling a heat, Shannon, yesterday, and the Brazilian in stand 2, I believe it was stand 2, she came out of the water and she was crying. She was just so excited to be there. And I feel like that's what this week is all about. Of course, it's about high-level surfing and winning gold, but it's also about those moments of people, well, 2 surfers just got cleaned up in the lineup. That was a super gnarly drop for both green and blue there. But as I was saying, it's just a great week for people with all abilities coming together and doing what they love at all different levels, and it's incredible to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That was Marielle from Brazil yesterday afternoon, and it was really awesome to see that passion coming through and to know, you know, the work and the effort that goes in behind the scenes for each one of these surfers to be present here this week. You know, the time training, the time working out, the time surfing, the time fundraising, getting everything that they would need from equipment and you know, the costs covered to be present at a contest like this when it can be challenging to get all those things together. There's just so much that goes in behind the scenes that it's amazing to see that emotion come through regardless of how the results of a heat turn out.
Oh, for sure, Shannon. Blue there took a bit of an insider wave there. He has a 0.9 and looking to get that second score, and so it should definitely improve on a 0.9.
Well, that will be it for the finish of this round. Men's round 1 in the kneeling division. Heat number 4 has finished out. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we return, men's prone 2, 4 qualifying heats will be hitting the lineup.
My name is Liv Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We are into a brand new category as we see the first surfer pushed into a wave in our men's prone 2 division. And it is Matthias Luna from Costa Rica. Solid looking ride from the outside section. And our surfer in the green jersey, Scott Davis from Hawaii, now up and riding. Great looking wave as he drives back into the pocket. This is going to be a solid score, solid way to kick things off. Just is able to pull his body forward and shuffle that weight enough to help him connect to the inside section. So much so that we're going to lose sight of him in the camera.
We couldn't even see him anymore.
He's gone completely out of frame. He was absolutely flying. We can hear the hoots and hollers down on the beach behind us. And what a great way to start things off. And you know also now that Jose Martinez, who is, you know, a world champion out in the lineup right now for Team USA, that he has heard those cheers for his 2 competitors on those first couple of waves. And now he knows he needs to do something big to answer back.
Taking off on this really nice looking left.
And here we go with a great looking left up in front of him for Red. Oh, unfortunately just hooks it too high and can't stay with it.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Red, but he's going to be able to get right back out there and get another one for sure, because Jose is not going to be happy with not being able to ride out on that for sure. I know him pretty well, like I was saying during opening ceremonies. Let's break down this wave from green. Streaming down the line, has so much style, so flowy, up into the lip. Let's see, a nice cutback. He's throwing a ton of spray. Has a lot of control on that board. You can see he has both handles right there at the front of his board, giving him a lot of control, steering with his elbows, and then just boom, out of frame. So milking everything he can out of that wave. Very impressive from green. Scott Davis from Hawaii.
So scores to drop across the board. Great start. Still over 16 minutes remaining on the clock. So in the first 3 minutes, all three surfers getting a wave of substance. First wave for Jose came through as just that 2.83, reflective of the fact that he wasn't able to connect off of that first turn, really. But he's also already out at backline and with first priority. So he can kind of like pretend like that wave just never even happened.
Oh, for sure. And as when I used to compete, that first wave of a heat, I almost always fell. I literally almost always got a 1 or a 2. So now Jose's back in action, streaming down the line and going right. He went left earlier, so he's like, yeah, let's see what a right has in store. Trying to make it all the way through to the end section, looking left and right. Deep bottom turn. Does he make it? Oh, he's trying, leaning all the way forward on his board, and makes the next section, giving him a little bit more of the wave. Great second ride from Jose, but he's going to see it in his mind as his first wave, because that first wave that he had initially wasn't quite the score that he wanted, and we know that Jose Martinez, a previous gold medalist, can drop some pretty gnarly scores.
Paddling hard to get himself back into that little rip by the pier. It'll just pull him straight into the lineup really easily. Jose has had some huge scores in the past. He's a very good competitor, like super savvy. Like you've been saying, you know, he's got so much joy and so much stoke when he's out of the water, when he's in the water as well. But you know that when he's now wearing the jersey, he's going to be out there wanting to find those big scores and going for those leading positions.
Yep, team captain of Team USA, Jose Martinez, brings the stoke undeniably. Like I said yesterday, whenever I used to have a really bad heat when I competed on Team USA, I would go to him and he would always just make me feel better, that you did your best out there, you did everything that you could, and always super positive.
Well, just under 15 minutes on the clock as we wait for the next set. Let's go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat, Jackson Santos from Brazil.
We're down here with the heat winner, Jackson Santos, 2023 gold medalist, showing the gold medal form out there with 8.67 and a 7.0. You got those scores on lefts. Was that your strategy going into your heat?
Você teve suas maiores notas em duas esquerdas. Isso foi uma estratégia sua na bateria?
Sim, a esquerda é um ponto forte. Essa praia aqui é parecida aqui com a de Ilhéus, onde eu aprendi, na Praia do Norte. E eu vi que a esquerda ali dava para mim fazer umas notas boas, estava mais em pé. E aí eu escolhi a onda boa. Incrível que eu peguei 3 ondas e consegui fazer somatório bom.
All right, that was a strategy, yes. He likes to ride the left-handed waves, and it's like a kind of similar of the wave that he used to surf in his hometown. So that was a strategy.
So how would you compare this wave to your home break?
Compara essa onda com a sua onda lá de Ilhéus.
Na Praia do Norte lá, a onda aqui é animal. Gostei muito de surfar aqui. Tô amarradão aqui, de surfar aqui nessa praia aqui. E aí, passei a primeira bateria. O foco é agora treinar para a próxima bateria, que vai dar tudo certo.
Yeah, it's similar to the one that he used to train in Ilhéus. It's a wave that's steeper, so he is accustomed to that. And now he's very happy with the result, and he's trying to do it better on the next heat.
Excellent. Well, you don't have much better to do because you did excellent in that heat. Anything to say to your friends and family back home?
Fala, galera. Quero agradecer primeiramente a Deus, agradecer a CB Surf, a Secretaria para Desporto, a SUDESB, a Federação Baiana, a toda a galera que me deu um apoio.
Quero agradecer também a B2 pela grande força, Naldo, Leque de Zequinha. Muito obrigado vocês por fazer parte. Quero agradecer meus apoiadores aqui também, está aqui. Muito obrigado a todos aí, tamo junto. Isso foi apenas o começo. Agora vamos para a próxima, que vai ter mais. Olha.
Sending it back to you guys in the booth for more action.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Jackson. And, you know, loving those lefts, the strategy was to take off on them, and it paid off so well with those huge scores.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble out here at Northside because if you're going after those lefts, they just stream all the way down the beach, and then you end up all the way in Huntington and then have to get out and run back up the beach. So, but it worked out for him. I mean, it was his front side. That's what I would do. I'm goofy, so I'm not going to go right. I'm going to go left, even if it's not necessarily as good. But both rights and lefts have different opportunities. Here goes Green trying to scratch into that right one, but just couldn't quite make it.
Yeah, Scott Davis, 46 years old, out of Maui. His favorite surfing spot is a secret.
It is a secret spot.
Let's not give that away to anyone.
Says everyone.
Says everyone ever. He's already got a 7.17 on the board, so his opening ride was a great way to start things off. He had that really nice looking right, that bowl straight into the pier where we lost sight of him. So that 717 is going to be a really nice score to be hanging on to and then to be able to build from and really pick his way through these heats. Now, Liv, out in the lineup, we've actually got 6 people instead of 2 people. Can you explain that when it comes to our Prone 2 division?
Right, so the Prone 2 division officially are surfers who ride waves in a prone position, so they're laying down on their surfboard, and they need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. So a lot of these athletes in this division, either like Jose, are missing several limbs and can't stand, can only ride waves from getting pushed into waves and can't quite paddle themselves all the way out. So they need a pusher. We call them pushers and catchers. So there's a pusher pushing them into waves and a catcher catching them on the beach. And this is a pretty phenomenal division that I always love watching. Let's take a moment for Blue Matthew from Costa Rica ripping, streaming down the line, going right. Has a really, really unique style. Cutting back in, trying to make the section and can't quite get there, but he'll be happy with that ride there. Matthew from Costa Rica, a little side note, I got to chat with him a little bit and I asked him how he's feeling. I've known Matthew for quite a few years, ever since I started competing, and we spent quite a lot of time at Pismo together, and I asked him how he did, or how excited he is, because in 2022 he won silver in Pismo. And I asked him what his goals are, and he says win gold. That's been a lot of people's goals this year, and I absolutely love it, striving for that podium position. And Matthew also said he's both nervous and excited. That's what I'm getting, 50-50 from a lot of surfers. Super amped to be here, super stoked to be catching waves with no one else out, no locals out, just them catching waves with their friends from all around the world. So Matthew says he's nervous and excited, but I only see stoke out there. I mean, he's ripping.
Yeah, there's so much, it's such an interesting kind of dilemma when you're coming into an event that's of this size, it seems, with the amount of time going in ahead of time to prepare. You're probably feeling at the best, hopefully, that you're feeling in your surfing.
Right.
But then you arrive, you got all that excitement for finally getting here.
Right.
But also the reality that, okay, well, now these performances really matter.
Right.
Every wave that's being caught this week matters, whether it's a free surf or in the jersey, because those free surfs are working towards getting to know the lineup better, getting to maybe put yourself in more challenging positions, really taking off in the peak, whatever it looks like, trying to get to know the break really well. And then as soon as there's a jersey on, each wave matters because you're looking for scores to keep yourself on that leaderboard to be moving forward. So you've got to have those nerves combined with that excitement as well.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, Matthew just did really well on that wave. I'm sure he'll be stoked on the score that comes through. But I couldn't tell the difference between excitement or nerves for him when I was talking to him. And it's actually really interesting. Your brain, I learned this the other day, your brain doesn't really know the difference between being really, really nervous and really, really excited.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's the same chemical balance in your brain. So you can channel that nervousness that you have and that anxiety about going out there and trying to win a heat into excitement. It's the same chemical balance in your brain.
That's so good. Well,
very interesting. That helped me so much when I was competing.
That's so interesting. clearly working out for Matthias at the moment because he's in the leading position, but actually reflecting on scores, he's got a couple of 4s. He's not sitting on either of the highest scores of the heat so far because Jose Martinez has that 5.33, and then Scott Davis is still holding on to that 7.17. So he's only caught that one wave, but it is significantly the highest score of the heat so far. And Liv, as you were explaining, you know, the dynamics of being classified in the Prone 2 division includes surfers that are amputees like Jose Martinez, but also surfers that have spinal cord injuries and don't have enough mobility in their upper body to be able to have the strength to paddle and get themselves in and out of the surf without needing that assistance. That's someone like Scott Davis, who snapped his neck 20 years ago, his C5, and lost mobility in the majority of his body. So for him to be out here surfing, it requires someone out there, you know, pushing him into waves, paddling him in and out because he just doesn't have that strength in his arms. He does have just enough to be able to actually maneuver when he's out and riding on the waves with the use of his hands and his arms, which is awesome. As we're seeing Jose Martinez now up and riding, great looking start from out the back. Unfortunately, again, just hits that that softer section of the wave and doesn't have that momentum moving forward, but he'll improve on that 2.83 for sure. He's only chasing a 3.10 right now to move from second into first place. So we'll see how that goes. As we take a look down the beach, and you can just see how many free surfers there are, as well as Matthias in that blue jersey would have taken off on a left, and he's working his way back to the inside where his catcher is.
Yeah, and what's really interesting to note as well, and for those of you watching at home, you see a lot of the water safety guys in orange, and this is so critical for this division because if a pusher pushes the surfer into wave and they wipe out and they're halfway between the pusher and the catcher, then the water safety, they come in and they help them. This is a very hands-on division. In the ISA rulebook, Prone 2 allows the athletes to have any help that they need, especially when they wipe out mid-wave, mid-face, and you'll see the water safety guys just try and get to them as fast as possible. This is honestly one of the gnarliest divisions, and the division that I have one of the most respect for, just like the blind division. Can't wait to call those heats later. And yeah, super impressive to see these guys out here, and it's really interesting also to see the different mobilities that different people have. So like Jose, even though he's missing 3 legs, he can kind of lean into the board a little bit more than say like Jesse Billauer or Scott Davis as a quadriplegic. Can't quite dig as much rail, but I really think Scott Davis has a great style and can still throw a lot of spray. So it's definitely fascinating to see those two differences there. Because like I said, these divisions, they classify people into the most fair, but sometimes there will be little nuances like Jose, who has full hip mobility and full arm mobility to kind of like drag into the water a little bit. So definitely big differences there, but Scott Davis ripping with a 7.17.
Well, speaking of Jesse Billauer, he'll be coming up in the next heat wearing that red jersey. Right there in the blue, we can see our surfer currently in this heat, Matthias. Just got the runaround with the team, and he's got just under 4 minutes remaining to get himself back out there. So he's going to have some assistance as he just gets off the wheelchair, and he's going to put himself back onto that board, and we'll see him back out in the lineup. We can see surfers getting ready to you know, surf in the next heat coming up. They'll be on in about 3.5 minutes. Jesse Billauer, Spike Kane from England, and Lorenzo Bini from Italy will be coming up in the next heat as well. There's Jesse there on the red board in the red jersey with the white helmet on.
Yep, Jesse Billauer, I feel like one of the most iconic surfers in parasurfing.
Yeah.
He's been surfing, I think, ever since 2016. Here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and has a few golds to his name, and just looking to rip. I love his style, so smooth.
Yeah, he took out that gold medal finish in 2020 in the Prone 2 division and in the assist division back in 2015. So he's been competing in this since the inaugural event for the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. As we see Scott Davis now. So he's got that 717 already on the board. He's eyed off exactly the same kind of wave as he did for that first one. It's maybe a little smaller in size, but a great decision at this stage for him and his pusher to make that decision to go, because he really needs to get that backup score on the board, get that heat total a little bit higher. And there you can see his, the team assisting him just getting onto it straight away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has a 7.17, so he needed to get that backup score. Even if it came through as a 3.13, even if it wasn't the best wave of the heat, you just need to get a second wave, especially with 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes remaining. Big day of surfing ahead of us. We had a few technical issues starting out this morning, unfortunately. It's just the reality of operating out of temporary structures set up just off of the sand here at the beach. So unfortunately, we had some power problems kicking off early, which meant that while heats were running, we weren't able to broadcast them because there was no power. We didn't have lights or anything like that happening.
Yeah, Jose's going streaming down, going right, kind of closed out on him. He's been a little bit unlucky with wave selection, I would say, this heat.
He's going to make it around this section, though, and it looks like he might get a little reform as well. It's one of the volunteers just duck dives underneath him, and this is going to be a great wave for him to finish off. He's looking to improve on that 4.57 as his low score, and that is a great way to finish things off. You can see now that he is, he's...
I love that claim. I don't know what he said, but I don't know if I want to.
Feeling good. I mean, you could see the frustration in those first couple waves, like you said, where he'd have a nice outside section, but wasn't able to connect through.
Correct.
This one, that was really impressive. Although he was really deep on the takeoff, it put him in the position to have enough momentum to make it through for those extra couple turns on the inside.
Yeah, I totally spoke too soon. Streaming down the line, going right. I think he was looking for the barrel, to be honest. I know Jose. And really fought to make that end section and stuck with it because he knows that the other waves that he had before weren't providing that opportunity. So he got 2 good turns out the back and just kind of has some downtime here to try and make it through to that inside section and uses that whitewash to catapult him into the inside. And so he's going to be super stoked when that score comes through.
So scores to drop now for surfers out in the lineup.
I think he said, "Let's go, baby," but I'm not sure if I could read his lips right, but that sounds about Jose.
Now I've got a score also to come through for Matias as we're counting down 10 seconds remaining on the clock. And it looks like a 4.5 has dropped in for last of Jose Martinez. So as far as I can tell, that's that score for that last wave. So it doesn't quite factor into his top 2. We do have another score coming through for Matias, and we'll see if that improves on his 4.43. But this heat is officially over. And regardless, Scott Davis is in a great position to be taking away the leading position. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, more from our men's Prone 2 division.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
And we're back with a heat winner, Scott Davis out of Maui, walking away with a 7.17 as his high score. Great way to start things off. And we're heading straight into heat number 2 for round 1. 20 minutes on the clock. Jesse Blauer in the red jersey representing USA. Spike Kane from England in the blue jersey. And Lorenzo Bini from Italy in the green jersey. 3 surfers out in the lineup. Shannon Hughes alongside Liv Stone to call the action. And Liv, we've got a great looking wave here for Lorenzo to start things off. So it's a smaller wave. He's just going to have that opportunity to really go straight. Starts to get that turn in, but the wave dies out underneath him. You can see his catcher on the inside paddling out to just grab him right before this next set will drag him through to the inside section a little bit. But he's got that first score on the board. We got a 1-point ride on the board for Spike Kane as well. And we're in our men's Prone 2 division. We saw some great surfing in that last heat, which was really exciting. And also, I just wanted to mention quickly, Liv, that that score that we saw that dropped in for last of Jose Martinez, it was that 4.5, so it didn't factor into his top 2. And although he got a lot of length of ride out of it, it really showed that the judges are looking for those big maneuvers on the outside section in order to get you a higher score rather than necessarily just a lot of length of ride to get maybe into that higher 6-point range.
Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised it went 4s just because, like you said, Shannon, it didn't have that critical wow factor that would have maybe pushed him into the 6s or 7s, because that wave didn't have a ton on offer, but he did the best that he could and rode it all the way in. But I mean, yeah, the judges, they're not looking for length of ride necessarily, especially for this division when surfers are just throwing big spray out the back. Scott Davis with the big turn on the outside. And like I said yesterday, it's critical to be able to have a maneuver out the back early on rather than trying to chase the inside section and maybe try and get a few more turns when the wave is a lot smaller. Scott Davis opening up that 7.17 with a really nice, smooth cutback out the back, and that's why he was rewarded with that.
Solid surfing, solid breakdown from 3-time world champion Liv Stone.
My biggest hype woman here.
Yeah. I'm just so stoked that you're on the team because, you know, you have so much knowledge. You've got a lifetime of living, you know, needing to adapt to things within your life. You also are an ambassador for Challenge Athletes Foundation. So you're spending so much time when it comes to work and just all the different things behind the scenes. As we see Jesse Blauer flying down the line. Great looking wave. That was a huge section. We know he's a guy that also loves to hunt down a barrel. So if there is going to be a barrel on offer out there, he's going to be the one to find it today.
Oh, no doubt in my mind. Oh, great turn. And
that was incredible. That was so
there.
dynamic. I mean, just drove that rail and got an excellent turn on the inside section. So he's going to be feeling really good with that one.
Jesse is someone, and his crew, every year, I see a huge wave coming out the back. I'm like, don't push him, don't push him. Like, it looks like a closeout. And they just send him on the biggest wave of the day. And almost every year I see that from Jesse. He just sends it.
Very impressive surfing. We've got a score to drop now for Jesse. Priority is sitting with surfer in blue, Spike Kane, who's just, you know, always here representing for Team England. They've got a tight-knit crew this year.
Yeah, gosh, how long has Spike been coming to Worlds? Probably since the beginning.
Probably since the very start of it. I'm going to try and look it up right now as we're waiting for him to get going on his second ride. He's got that 1 so far, so he wouldn't even count that as his first ride necessarily.
Yeah, for those of you tuning in, we're in the men's Prone 2 division, Heat 2. These surfers have a pusher and catcher. The pusher pushes them into waves and the catcher catches them. Pretty simple, but not always. And there's going to be a lot of water safety out there in orange. Head of water safety, Adam Land, always there to keep all the athletes safe. Let's see what blue does on this ride. Pushing in, going right. Hands pretty far up on the board, so leaning forward to try and make that section. That right has kind of disappointed some surfers throughout the day. It either connects all the way through or it just completely dies like it did for Spike.
Well, I've just found out the answer to our question. Spike has competed at every single ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
So if the event has been on
legend.
Between now and 2015, across the last decade, he has been here present. As we take a look at this last wave of Jesse, scores in as a 4.83.
Yeah, you know what, I'm not surprised. You know, he had a really good section on that inside, but just like Jose, you know, like Jose got pretty good section on the inside, but didn't really do much on the outside. So he gets pushed in here, but doesn't do a maneuver like he would have wanted to on the outside like we were talking about. So it's coming in just as the same as Jose that we talked about earlier.
Taking one more look at it here, this is that turn that was really awesome. The wave started to just bowl out enough for him. Now, if that kind of section had been on the outside, a little bit more sizey, could have been a great score.
Oh, would have gone easy 6 or 7s, depending. Here goes Jesse again, trying to get a turn on the outside like we were just talking about. More of a mid-size wave, trying to see if he can bring it all the way through.
Looking for that connection once again. He's someone that also knows the ocean so well from his, you know, surfing career outside of his parasurfing career. So for him to be able to read waves and connect with just that feeling of where he should be on a ride is going to be really just, you know, second nature.
Yeah, he's a veteran. He has so much experience out here in the water. Jesse has great wave knowledge, and it comes into play a lot because he's not paddling into waves. So he has to communicate with his pusher, hey, I want to go on this wave. I don't want to go on this one. Jose, I surf with him a lot out in the water with Team USA, and Jose's always saying to his pusher which waves to go on. So if you're tuning in here at home, they have a lot of say in which waves to go on. Pretty much the pushers, yes, obviously they push them into the waves in a good position, but the surfers are in the driver's seat. Looks like a pretty gnarly set actually coming out the back. Look at those corduroy lines. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
Oh my gosh, are they going to get pushed into this wave? Not quite.
Just maybe a little bit too deep. Blue does have first priority. We can see that green and red are just next to the pier on their way back out. And the team's trying to get Spike into a decent position here.
I've noticed too, from surfing out here for so many years, a lot of times the first wave of the set kind of closes out, especially on a day like today. I've noticed it while walking down at the beach and checking out the waves. It's like those in-between sets that, like maybe 1 or 2 waves, it's like a medium-sized wave, and it provides a lot more opportunity rather than like just this big wall of water coming and just like kind of slamming like Jesse's first wave where he just wasn't able to get anything done on the outside. It's like those medium to larger waves that come through every so often, and wave choice is going to be absolutely critical out here today and throughout the whole week.
Lots of things to take into consideration when it comes to competitive surfing. But, you know, when we're at an event like this, we've got so many world champions in the draw. You've got so much experience out there, which is a really impressive thing. 32 former gold medalists out of
that's crazy.
out
how
of the
many?
137 athletes. So that's really, really incredible numbers as far as the percentage that have walked away with a win, with a victory at this level of surfing. That said, as the sport has continued to grow over the years and ISA has continued to classify more and more parasurfers, I think you said the other day or yesterday there's 550 classified parasurfers now globally.
Yeah, obviously we don't have 550 here, but over the whole span of ISA World Parasurfing Championships, the ISA has classified 550 athletes. I mean, could you imagine if they were all here? What an event we would have. Holy.
That would be so wild. Hopefully one day we get to that stage where everyone is able to be present in some capacity. Lorenzo now looking at a great looking wave, streaking down the line, and he's just going to be unable to hook back into the section. He's got that 193 and a 2 on the board as Jesse Belauer's now coming flying down the section. This is a great looking wave, nice top to bottom, and a great high line too as he was coming through on the outside. He's going to have just enough momentum. Maybe he can't quite make that connection. You can see that water just pushing back against him even.
But it's interesting now because we can see how the judges reward that turn out the back, right? Because I think it's going to go to one of his best waves. I mean, he had a great turn right when he took off on that wave, so it'll be interesting to compare the score from his earlier wave where he milked it all the way to the inside, and then that wave where he couldn't get to the inside, but he made a turn out the back.
Team USA there on the inside, Sarah and Catherine cheering on the crew. They've got the cowbell going as well.
I saw Kevin yesterday holding 3 flags at once. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of USA.
There's a lot of support system behind the scenes.
Oh, for sure. USA, Team USA, even though we don't have, I say we, I have to be unbiased. But okay, here's Jesse. Let's break down his wave. Slow motion, because he had a great turn off the top. So much control. Not really too much bump in the face. And then a great turn, a bottom turn to get to that section. So we'll see how that wave comes through. I'm wondering if he turned right there and cut it all the way back left, because I think he waited too long, because that wave still had more to offer. I think right on that wave, on that right-hand wave, surfers need to cut back sooner than they think, because a lot of surfers, we see it time and time again today and yesterday, they'll go too far towards the pier and then just decide, oh, I got to cut back to try and get back into the section. And it's almost too late. It just hits that really deep spot. So, yeah, my suggestion for people tuning in, if you're a competitor, try and cut back as soon as you can. and try and make that section. Because I think if Jesse would have just went left, boom, right away, I think he would have got that section.
That was a great breakdown. I didn't, kind of notice that watching it first time around, but hearing you explain it and seeing, seeing it play out like that makes so much sense to just hug that whitewater a little bit longer where that power is in the wave. Team South Africa getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. We've got a couple more heats in this round specifically. And we've got Raymondo Lessing. He'll be surfing there. You can see Sam Christensen behind giving a little shoulder massage. Raymondo will be surfing in heat number 4 for our men's Prone 2 division. So he's down here nice and early, getting things ready, just scoping out the lineup. Sam Christensen is a phenomenal longboarder, competes on the World Tour. He's competed at the ISA World Longboard Championships many times in the past. And he's now here working as one of the coaches alongside Roxy Davis. And I just had a chat with him this morning. I've known him for many years. And he said that this is the best way to finish out his season because he's just finished out the World Tour for longboarding, didn't have the best results that he was looking for through the season and was feeling a little bit bummed about his performances. And he said he got on the plane in Cape Town with the team, and from then to now getting here, being in the water with the crew, getting to just see the stoke factor and everything that goes in behind the scenes with this event, he said it's completely changed his perspective. And he's like, why was I even worried about my results? I now get to be here doing this, working with these great surfers and getting to see what the para community is all about. He does a lot of volunteer work back at home with them as well, him and Roxy Davis. And so it's just so awesome to hear from him that kind of switch up of momentum within, his own heart and his own convictions of things, and now being here on the ground, he's feeling so stoked about.
Wow, that's incredible. I had no idea he was a pro longboarder. That's a great person to have in the South Africa team's corner. And it's, really rad, Shannon, how he's just like, okay, I focused about my individual sport for like a little while. Now the gears are turning to giving back to the community and helping out Team South Africa. So, yeah, that's amazing. A little bit of a lull here out in the water.
Well, with that lull, let's go down to sidelines. Check in with the winner of that last heat. It's with Anthony.
Down here with Scott Davis, winner of Heat 1, Men's Prone 2 division. Scott, you got that representing Hawaii. You got that 7.17 for that one beautiful turn. Can you take us through that wave?
Oh, it's so nice to be on the glassy waves out here again. Just a smooth glide across the wave, cutting up and down. It felt wonderful. Beautiful day out here.
Awesome. And it takes a lot of support for you guys to come to these events and participate. And, would you like to give some thanks to some of your sponsors out there and some of the people that are supporting you individually and also Team Hawaii?
Sure. Duke Foundation has helped us out quite a bit getting us here. Support from Casey and Jen and Team Hawaii has been wonderful. I love coming out here with this crew.
And I also see that you're rocking the Zane Schweitzer Ocean Academy cap there. Would you like to give a shout out to Zane and the family back on Maui?
Yeah, I love the Schweitzers and everything they're doing out there on the west side. They got the foundation set up for all the kids to come out every day and teaching them about the ocean, the land. It's a great place to be.
All right, great place to be. First place, heat number 1, and back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Very impressive surfing from Scott Davis. Love hearing about what he's doing back at home with the next generation as well. And he's so far sitting on the highest score of this division with that 717, a near excellent wave. Highest in this current heat goes to Jesse Blower with that 5.93. He's got a 5.33 to back it up, and we're just under 5 minutes remaining on the clock. For those of you tuning in, we're in heat number 2 for men's Prone 2 division, which is surfers that ride in a position where they're laying down on their surfboard and they need help and assistance catching waves and paddling out in the lineup as well without the mobility or the use enough to paddle with their upper body. So we've got a pusher out the back with each surfer. We've also got a catcher on the inside. So it's a 3-person team making it possible for these surfers to get into the lineup. We've also got some volunteers out in the water, more volunteers in this division specifically than any of the other divisions, just to make sure that if someone does get, kind of wipes out midway through a wave, there's someone there to be able to help them if there's another set coming through.
Yeah, for sure. This division, there's definitely a lot of athletes that need extra help in the water, and that's totally okay. In almost every other division, the water safety team or any of their crew there, they're not allowed to like touch the athlete. It's hands off. But this is a very hands-on division, and I was listening into the water safety debriefing this morning, and Adam Land, head of water safety, he used a term I had never heard before. And there's a lot of athletes here in Prone 2 that are called high-touch athletes. Here goes Jesse streaming down, going left.
Great looking wave. Great looking left for him. So a lot of speed coming out of that first section. Finds that rail, and now he's hugging that whitewater, pretty much doing exactly what you described that, you know, could have made the difference on his last right. He's taking himself right in that pocket, staying closer to the that power section of the wave. And now he's got this nice little trim line coming through to the inside section, just looking to go off the lip a little bit. And I love that each one of those movements, I mean, that is scoring potential building as he comes through to the inside as well. And now you're going to see the team just rush to him on the inside, make sure that he's got his face out of water. He's feeling great. He's stoked. And that's going to be another solid score, looking to back up the 5.93 that he's currently got on the board.
I see his board there. I'm looking at his handle, and I just noticed on his wave, and I don't think Jesse's ever done this before. I could be wrong, though. But he's hooked his right arm inside that handle, and so he surfs, like you guys saw, with both of his hands kind of together. So I'm wondering if that handle helps keep his arms in place, because like we talked about before, he's a quadriplegic, so doesn't have a lot of function of his arms. So wondering if he hooks that in there just to keep it steady, because I could imagine if his arm, his right or left arm would swing out, it would kind of stop his momentum. Maybe it would drag the board too much. So really interesting to see how each surfer has different adaptations on their surfboard to ultimately make their style who they are and allow them to perform at the highest that they can be.
Yeah, it's so interesting to get, you know, eyes on so many of these surfboards throughout the week. As we can see Lorenzo here on the inside. This is a great looking wave for him, and his equipment looks pretty different to what Jesse's riding. It's so different. Every single board out here is handcrafted so that these surfers have the best opportunity to work with what their body needs. And it's just so cool to see those differences. If you're in and around the area here in Oceanside, take a walk around, get to know some of these athletes, take a look at their equipment as well, because it's probably different from what you're riding back at home.
Yeah.
And how much stoke does he have on his face right now?
Yeah, I want to break down that board a little bit. I'd love to talk with Lorenzo maybe after this, but super interesting setup that he has there. It's almost like a kayak almost. It has his body completely in the board so that he doesn't fall off, and it looks like maybe it's a foam material. So I'm sure that he struggles, my guess is having his chest up, right? Because a lot of people in Prone 2 don't quite have that core strength, and a lot of people end up purling. So I wonder if that foam helps him stay upright and allows him to turn, because if your head and chest are all the way down, it's really hard to maneuver the board. So I would love to catch up and break down that equipment that he has there. That's quite interesting. And like we said, completely different from Jesse's setup, who he only has that one handle to slip his right arm in, where Lorenzo, he had both hands holding onto the board and steering with his forearms there with his chest up from that foam block. So pretty incredible to see the ingenuity. Each board is vastly different. I mean, mine doesn't have any handles because I surf upright, but my board's completely different than a Prone 2 surfer.
Well, that will finish out heat number 2 for men's round 2. We're going to have scores to drop, and it's going to be a 3.1 for last of Lorenzo Beanie, so it holds him in that second place position. Spike Kane finishes out in third with a 2.5 for his last wave, and Jesse Blower with a 5.2 on his final wave. Doesn't improve his situation overall, but he'll hold on to that leading position. So many things to discuss throughout this week. So much awesome surfing that we were already getting to witness, and so much more to come across the 9 different categories of parasurfing throughout this week. So a great way to finish out this heat. Coming up in our next heat is going to be heat number 3 for men's prone round 2. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, Chris Cote and Anthony Vela will be in the booth to talk you through the action.
My name is Liv Stone, and I was born with my hands fused, very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, under your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. We are live from beautiful Oceanside, California. The swell is pumping. Surfers are ripping. Everything is right where we want it. Chris Cote here with Andrew Vella, and we've seen some huge scores already this morning. We're talking 8s, we're talking 9s, and I know there's going to be more of that to come. But what I'm seeing mostly is stoke. I mean, we've seen these surfers show up so hyped on the waves that they're seeing. And, I mean, you can just tell. I mean, right? Does this face tell the story to you?
Freddy Marimon from Colombia, last year's champion. He's stoked with his opening ride, and he's just like letting everybody know. This division last year, as in previous years, but featured Davi Teixeira, previous champion, and then Freddy Marimon. They were going back and forth, back and forth. And I'm not going for anyone in particular, but Freddy happens to live at Playa Las Velas. That's his home break. And since my last name's Vela,
I was going to say, named after you.
So great opening ride for Freddy, and we've got a stacked heat here. Heat number three in this round number 1. 4 heats. We've gone through 2, and we're here in heat number 3.
Yeah, this one is stacked. We got Cliff Gralton. We've got Tomiki Fujiwara, we got Marco Volpi, and we got Freddy Merriman. And Anthony, 32 returning gold medalists. And, you know, we are seeing some custom-built equipment, especially for this division. This is Prone 2. So when we talk about the Prone 2 division, surfers who ride waves in the prone position, they need assistance to paddle into waves. So that's why you see the volunteers out here in the yellow jerseys that are helping getting these surfers into these waves. But once they're riding the waves, it's all on them. As we see right now, this is Cliff. Oh, right there in the pocket, a beautiful ride. The Irukandji from Team Australia. And Anthony, I know you were just down on the beach talking to a few of these surfers. So I'm seeing a different type of equipment right now. We're seeing a lot of twin fins, and the fins are actually moved up on the board. So giving these guys a lot of tail to work with. And you see, these boards are nice and loose. So what is it about this division, as we see now, Tomoki on a bomb, straight from the outside, utilizing his weight, his shoulders. You see he's locked in there, his elbows on the board, helping him turn. And what a perfect read of this wave in the power pocket, utilizing that whitewater to help project him down the line. So we're going to see back-to-back huge scores here, all the way to the sand, right there on the inside. All right, so we got a thruster here. I've seen a couple of twin fins. What's different about these boards than we've seen in some of the other divisions?
Well, I think you spoke directly to the volume being a little further up, since they don't have the weight distribution to be able to, as you see Tomoki going all the way into the pier on that one.
No fear.
No fear
I mean,
at all.
straight into it. That was incredible. So he's got straps up here. That's where he's locking his elbows in?
Locking his elbows in. And so they can't, you know, normally a surfer would press on the tail where the fins are in order to execute turns. So now they've got to use different weight distribution on the rails or a little further forward. So we see a few different volunteers here, and also caddies for the athletes. So the surfer in blue has a helper on land that's kind of in on the inside, but then also a helper in the water pushing them into the waves. And they have the same color jerseys, and they're part of the competition. So even out the back, they have to stay out of the way of other surfers and can be given interferences and things like that. And then we see our water safety crew. Those are the volunteers in orange. And so they're going to help all of the riders get back on their boards and things like that. So in this Prone 2, the difference between Prone 1 is they're able to, Prone 1, they catch waves on their own. Prone 2, we're seeing that they have some assistance. But once they get on the waves, like you said, they are absolutely ripping.
Yeah, it is so cool to watch. I mean, courage, tenacity, and every element that goes into the makings of a hero on display right now here in round 1, heat 3 of our Prone 2 division, and straight up and into it. That was Merriman right there. Nasty wipeout, but right back onto his board. And the previous wave, it's a bell ringer for sure. We're looking at a near excellent score of a 9.9 for Freddy Marman representing Colombia. And he is, I mean, you can tell that with a score like that, now he has the luxury to just send it, as he did on that last wave. It didn't quite go his way, but he's going to get right back into the takeoff zone. No worries.
How was that double duck dive? That was a great strategy because it looks like he's using a different peak, so he's not taking the rip current or the escalator out. He's going back out straight through the peak, and a good use of the double duck dive there as his caddy is helping him get out through the surf. But Freddy Marman, that's why he was pounding on his chest with that 9.9 ride.
I mean, things happen so fast down here. So Freddy Daniel Marman Blanco, 20 years old, from Cartagena, Colombia. And he is, I believe, the Colombian team. I saw Johnny De Cesare, longtime friend, family, co-worker here at the ISA events, is helping out Team Colombia, as he always does. And I'm not quite sure, but Johnny might be in the water. You know, he's a waterman himself. So if you got Johnny De Cesare in your corner, I think that's him. But I know Johnny's on the beach supporting Team Colombia. And again, I mean, the storylines that we're starting to see develop are incredible. We've seen multiple 9+ point rides, and we might see another one right here. A left-hander. It's a smoker for Freddy Marman from representing Team Colombia. And I mean, you can tell this kid's got heart. He is just going for it right now, right back on his board. I mean, no breaks. He's just going. He's going hard. He's even making the volunteers earn it right now.
Looked like he was going for the 360 on that maneuver there. What I love about Freddy, he's always smiling. And on the wave, he falls off a wave, he's still smiling. You know, you can read the surfer's body language at times when things aren't going their way. And I think that kind of transcends into your surfing as well. So if you fall, you know, you have to have some mental toughness to keep going, as all these athletes have that mental toughness. So
all right, as our surfers get reset in the lineup, we have time now to check in with an absolute legend. We got Jesse Billauer standing by with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Great way to start things off. Got a couple of waves, got a feeling for, you know, being back in the jersey again. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, man, it was just about trying to just build a house and get to the top 8, then you get to the top 4, and then, you know, you're at the final. But lots of work to do, just kind of figure out where to sit. You know, like when it's higher tide or lower tide, it's just a little shifty. So there's a current, you just got to figure out the right wave, because I thought I was in the right position, and then I was a little deep, and then the last wave I went left because the current's so strong that if you go left, you're never getting back out.
Yeah, it did look like you were, you know, really trying to find yourself with that good opening section on the outside, but it was a bit deep a couple of times. Talk to me about the equipment that you're riding. It looks like you've added an extra handle in on the top of your board. I was commentating with Liv Stone, and she was wondering, you know, if you've made any changes there.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it for a little while. Bethany Hamilton's dad sent that out to me. I just put it on there so when I could kind of hook my wrist into it, so that if we're going through whitewater, I don't get bucked off. It's just like, because I can't grip, so it's more like on my wrist just to be able to like kind of stay on the board a little extra. But yeah, man, I'm just trying to do my best, man. I'm really just going out to the flats and trying to cut back. My board's super loose, and it's pretty much all I can do, man. Quadriplegic surfing, not that easy.
And talk to me about being part of Team USA back here on the beach once again.
Yeah, it's nice to represent Team USA and just go out there and have a good time. And yeah, there's a lot of hungry guys up there. Try to take everybody out, and I'm just trying to keep up with them.
Well done. We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, let's try.
Back to you guys.
Keep up with him. Jesse Billauer is like the Kelly Slater of parasurfing. This guy has multiple medals, and I put him on the list as a surfer in any discipline that has inspired more other people to surf than nearly anyone on the planet. Jesse Billauer is him. He is just that guy who is endlessly stoked, endlessly wanting people to get out in the water, get involved, and he just comes down here and wins. That's just what he does. It's Jesse Billauer we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's interesting with the classification, and Jesse mentioned being quadriplegic and surfing. He doesn't have the same use as some of these other guys, and so let's take a look at some of the waves that happened during the replay. And there is Tomoki, our surfer from Japan, the 51-year-old driving down the line, and you can see him there just shifting the weight with his shoulders, getting that board on rail. And I love, this is the one heading into the pier right here. And you can see him kind of scooch up on his board just a little bit as you were talking about that weight distribution, or the foam distribution, I should say. And there is Marco Volpi from Italy, and he's trying to make the same connection to the inside.
Oh! Cliff in the pit. Nearly made it out of that barrel right there. You could tell that's one of those cases of only a surfer knows the feeling of coming out of a barrel and almost coming out of a barrel, which always stings. But the good news there is we're starting to see that these waves, with the tide dropping, are starting to barrel a little bit here. Another look now, Freddy has a 9.9. Still looking to better a 2.07. He definitely did it on this wave. And I love his bio. He says, I love surfing in wave pools, and I want to win my second ISA gold medal. And the next plan is to train in Paris skiing to qualify for the next Winter Paralympics. So that was the 9.9. That was excellence on display right there, and a warranted claim. Got to pound the chest when you surf a wave like that.
Imagine you've traveled all the way from Colombia, you're defending your world title, and your first wave you get a 9.9. I mean, that is just starting off in spectacular fashion. And look at Freddy's just in the zone right there, soaking in Oceanside Pier. Oh, that must just be amazing.
My list of favorite surfers is lengthening with every single heat. Put Freddy on the list. I mean, what a performance so far. So yeah, his backup score right now, 2.07. We got the second highest single wave score right now with Cliff. He's got a 6.17. Solid backup with the 5.33. So Cliff's right in the business as well. He's looking to stick to these lefts. And look at this one running down the line. Fun wave to mind surf right there. Going back to what Jesse Billauer said, quadriplegic surfing is not easy. And, you know, for Jesse, who is an incredibly talented amateur and then professional surfer, who was paralyzed at a relatively young age. I mean, for him to battle back, and I think it was just a few years after his horrible accident up in Los Angeles that, you know, he said, I'm going to not only, you know, wave the flag for this type of surfing, but I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. He started They Will Surf Again, and that was just like the chain reaction to not only his path to so many gold medals and so many championships, but also to inspiring, you know, young and old surfers in a similar position to get back out there and rip. So thanks again, Jesse Billauer. We'll see more of them. And look at that airdrop right there. That was full commitment.
That was the opening turn of the 9.9.
That's probably the majority of that score, right?
Comes screaming off the bottom. Oh, here's the tube hunter.
All right. Cliff. Right there on the edge. Definitely will be rewarded with this wave because that was full commitment with that drop. Now he finds some open face, carving back into the whitewater. Utilizing a single handle up front there. You see him holding on and kind of similar eye line to any other surfer in the lineup. He's looking for the place on the wave that's going to give him the best opportunity. And we're always looking for a surfer to get up and involved in the most critical section of this wave. And here we go again. Freddy's back at it, this time fading right. Beautiful carve there. Straight back into the power pocket of this wave. So this is where we saw Tomoki show no fear, going straight into the pier. We'll see if Freddy has the, yep, he's got the knowledge, he's got the know-how, he's got the experience to make this inside section. Here's where things get critical. Coming around it, straight up into the lip, and goes over the handlebars, but nice effort there from Freddy Merriman, representing Colombia. This guy's on a good one.
He read that wave spectacularly, just waiting and waiting until it reformed. And Chris, you've been talking about all the past champions. How's this division? So heat number 1, we saw Jose Martinez representing the United States. He was the winner in 2021. Heat number 2, Jesse Billauer. He was the winner in 2020 in this division. Then heat number 3, the heat we're on right now, Freddy Marimon, last year's champion. And coming up to top it all off, heat number 4, we've got the 2-time champion, Davi Teixeira, representing Brazil. You couldn't ask for anything more. All of the returning champions coming back to fight once again and battle once again, but they're all friends off the water, which is cool to see as well.
Let's just call this the Champions Division.
The Champions Division, I love it.
So as Freddy makes his way back into the water, we're still waiting for scores to come through for Cliff Gralton. Cliff from Tuncurry. He surfs Salido Beach. And he's riding a Midaburge Rod Rose surfboard, supported by Quicksilver and Ocean and Earth. He likes photography, videography. He is your first place finisher in Australia for 2024 here in the men's prone assist division. He got back into the water in June of 2023 after a 17-year hiatus, suffering a severe C5 incomplete spinal cord injury back in 2006. You know, he loves photography. He likes to shoot surfing and motocross. And he wants you to check out his work at c.captures_sports. Give his page a follow. Super talented photographer. And he is, so far, locked into second place. So not bad right now for Cliff. And it looks like he could be back on. We got a split peak situation here. Our 2 leaders. You got Freddy on the right, Cliff on the left. And you got to give a lot of credit to the assistants right now for Freddy and Cliff. So they're probably taking direction from the surfer as to where to put them in the lineup. And once they get that push in, it's up to the surfers to finish it. And again, that inside section is wreaking havoc on these surfers, but still solid scoring coming through now for Freddy. His previous wave, a 7-point ride. He's on to a 16.90 heat total. Cliff is right there with an 11.50 heat total. And do not count out Tomoki just yet. No one needs a 6.17 to get up into one of those top 2 advancing spots. Volpe now needs a 9-point ride to get up into one of the top 2 advancing positions. We still have time left in this heat. We got 1 minute 34 seconds left. Maybe an opportunity for one more ride each. We'll see what happens. You can't take your eyes off the screen until the buzzer blows. I mean, we've already seen 3 or 4 epic buzzer beaters throughout the day, and that tradition will continue.
Oh, look at Freddy. Just think if he landed that final closing maneuver, that 7 would have gone even higher as well. And we see a set approaching. They're right. There's the team white. That's the Colombian.
Ooh, this could be a huge moment for Fujiwara. He's looking for a 6.17. This wave is perfect. So a nice speedy drop. And remember, we saw Tomoki earlier on just throw caution to the wind. He ended up straight under the pier. He's got a good little pocket to work with here, easily making the transition from the outside all the way through to the inside. See what he has here on the inside section. This wave's starting to bowl up. Nice little speed float there. Banks it off the whitewater, straightens out. What a way to finish. With 27 seconds left, the team is hyped. They should be. I mean, that could be the number. Did we see a buzzer beater? Looking for a 6.17, but don't speak too soon. Opportunities knocking out the back with 12 seconds left. This is going to be Cliff trying to defend his second place position. Quick carve off the top. room to work here through this inside, so he's been sticking to these lefts, and I think that's a great idea as he gets a little head tip, gets the float, and just gets upended there. This is some good work out the back.
Cliffo doing it on the lefts. As this heat's winding down, this is going to be after time, I believe. So Marco will just go straight and ride this one in. That last one from Tomoki, he was just a little bit behind, and that score could have gone even higher.
And give it up, Freddy Marmon. 16.90 total. He had a 9.90 and a 7. Officially one of the highest heat totals of the event, and that was a perfect shaka. You can tell that was a very stoked shaka thrown right there. So Freddy Marmon jumps himself into that top spot with the strength of a 9.9, backs up with a 7. Masterful heat from Freddy. And we're going to roll on. We're going to take a quick break. We got round 1, heat 4 coming up next. This is the Prone 2 division. Stay tuned for more action. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and we'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the open ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Cool look right there from our fearless leader, Fernando Aguirre, president of ISA, and a man integral in getting surfing into the Olympics. You know, there's a couple names on that list you might recognize. Duke Kahanamoku, he had the Olympic dream way back in the day. And then via the ISA, President Fernando Aguirre, with help from the team, getting surfing into the Olympics. And guess what? He's not done yet. He's pushing hard now to get surfing into the Paralympics, which obviously we saw what surfing did for the Olympics. Imagine what parasurfing can do for the Paralympics. Come on.
Yes, it's, you know, it got close in 2028, LA 2028. We found out last year that parasurfing was not to be added to the program. But 2032, it's in Brisbane, and there's a big push being led by Bono Stewart as well. There's actually a day named after him in Byron Bay in New South Wales. And so with the popularity and the strength of having all of these Parasurfing World Championships through ISA, and also it being in Brisbane, which is a heavy surf culture within the country. And the event there in Byron Bay is the largest parasurfing event in the world. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's keep pushing to get these athletes into the Paralympics.
I mean, it makes total sense to me.
Total. It's a no-brainer.
I'm picking up what you're laying down here, and I'm in. All right, let's get back to the action here. This is round 1, heat 4, and this is Jack Curfey. Team Australia, the Irukandjis, always bring the sting. So we got a cool piece of tech here on Jack's board. You see he's got the middle handle, and then he's got the two kind of vertical handles there. I mean, you could tell he is locked in when he gets on these waves. So again, here in the Prone 2 division, these are surfers that have assistance out in the water. But again, once they get on these waves, it's all up to them. And so far, we've seen huge scores as Oceanside is firing. We saw a 9.9 in that first heat. We're going to see more big numbers here because right there, one of the winningest surfers ever to do it in this division. Davi Teixeira is in the lineup, and a massive set comes through. And sometimes there's nothing you can do but just hang on. Any surfer will tell you. We've all been in that position. But with only 20 minutes on the clock, you know, wipeout can set you back a little bit. But, you know, these athletes, they show so much bravery just by getting in the water. And then the work that they do on the waves, getting out to the waves, it's just incredible. I mean, it is as entertaining as it is inspiring. Just makes me want to surf.
Makes me want to surf also. And, you know, as we read these bios that you guys can find on the ISAsurf.org website, it makes me want to hang out with so many of these guys. They have such cool stories. And there we see up and riding in white. That is Raimondo Lessing.
Whoa!
The South African. And he's one of the ones that I want to hang out with because apparently he's a music producer and a rapper, hip-hop artist. And I'm down with that. I want to I want to hang out with him. Last year, it was really cool with Ben Way, our live beach announcer. He always has his drum kit and music sound, and we had some athletes after the event just hanging around making music together. Everyone was, the Japanese team had their little flutes and some different musical items, and it's really cool the community that this is, and seeing everyone come together for this week of surfing and of camaraderie, of friendship, and crowning champions.
We could have a whole act right here because Jack Curfey, also a DJ.
Yes.
Yeah. This is kind of a battle of the DJs right now. Again, the storylines coming up. Jack Curfey, your current heat leader from Phillip Island, 43 years old. I love his bio. Nice and simple. Just a regular guy from a small island with a big passion.
And my mission with Jack is we need to find out why he's called Agent Chaos.
Oh.
That's on his bio there also.
I like that. I mean, it brings up some ideas in my head. He's a DJ. I mean, we'll have to get more throughout the week. And, you know, the cool part about when these surfers do win their heats is we do get a chance to meet them a little bit more. The post-heat interviews have been awesome. And guess what? You're going to get another one. Now let's learn more about the winner of that previous heat. Let's go down to the beach.
All right, we're down here with Freddy from Colombia. He opened up his campaign here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships with a 9.9, his first wave. So, Freddy, walk me through that wave.
Bueno, esa ola fue una ola inesperada, salió de repente así, pero nosotros estamos preparados desde un principio para lo que sea. O sea, veníamos a darla toda y la ola, pues sentí mucha conexión. Cuando Mimo me dijo, hey, prepárate bien la ola, yo, dale, yo hago lo que a mí me toca hacer, y fue la conexión, la fluidez, devolverme, el cierre, y abajo Andrés estaba, vamos, dale esto, lo otro, y súper.
Because it was like take us like a surprise, but I saw the wave and like, hey Freddy, okay, and I pushed him on the wave and he do like a big first turn, then a cut back like car cut back, and then in the inside was Andres like telling him like, yeah, keep going, and was our strategy here. We came early to prepare this competition like 10 days before the contest, and yeah, a good start.
Okay, great. You're a previous world championship winner, so you're going to be defending that gold medal, obviously going for gold. Talk to me a little bit about your equipment. What's your board setup like, and what do you feel like you have dialed for this year?
Quiere que le cuentes un poquito que, bueno, estás defendiendo tu título, ganaste el año pasado, y que le cuentes un poco sobre las tablas, cómo es las tablas, la marca, y que le cuentes un poco sobre tu equipo.
Por Andrés, por mi mamá que siempre está presente, y otros amigos. Tablas de Shureboard, con esta tabla gané el año pasado, le tengo mucha fe, le tengo mucha confianza, fue hecha con todo el tema de las medidas y me enseñaron todo sobre ese mundo, que es algo genial, y pues nada, pues emocionado.
Yeah, he said the team, the first member of the team is God, okay, then is Andres and me, okay, as a catcher and I'm the pusher. And yeah, he's really happy to the team that we are. We are like training for like 8 years, maybe more. And about the equipment, it's a cello surfboard. It's made here in California. It's the same board he rode the last year, okay. And so yeah, the board works perfect. And he was present during the manufacturing of the old board. He goes and see the machine cutting the blank and all the process, and it was a learning experience for him. No?
All right, absolutely phenomenal campaign to start off this heat. Would you like to say anything to friends and family back at home?
¿Quieres decirle algo a tu familia, a tus amigos?
Bueno, a todos también, gracias por apoyarme, a mi familia, a mis amigos, a mi novia, a todos los presentes. Todos confían en mí y eso me llena mucho de orgullo. Estoy concentrado, no se preocupen por mí, estoy tranquilo. El tiempo, el tiempo ya está en la recta final. Ya lo que entrenamos durante el año, ya ahora solamente tenemos que demostrar que somos los mejores. Y nada, Dios primero. Un saludo a todos y un saludo al alcalde de Turbay.
Yeah, he said like we are very happy. Okay, thank you for the people to support us, especially the mayor of Cartagena, Dumek Turbay, and yeah, we are just here to complete all the training during the year. Okay, it's just the training. Okay, it's work. Okay, and so that's we are here now to compete to defend our world champ.
Awesome. All that hard work is paying off. Good luck, Freddy, to the rest of the competition. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Liv. And shout out to Mimo Capote. He calls himself a pusher, which in the context of this event is a great thing to be. You're part of the team. So if you're watching the lineup right now, you see a lot of people out in the water. We see a lot of waves ridden, so the judges definitely have some catching up to do. Anthony, talk to us a little bit about the teams we have in the lineup. So we heard the phrase pusher and catcher, and we see right now in action, you've got volunteers in orange, safety crew, but then each team member in the water has 2 people out there with them, pushing and catching. How does this work?
Yes, so this is the great part about this event, and if we take a step back and just think about the 9 different classifications that there are, and in this prone division, there are 2 classifications. One where they catch the waves all on their own, but they surf in a prone position. And here in the prone 2 division, they're catching waves with the help of a pusher, and they also have a catcher. The catcher stays on the inside, waits for them to get to the inside. Pusher pushes from the outside, and they talk about which waves they want to get. Ultimately, like you mentioned previously, the athletes are the ones that are saying go or no or wait or get me deeper. But there's a middle section also, right? So the catcher can't wait in the middle. They kind of wait closer to shore to help them get back onto their board and out to the lineup. As we look back at a replay, there is Claudio Morales from Chile.
Perfect wave. Look at this wave. And I love that carve. Not only dodging the fellow competitor, but also possibly spraying him a little bit, because these are, like, the word competitor is heavy in this division. Every single person out there wants to win gold.
As we see a replay coming up at, it's an unridden wave right there. They're having a look.
Good call not to go on that one. That
Yes.
one's a rare closeout, actually, on this right. Kind of like a wave machine out here right now. This right just keeps on giving.
It's pumping today. And we see as the tide continues to drop, the peak has shifted further away from the pier, and so more waves are connecting. Makes it a little bit easier for the catchers. They get to stand in waist deep water. Then you also, so the pushers and catchers will have the same color jersey as the athletes surfing. And then we have our water safety team of volunteers that have been trained. They're all wearing orange. They're going to help all of the athletes. We have lifeguards out there. We have a whole array of people that have been trained by ISA in order to help these athletes, but also to not interfere, which is one of the things that the pushers and catchers who are wearing the colored jerseys of the surfers, they can't interfere as well. So they've got to get out of the way and not interfere with another surfer's scoring potential, which is the same thing that we will see. Oh, there you see some great body surfing by one of the volunteers repositioning. That's
The
skills.
perks. That's the perks of the job. You know, it kind of has a feel of like a baseball diamond out here.
Yes.
You know, this is a ultimate team event. So not only the teams you have competing for their nations, but also the team we have in place in the water. You know, infield, outfield, shortstops. You kind of have the all. Mind the pun here. All our bases are covered with this team. So round one, heat 4 rolls on. We have 7.5 minutes left to go. And one more shout out, as we heard previously, the mayor of Cartagena, Colombia, Dumek Turbe, helping get the Colombian parasurfing team out here. So thank you so much, Mayor Turbe. And here is Davi Teixeira. Davi, fan favorite, world champion many times over. Just an absolute hammer of a surfer. You rip that wave all the way through. He is a 3-time champion here in ISA World Adaptive Surfing. He likes surfing, skating, karate, MMA. So do not mess with him. In the water, on land, at the skate park. I mean, the kid is just an absolute ruler. 20 years old. He's been doing this for a long time. He has spread a lot of surf joy around the world with, you know, not only how he composes himself in the water, but what he does on land. He's a national hero, an icon in Brazil as well. At only 20, he's going to be doing this for 20 more years.
Yep. Guinness record holder for youngest world champion and also the youngest competitor in parasurfing. And, you know, interesting enough, Chris, I went to the event just kind of, I'd heard about it, and I went in 2016. It was in La Jolla, and that was, the event happened in 2015, but then 2016 was kind of the first year where there was a team points total, and I saw Davi. He was just, so if he's 20 now, we're talking, you know, 12, 13 years old, and he was just skateboarding around, and it was so powerful to see, you know, someone just having fun with whatever they're doing, no matter what their quote-unquote limitations are. But we see all these athletes, they're not limitations, they find a way, and I think that's a common theme. And then, you know, 10 years later, to see what he's done as a national hero, as a, you know, he gives speeches on, you know, persevering in life, and he's a motivational speaker. And these para athletes are just incredible. I wish this competition was 2 weeks, 1 week of surfing, and then 1 week of hanging out, so we can just get to know them all and film the biographies.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's a special event for sure. And I always tell people, you know, if you want to come to maybe one surf event of the year, come to this one, because this shows you a different side of our sport. That, I mean, the challenges faced, the obstacles overcome. Just the sheer bravery, skill level, and tenacity of every competitor in this event, it really sends shockwaves up and down the beach. And I'm sure for all of you watching out there, whether you know one of the competitors or, you know, you're just a fan of the sport, you know, you're seeing greatness right now with every single wave ridden. You know, these are surfers that they either have very little use of their appendages, if any. You know, Jesse Bellar in the previous seat just saying, you know, being a quadriplegic surfer is one of the most challenging things that you could ever do. I mean, you see right there, having to basically, you know, just wait and have a team member grab you and put you back up on your board. You can imagine the fears that you have to face when you're first starting your journey in parasurfing.
It's a lot of trust also. You know, you're trusting the volunteers who are trained, and what a great shot by our camera crew of just watching the whole process of the volunteers in the yellow jerseys, duck diving them. They're talking them through it, saying, okay, we're going to dive under this wave, and just letting them know they've got fins on. So we've got all bases covered, and it's just a great team effort, as you alluded to, not just the athletes and their teams, but also the team that the ISA has brought together to help put these athletes in a position for them to succeed. And special thanks to the ISA for their, active role in the development and advancement of parasurfing. Right here we have live action in blue.
Oh, vertical snap. Almost comes down with it. Davi's a showman, isn't he? I mean, he goes 100% no matter what. I've seen him in some big waves, and he's sitting on, 506,000 Instagram followers. He is in that group. Felipe Toledo, Gabriel Medina. He is one of the superstars of surfing in Brazil, as he should be.
And interesting, as the tide continues to drop, I heard Liv, one of our announcers who was a Oceanside local for about 6 years, talking about her competition strategy. And she was saying as the tide drops, it was just a matter of catching the wave, angling, and trying to get one good turn off the top, as we saw Davi trying to do exactly just that. So in the morning, epic conditions, full tide, waves reeling all the way into the pier. And as we get closer to that to that low tide, we're going to see just shorter rides, and it's going to get a little sketchy also.
Yeah, it's going to get hectic, and that makes it a challenge for the surfers. It definitely makes it entertaining to watch. And when you can find good waves, when things get chaotic, I mean, that just adds to the scoring potential that you have out there, because each wave, selectivity in waves is going to be even more paramount to success out here in these quick heats. I mean, 20 minutes, it's been flying by already. We only have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So currently in third place, Claudio Morales. So born in Santiago, currently lives kind of by Pleasure Point in Santa Cruz. And he loves riding wave. Of course, it's been his passion since he was a kid. But right now, Raimundo Lessing, representing South Africa. He's looking for a 5.57. Those are a pretty healthy drop right there. Got vertical, rode out nice and clean. Gets his way into the inside. We'll see what the judges say about that last wave. There's one of our volunteers right there. Clutch performance from everybody in the water so far this morning. So for Claudio, who needs a 3.40 with 45 seconds left, love the end of his bio. He is a psychotherapist. He loves being able to take part in people's healing journeys. So now that I'm following him on Instagram, maybe I can tap into some of his help. I think we could all use a little bit of psychotherapy every once in a while. So thank you, Claudio, for your service in and out of the water. But with that, 27 seconds left. Davi Teixeira currently in the lead. We got Jack Curfey in second. Claudio still looking for a 3.40. And that was Davi again, just sending it. So this is Jack Curfey trying to defend a second place position. That was a look at Claudio Morales just sending it into the pit right there. So long hold under, pops up to the top of the water. Great performance from all four surfers in the water, but at the moment it's going to be Davi Teixeira getting the win there with Jack Curfey in second place. Third place goes to Claudio Morales, and Raimundo Lessing ends up in fourth. Valiant effort from all surfers involved and all team members right there. So this is really the ultimate team division. National teams represented, and then teams in the water. One more wave there. It'll be after time, but it's a nice feel-good inside reform there. Solid wave to finish for Claudio Morales. Team Chile always comes through strong in every ISA event, be it World Surfing Games, the paddle events. I mean, Chileans have proved to be incredible watermen and waterwomen throughout the history of this sport, and that tradition continues here at the Parasurfing World Championships.
Yes, and thanks to the ISA, Chile also hosted the previous Pan American Games, where surfing had 4 disciplines at that event. Shortboard, of course, which was an Olympic qualifier, longboard, stand-up paddle surfing, and stand-up paddle racing. So ISA committed to all of the surfing disciplines.
Literally something for every type of surfer. We're going to take a quick break, but when we get back, more action. We're going to switch divisions. We're going to no doubt get a great post-heat interview with Davi Teixeira and more. Don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Oceanside, California. This is the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We switched divisions. We are now in women's kneel division. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Anthony Vella. If you're wondering, what does the women's kneel division entail? Well, this is parasurfing kneel/upright. That means surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. And we're going to start things off with a surfer representing that Power Pack Team France straight into the pocket. That's Emmanuel Blanchette. Great way to start this heat. We've got 20 minutes on the clock for this one. And Emmanuel with a solid start, flying down the line on that wave. So in the previous division, we saw pushers and catchers. In this division, I believe most, if not all, of these surfers are utilizing their own paddle power to get back into the lineup. So we're going to see a lot of waves right in here. We got Emmanuel Blanchette going up against Ashley Okura, representing Hawaii, and Gael Deverware, representing Team Belgium. So our first look at Team Belgium this year, coming through with some solid representation. Their first year ever competing here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. So welcome. Always good to have more teams. Hopefully, every single year, just like we see in the World Surfing Games and the World Junior Championships, you know, this will fire up some of those teams who haven't fielded any surfers yet. I'm talking to you, Senegal. I'm talking to, you know, there's so many nations with so many great surfers around the world. So hopefully the divisions, the flags that we see on the sand just keep growing and growing throughout the years.
As the number of competitors continues to grow also with that, and also the inclusion of equality and equity in the amount of slots that are open for men and women surfers for each team as well. So each team can have up to 9 men and 9 women. And whether they have a complete team or not, that factors into, of course, winning the overall team gold. But equality is what the ISA is striving for. And we've got a little over 1/3 of the field that are women this year, but that has continued to grow. And divisions have just been created. If we think about Elena Nichols surfing with the men a few years back, and then a division was created, which she has been dominating and surfing fantastically in. So build it, they will come, and it will grow.
Exactly. You love to hear it. And, you know, here it's just an example of the international field. We have Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, Denmark, England, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Spain, United States, and Wales coming through. So I didn't list quite every nation competing, but that's just a taste. And I know there are, you know, when you have an ISA World Games like the one we had in El Salvador, I believe over 52 nations were represented there. So of those 52 nations, you know that the scene of parasurfing is developing. And again, I mean, we're going to need a longer contest window in the future for sure, with more stars showing up. And one of the superstars of parasurfing just ripped his way to a victory in his last heat. We got Davi Teixeira standing by.
I'm down here on the sand with Davi, representing Team Brazil, who just took a win with a pretty high score of a 7. Talk me through that wave, Davi.
was a great wave. I was expecting more, make more over, more turns, but yeah, concentrated and was a great wave, great turn. Just happened. And yeah, I'm very grateful and like that's it.
Great. And you've been competing for how long now? How many years?
Sorry?
How many years have you been competing?
I've been competing for like 11, 12 years.
Wow, so over a decade of experience here. What do you take from that past learning experience? You've been competing over a decade. What do you take from that past now into the present?
A lot of things, but if I say just one, it's like surf and all sports that you do, it's 90% mind, 10% the body. You know, of course, you have to train, you have to be like great physique, but if you get great mind, be concentrated, just focus, it's like 90% of the work.
All right, awesome. And talk to me a little bit about your board setup. You're saying that you rode this one today, scoring that 7-point ride. Talk me a little bit about that setup that you have going on. It seems like you're dialed.
Yeah, the size of these two boards is the same. It's like 6.0 and 32 liters, but just two fins. And this one here, it's a different material. It's epox and doesn't have, como é que fala Longarina? String. Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. This one here, it's my favorite, the magical surfboard, you know. And I really love. And I want to thank my shaper, Edgo Surfboards, and all my sponsors that's here, my team. And that's it. It was a great hit.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Liv. And yeah, that's why he's a motivational speaker. I mean, if that didn't affect you, rethink things, because Davi is speaking the truth there. And I love what he said. Look, the presence of mind is super important towards success, and he is one of the most successful surfers in our Parasurfing championships ever. So when Davi speaks, we listen. Congratulations, Parabéns, moving through into the next round. Here in the women's kneel division, round one, heat one, got Emmanuel Blanchette, and she's got quite the resume as well. She's a lifeguard. She's been a kneeling parasurfer since 2021, a bronze medalist at the ISA Parasurf Championships in Pismo Beach, 4th place in 2023 at the ISA Parasurf Championships in Huntington Beach, 5th place in 2024. I mean, she just keeps doing it. She keeps competing at a super high level. She's French champion in 2022, a European champion in 2025, and biggest accolade of all, she's a mother of two. So balancing her professional parasurfing career with being a mother of two, boom, another hero competing here in Oceanside, California.
Mother of two, that gets the gold medal for sure, but quite the resume that she has acquired, as have a number of our athletes. And just getting back to that Davi Teixeira interview as well, that was in his non-native language as well. And so to be that eloquent, it's great to see the surfers year after year and how their English and interviews continue to improve, and amazing words in English. I can imagine hearing them in his native tongue in Portuguese. And just one more quick thought, Chris. You know, you were talking about all the countries that are here. I'm pitching a new film where you and I travel to each of these surfers' home break, and we go and we surf with them and we highlight them, and we go travel to all those countries.
I mean, when do we start? Well, if we want a production partner, let me tell you a little bit about Gaëlle Deverware. So she is representing Team Belgium right now. She does so much. She makes scarves and rings. She goes to festivals. She's an interior designer. She's crafting. She's an artist. She's also a candidate on the Belgium TV show The Dream Factory, people who share their biggest dreams. So last year, Gaëlle was saving up for a big surf trip. Unfortunately, in September of last year, she suffered a work injury that left her paralyzed from the waist down. So now in a wheelchair, her greatest dream is to learn parasurfing and experience the surf adventures all around the world. And as part of the show, Gaëlle actually got her first parasurfing lesson. And right after that, she registers for the Parasurf Championship. So really, only a year or so surfing, and she's already at this championship level. That tells me she's an incredible athlete.
Yes, and remember in the last heat we had the DJ and the hip-hop artist? Well, so you mentioned Gael being into all of the things that you just had talked about, but also if you check out the bio from Ashley Okura, she's into all sorts of that sort of stuff as well. She actually has a Bachelor of Science in Interior Design, and Gael likes interior design. The two of them need to get together outside, and I don't know if they know this about each other, that they both share a love not only for in the water with surfing, but also out of the water with interior design. You know, I think a lot of surfers enjoy art and being creative outside of the water, because a lot of creativity goes into surfing as well.
No doubt. I mean, yeah, you could imagine that conversation coming up between sets. So what do you do in your free time? Oh my gosh, did we just become best friends? Yeah, I mean, the storylines run deep, and there's so many surfers in this contest that are also high-level para-skiers, para-snowboarders, para-skaters. It just seems like, you know, I feel like once these athletes get a taste for something like this, they just can't get enough. I mean, that shows you the motivational factors as well that goes into this. Definitely not easy to pick up a brand new sport after being paralyzed from the waist down. But what Gael has done already is just incredible. And here you see the team timing the sets here.
And that board, that's the Taquito, which is a kids' SUP surfing board that they sell at Costco, but you can see an adaptation on the nose of that board. And Liv Stone, one of our commentators, was talking yesterday, just, oh, look at this beautiful wave, Chris.
Here we go. This could be a huge score for our current leader, Emmanuel Blanchette. She went for it. That wave bowled up, and she was just out of position. And oh, we got a look there from Ashley Okura, representing Team Hawaii there, coming all the way from the outside through to the inside. So Ashley will be on the scoreboard now. 4-5, the high mark of this heat so far. Emmanuel dropped that number from at the very beginning of this heat. There's Ashley dealing with some of that water on the inside.
Team Hawaii there.
Photo ops on the beach.
And so just completing my thought about what Liv Stone was saying about, she was talking about the classifications, and we have 9 different classifications. But we have, what she said was that each athlete, every surfer has their own disability and their unique disability. So really, we could have 137 classifications for the 137 athletes that we have, because each disability or ability is unique to the athletes. And so it's great to hear Liv talk about that, and just, you know, how these classifications try to put people in a group where they're able to make it fair in a competition type of scenario. And these classifications are very important, and our own Dr. Mo Johnson doing a great job of reclassifying and going through all the classifications. Over 500 athletes have been classified through the years in order to give legitimacy to the sport of parasurfing on its path to Olympic inclusion.
Yeah, and it's no easy task to get these surfers up and at it. See there, just catching her breath, timing the swell, of course attaching the 360 camera to the nose of the board. We're going to see some good footage, I'm sure.
I thought it was for surfing, and then realizing.
No, we're capturing content. And if you're not capturing content, what are you even doing? So I'm excited to see the footage coming off that board right there.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that is Ashley right there. And that's a precarious position to be in. I've been under that pier, and it is scary. But luckily, we've got the safety crew around her, our volunteers, fearless as they help these surfers back into the lineup.
And if you notice at home, what they're not doing, they're not panicking. They're under the pier, they're trained, they're staying calm. And in most situations, especially in the ocean, if you just choose to not panic, things will work out better than if you do panic. And so just look at them. They're using the current. They tried to get out, and she got knocked off a little. So they're just casually going to the other side. They'll reposition around. Great work by our volunteer crew there.
Yeah, and one thing you're going to have a really hard time is going against is the currents, especially when they get under that pier. They just have a way of pushing extra hard and swirling even more. So it is a matter of, timing and placement, putting yourself in the position to get back into the clean water. But as you can see with the tide dropping now, I mean, these surfers are paddling upriver now. Earlier this morning at higher tide, it was basically a conveyor belt, sucking them back out into the takeoff zone. Well, now things have switched. So Oceanside is pretty tide affected. So you can see a totally different set of currents now working against the surfers trying to get back out. So it's going to be a challenge, no doubt, through the afternoon. But any surfer is going to rise to the occasion. We know it's the crew we have in the water right now. And all alone in the lineup, reveling with this opportunity, it's Emmanuelle Blanchette. She's got a 4.5. She's just dropped a 1.50. She's currently in the lead. And she could be in position for a beautiful looking right-hander here. Paddling hard for it, and it just sneaks up underneath her. Super close right there. But there could be more opportunity knocking out the back. We'll see if Emmanuelle is in position for this next one.
Can you imagine just being all by yourself? Oceanside Pier, 5 to 7 foot swell, glassy conditions. As we see Team Australia looking on, as they'll have riders coming up in the next heats. There's a good shot of the boards. Love to get Ben Way, our live beach announcer, in here at some point through the competition. Ben Way helping shape many of these boards and is knowledgeable about a lot of the different modifications of the boards, and it's great to hear his expertise as we see Ashley Okura, our Hawaiian surfer, making her way back. She's tired. That was a long...
I would be too.
I think she's calling it right now. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to go, just about. And at first I saw her, once she drifted past the pier, she kind of smiled. But then it takes a lot out of you. And make no mistake, at home watching or wherever you're watching from, maybe you're at work sneaking in some live parasurfing on the ISA website, but it is very, very challenging out there.
For sure. And, in the case of Gael, she literally just started surfing a year ago. So many adult learners would not make it out today.
Yes.
This is not an easy day to make it out by any stretch of the imagination. It takes years of experience to kind of figure out what's happening in the ocean and, navigate the white water coming at you, all these things working against you. So I give a lot of credit to Gael. After only surfing for a short time, she's giving full effort. She's currently in second place. She's got 2.03 total, so 1.1 and a 0.93. Ashley Okura with that 0.23. And out the back, performing at a high level, you got Emmanuelle Blanchette representing Team France. Team France, our reigning gold medal team.
Yes, and it's kind of a tale of two shots, a tale of two worlds. Emmanuelle sitting out there outside of the surf zone in beautiful water, relaxing. And the other competitors, when they go to that inside shot from our camera crew, it looks like they're in a river or in a whole different part of the ocean. But they're only about 50 meters apart. And looks can be deceiving. It looks easy, but it is not. And she's been out there. It's been a good 6, 7, 8 minutes all by herself. And luckily for the competitors in her heat and the other heats in this division, she hasn't really caught in a huge scoring wave. She's had plenty to pick from, and here she goes having a look at this one.
All right, we'll see if she's in the proper spot. That paddling. She's up, grabs that rail. Nice cut down the line. Almost like a tail sliding cutback there for Emmanuelle Blanchette. So definitely going to improve on a 1.50. Just on the strength alone of the late drop, the grab rail bottom turn into that tail slide. And look at this, with 1 minute 15 seconds left, she wants more. And why wouldn't you when you have the lineup to yourself? You got to use every second you got.
Yeah, especially if you're only surfing one time today, there's No need to conserve energy. Beautiful turtle roll right there. She timed it right, keeping that board perpendicular to the white water as Gael, our Belgian surfer, just trying to get, and you noticed on the couple of shots previous, the volunteers in orange weren't helping her push her out. They're not allowed to. They can help her get on their board and kind of reposition, but they are not allowed to help push her out. They must do it under their own power.
Yeah, and you can imagine if you're just standing there, you want so bad. But, you know, again, the rules are the rules. So just a few of our divisions that allow pushers and catchers out in the lineup. With 18 seconds left, could see one more look from Emmanuelle Blanchette, who will be the winner of round one, heat one in our women's kneel division. She could have a little gem here on the inside. Great style, too. You see right when she stands up, she gets that speed burst, and she just utilizes kind of the mid portion of her body in her hips to lean into those turns, throwing spray down the line. And you see how fast these surfers are getting sucked in towards the pier. So that's going to be it for round one, heat one. Congratulations to Emmanuelle Blanchette getting the win there. Gael comes through in second, Ashley in third. We got a lot more surfing to come. I'm going to bring in the dynamic duo of Liv and Shannon for the call for the next few heats. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and we'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action here in Oceanside, California. It is the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and Emma Dieters from Australia is driving down the line on her opening ride of the women's kneel round one, heat number 2. And wow, that was a great way to kick things off. Nice long wave out the back, able to cut back into that left from the start on the right. And she's just going to have a couple paddles to get herself back into position. She is up against Ana Barbara Garcia Ritchie from Mexico in the green, who is in a tricky position on that closeout. I like the dedication, having a look at it, but also the smarts to pull back as that wave was about to close out in front of her. Those two in the lineup up against Meg Severn out of Team Hawaii wearing the blue jersey. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside 3-time ISA World Parasurfing Champion Liv Stone. And Liv, we already got some replays to break down.
Yeah, Blue looking really good on this wave. It kind of closed out on her, but she gets all the way up. So that wave won't get judged until she's all the way up on her knees, which was a little bit later on that takeoff. That is Blue Meg from Hawaii. I had the privilege of actually surfing with her at La Jolla Shores last weekend, and she's just such a rad individual. I believe she's only 14 years old, and this is her first ISA World Parasurfing Championships, so super awesome to have her. She's a little bit nervous. I remember talking to her out in the water in La Jolla, and she's just getting used to this California surf. So she's from Hawaii. She's used to just being able to surf in, I think, just a bathing suit all year round, and now she's putting on a wetsuit. Water's cold. There's seals. There's pelicans, but she's adapting really well.
Amazing as we take a look at live action from Anna. Goes down under the lip. Basically took off in the barrel on that one, Liv.
Yeah, I thought she was going to try and tuck in and try and make it out of there. Here goes red.
Surfer in red, Emma Dieters now with a steep takeoff, driving back into the pocket. Beautiful positioning here. This will be her second wave, and she's just getting even more traction as she's coming down the line. Looking to try and dig that rail in one more time, and she'll be in a great position to head back out into the lineup. She's got a 1.77, so she's certainly going to be building on that with that last score.
Oh, for sure. She'll definitely be happy with that wave. A pretty good check turn on the outside. I actually had the privilege of chatting with Emma from Australia right before she paddled out. I saw her sitting there. I'm like, oh, I'm going to snag in a few little quotes from her. And she said that she feels relaxed. I was like, how are you feeling? ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And I really didn't see much nervousness in her. She said she felt relaxed. I saw her chatting very briefly with her coach right before she went out, and it seems like they were kind of changing their heat strategy because that tide is dropping. It's getting a little bit more difficult out there.
Paddle, quick little paddle from Surfer in blue. Yeah, as you're saying, the tide is dropping. It's going to get a little bit more tricky to have an open face wave out the back. Surfer in green. Anna on the inside now, got a 2.17. She's got a 1.43 on the board as well. And we got another good looking set coming through here, Liv.
Yeah, let's see if there are any takers. Those outside waves are pretty much going to close out for the remainder of the day, in my opinion, especially with that tide dropping. So these women are definitely going to have to try and pick the ones with more open face. Here goes blue.
Nice paddle from blue. Putting herself into position here, now up onto her knees. It's going to give her that opportunity to really put some power into those turns if she gets into the open face.
It seems like she's riding a bit of a smaller board from when I was surfing with her in La Jolla. She took out a soft top just to get used to the waves out here, get used to how the California surf breaks are. La Jolla was a little bit dumpy, but she did really well and paddled out all the way to the outside and was sitting with me out there, so she seems really confident. As a 14-year-old coming into her first ISA World Parasurfing Championships, she's got a lot of confidence, and I absolutely love that.
That is pretty impressive considering that she's just a teenager, you know?
Oh, yeah.
A full Grom.
Oh, she's totally frothing. A Grom at heart for sure, and out there in the lineup, she was just talking about how excited she is to be here in California. She was like, the water's so cold. I'm not used to this from Hawaii. But she's making the most of it, and she reminds me of me when I was younger. You know, my very first competition was here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
How old were you?
I was 15 or 16, so pretty much the same age as her. And I think I probably had too much confidence back then. I didn't really know what I was doing. But, you know, I did my best, and she reminds me just having that youth, that confidence out there in the water. And here goes red, taking off on a pretty good right, but just can't quite scratch into it.
It is a learning curve coming in as, you know, a younger competitor, a younger athlete into a sport, especially competing at the World Championships, because as we see a paddle there from Surfer in red, you know, you've had success on a home level, right?
Right.
For Meg, having some success locally in Hawaii to qualify herself to get here. But now she's competing at Worlds, which is a pretty different story as we take a look at Anna just getting going on that opening ride.
Yeah, it's tough on that right. When there's not much power behind that section, it's pretty tough to try and really dig rail and try and throw spray, especially when there's not a lot of power. So she did her best there, but she's definitely going to want to find that wave with more open face opportunity.
Did you find that it was really helpful in those early days of you competing, being part of a team dynamic?
Oh, for sure. I mean, having Team USA in my corner was so helpful for me. I really leaned on the coaches and Jose and Sarah Betancourt for my first ISA World Championships because I just had so much stoke. My stoke level was so high. My skill level, not so much. But they just really encouraged me to go out there, do my best. My very first Worlds, I competed on a soft top, and Meg is here competing on a shortboard, and she hasn't been surfing very long, like from what I understand, she's only been surfing like 6 months, and she looks so confident out there, paddling really well with her chest up, reading waves really well. So I see a really great, bright future ahead of her. But yeah, it reminds me a lot of me having so much stoke, so much amp to be at my first World Championships.
Oh, that would have been like, it's just such a great opportunity to come into this, have a lot of people on the same team as you that are specifically in your corner, and those that have been doing this a little bit longer, been putting a jersey on a little bit longer. You know, you've got coaches obviously on teams, but also sometimes some of the most helpful tips can come just from your teammates as well. As we take a look now at Emma. So she's just been eyeing off that exact same corner. She's been able to get herself into a lot of waves here as she's coming through the inside section and using that outside hand as well to just paddle and try and keep herself with a little bit of momentum. One thing that I have seen and noticed over the years of commentating on the Parasurfing World Championships is that in the kneeling division, it can be sometimes difficult for those surfers to keep balance when they're riding a really tiny board, especially when the waves are pretty soft instead of being like pretty quick and powerful.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. There's so much weight that's going into just one part of the board, and if your knee or whatever part of your body is misplaced, it's super hard to stay balanced.
We got a paddle here from Meg, 14 years old, unfortunately goes over the fall. Dedicated to the craft, learning from a young age. And taking a look at our current results out in the lineup, we've got 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Emma Dieters is in the lead with a 3.60 and a 1.77. Scores now to drop for both Meg and for Anna. They're both sitting on really similar heat totals, just around that 4-point mark. As we can see just a view of what's happening down here on the beach at the north side, the Oceanside Pier. We've got the judges tower. You can see the priority boards there with those 3 X's up. They've got a clock on the tower so that those surfers in the water who may or may not be wearing a watch can just look back to the tower at all times to see how much time they have remaining in their heats. The judging panel, there's a whole crew of judges that are just sitting up there with a great bird's eye view of the lineup. There's an athletes area just to the left of them on screen, right if you're down on the beach. That's got a lot of space for the surfers to come down, to put their boards under cover for the day, you know, to be able to take some shade as well if they're not right here on the shoreline like Team Australia is, because they have a surfer in the lineup.
Love to see the Aussie support there. Shannon, you can probably relate. Shannon's now based back. Oh, there goes Meg on a wave.
All right, so quick in and out for Meg.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the beginning part of that wave looked like, to see if she got any work done on the outside, because that's really what the judges are looking for in this competition. As we've seen it throughout today, throughout yesterday, they're rewarding those turns on the outside. So let's see if Red can get into this one. She's eyeing off those rights, which is just such a great strategy, because as soon as you go right out here, you go to the pylons, and it seems counterintuitive for those of you watching at home. You might think, oh, why are they surfing right next to the pier? Why are they pointed towards the pier? However, here at this spot, you can pretty much go right into the pier, but you won't really ever hit it because there's a conveyor belt of water that just sucks you right out, and it's almost like a perfect little game. You take a right, you go right into the channel, and then you paddle right back out. Not really necessarily the case on Southside, just due to the fact that we have a pretty strong south swell coming through, so a lot of the surfers on Southside are going to be pushed through the pier, which is not necessarily the safest. Hence why we have it here on Northside, and surfers can make use of that channel to get them sucked right back out. It's one of my favorite things about surfing right next to a pier. You can really make use of the water that just takes you right back out like a little bit of an escalator and right back into the lineup. So Red, Emma from Australia, she's making use of that right. It's quite interesting though, because I just had a post-heat interview with Davi as well as Freddy, and Freddy from Colombia in the Prone 2 division. He actually got a 9.9 ride on the left. So he decided not to. Here goes Red.
And a great looking section up in front of her. Look at the way this wave is bowling out. She goes to hit the lip and unfortunately can't ride out of it. But if she's able to connect with a section like that, she's going to be looking at a huge score.
Oh, she's looking at an excellent score, or if not in the 6s or 7s, and she definitely had the right idea there, and she'll be a little bit bummed that she came up unstuck there, but at least she's getting on her knees, she's starting out, and you see she's coming all the way back in and using the whitewash, and my guess is she's going to try and get right back to the pier and get right back out.
She had some great success competing at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships in the past. A couple of gold medals to her name in multiple divisions, so Prone 1 and Prone 2 gold medalists. She's now competing in the kneeling, so she's been reclassified a couple of times, which again is due to, looking for the opportunity to put everyone in the most fair categories possible based on their abilities. As we take a look here at our surfer in blue, and you can see the body positioning of Meg as she's taking off on that wave. She did great to adjust herself back so she didn't nosedive, and then from there was able to get up to her knees once she found like she had that good positioning on the ride.
Yeah, really great work. I mean, she has really good style, and like I said, she's just starting out, and to be able to ride on her knees like that on a pretty small board for her first ever World Championships is super impressive.
Yeah, that is wild, thinking of learning how to surf for most people, unless you're learning how to surf when you're a really small kid, maybe you're riding a board about that size because it feels like a longboard to you.
Right, exactly.
But other than that, pretty much riding a 9-foot plus soft top, and then from there slowly working your way down to potentially shorter soft tops, and then onto a board that's actually a fiberglass board.
Exactly. No, I mean, you can even see from that bird's eye view, Meg was looking like a pro out there and super impressive. Like I said before, her paddling looks awesome. She's even kicking a little bit with her leg that the one leg that she does have, making use of that as well. Love seeing new athletes, especially women. I read a little stat that back when we first started the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, there were only 7 women. And then now I believe that there were a record number of 64 in 2023. So ISA is more than stoked to be progressing the sport of women's surfing and being super inclusive and giving women the opportunity, like we said, to split divisions, because back then we just didn't have the numbers, and then men would surf against, the women would have like a mixed heat, or they would be against people with vastly different disabilities. So absolutely incredible to see almost, I think, 34% of our athletes this year are women.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see that increase. When it comes to, hopes and aspirations of parasurfing becoming a Paralympic sport, unfortunately, it wasn't able to get across the line for LA 28, but it's definitely on the board, with potential to get into Brisbane 2032. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that, as a sport, we can see Anna there having a look, unfortunately gets sucked over the falls. She'll be able to just grab that board back again and get herself into position. For para sports worldwide, there needs to be 32 nations globally with committed enough parasurfing communities or sport communities, depending on different sports, in order to be eligible for that Paralympic inclusion. And with parasurfing having 33 on a pretty consistent basis across the different years, 33 different nations competing here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, it's put them right there in that conversation to get into the Paralympics in the future, as we can see Anna now on the inside. So that was a great decision from her as well, because she went over the falls on that last wave, would have been caught on the inside then with that next set coming, and rather than trying to battle back out, just taking off on a wave, getting another score on the board.
While in the meantime being able to paddle out in that channel. Yeah, absolutely great heat strategy there from her.
Putting herself in a great position to just get back into position out the back. So it's been awesome to see that parasurfing has continued to grow. We're hoping that in the future we see it in that Paralympic inclusion so that women like this can have an opportunity to compete for their nations on the Paralympic stage. We got a paddle now for Emma Dieters. She's from the northern beaches of Sydney.
Oh, it just comes a little bit unstuck there.
just coming out of the winter season in the southern hemisphere. Should have had the opportunity to surf a lot of really good waves through the winter. It's now coming into summertime there. So swell might be dying down a little bit more, but the water will be warming up back at home for her. It's a really nice time
Yeah,
of
not
the
for
year
us.
to be in Sydney. Yeah, the opposite where we are currently in California.
To touch a little bit upon what you were saying, Shannon, about the ultimate goal for parasurfing is to be a part of the Paralympics. We've been fighting for that, I think, probably since we've gotten started. And now, especially since surfing is in the Olympics, we're pushing harder than ever to get it into the Paralympics. In January of 2023, actually, the International Paralympic Committee, the IPC governing board, did confirm that parasurfing has demonstrated, one, the competitive viability of the sport and the integrity. So, like, we are all there. We're just so close. We're scratching at it. We're soon there. And hopefully Brisbane 2032 will be on the horizon.
Emma Dieter scratching into this wave. You can see all three surfers having a look at it. She's currently sitting in that third place position. We have got some scores to drop across the board as we're down to 20 seconds on the clock. And we are all so hopeful for that future inclusion for parasurfing into the Paralympics, which really is only possible by each of these surfers showing up, continuing to compete on a regular basis, continuing to show up and increase those numbers globally, increase that participation, which also increases the development of the sport overall.
Oh, absolutely. And a lot of people this week have asked, hey, Liv, like, when do you put a jersey on? When are you paddling out? And I've just been answering, hey, I'm actually commentating. And even though I'm not, here's a replay from Blues Wave, just kind of a bit of a cleanup set there. But oh my
That
gosh,
was a wild takeoff.
She stuck it. She couldn't quite get to her knees there, but great takeoff. Absolutely sending it from the Grom 14-year-old Meg from Hawaii.
She got a 3-point ride on the board as her high score for this heat. And we've got a couple scores now to filter through for both Anna and for Emma. And that will round out this heat as far as the clock goes. We have counted down to the final buzzer, but we are waiting for those judges to deliver scores so we actually know what the outcome of this heat was. As we wait for those scores, though, let's go to a quick commercial break, and when we return, we will have more great surfing out in the lineup. We'll be right back.
My name is Liv Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing up, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Well, that was cute. We get to catch up with baby Liv Stone.
That was when I was like 16, I think. And I promise, for those of you watching at home, I can surf way better than that. I am just cringing watching that over and over again. But I love it that they've included it in the broadcast. I mean, it's when my journey as a parasurfer began. I was just this little Grom who, I didn't even have my aquatic prosthetics at that point on my hands. So I was like paddling.
You were just actually
barely.
paddling just with your hands.
Just with my hands, which wasn't very effective. Here goes Victoria.
All right. Great looking wave for the multiple gold medalist. She is one of the fiercest in the pack. And when it comes to competitive surfing, she has a record that is unbelievable as far as wins and has basically just no losses in her entire competitive career. So we'll see how she goes this week. We would expect big things. As we take a look at Vera, unfortunately just going down over the handlebars on that first big turn. And we've got Sol also having a look. So 2 Brazilians in the lineup up against Victoria out of Team Canada. And Victoria would be one of the highest seeded surfers in the round, without a doubt, for our women's kneeling division. She's going to get herself back onto that board, have a little look around, reassess, and get herself back out into the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, Victoria, 5-time world champ here, looking to take off on another. Oh, she's so deep. Let's see if she can make it.
Oh, solid commitment to the section, that's for sure.
She paddled out in like half a second. I mean, she was just on a wave. That just goes to show how much that north side of the pier is just sucking people right out into the position. Perfect to catch a wave. And surfers have to really fight to stay in that position as well, because not only is the current sucking out to the pier, but it's also sucking to north. It's sucking north to the harbor. And so you can see Victoria, she's paddling as hard as she can to the pier to stay in position.
Can you really see how much sand is sucking with each of those waves as well now?
Oh, exactly. I mean, the tide's dropping. That means it's getting a lot more shallow, and that sandbar on the outside is going to be more exposed. And here goes Victoria's wave. Really nice deep bottom turn. I think she wanted to cut it a little bit more, but that wave just kind of ultimately kind of disappeared from underneath her. She had a great first turn, and then it just kind of stopped, and she wasn't able to get anything else. But it'll be interesting to see where the judges go on that first one, because surfer in red, Vera, she had a great first wave, but just came a little bit unstuck on that one, and I think it probably had to do with the nerves. I know how that was. Here goes Victoria.
Steep takeoff once again. I like the shape of this wave, though, and she has been watching it from the beach. She's been super focused throughout this morning to really just get to know what this wave is going to be doing in relation to the tides and everything during her heat. It's so different than how it was when we started commentating earlier this morning, Liv.
Oh, I mean, the shape of the wave, the size, the hollowness has completely changed from just a few hours. Like I was talking with Red Emma in the previous heat before she went out. She said she had a last-minute powwow with her coach before she went out. She ended up winning her heat, so whatever they talked about was probably great, but they had a last-minute change-up in strategy just because she was watching the waves earlier, and then now, boom, tide dropped. Waves are completely different. That means you have to change your strategy. But whatever she did worked, and Victoria seems like she has it figured out.
Well, scores to drop for both Victoria and for Vera, waiting for Sol to get her first wave. We got just over 15 minutes on the clock, and we have Emma Dieters from Team Australia with a great performance in that last heat. She's down on the beach.
To the beach, you didn't quite know the results of that last one because you said you had to do a body check. That was a gnarly way to start your heat. Maybe you could explain to us what happened on that first one.
Yeah, I think I just got caught a little high, and then it went straight down, and I just grabbed onto like my leg rope, and it was kind of pointing upwards for a little bit. So that was just like a bit of a wake up thing, and then I was like just trying to stay close by the pier, get those little rights, and that seemed to be the trick for the rest of the comp.
I read in your bio that after you had your injury, it only took you about a year to start surfing again and get involved in parasurfing. So to what do you owe this determination and this grit that you've shown throughout your career? You already have medals behind you and potentially more in the future. So how did this whole thing start for you?
I hope to not get emotional, but yeah, the reason I wanted to get back in the water was to show my kids that I was okay and not broken. And then I think I've always just had that little bit of competitive edge inside me. I used to play a lot of team sports. And that's why I really love this event, because it is very much a team event. And yeah, the Irukandjis always do bring the sting, and such a cool bunch of people to hang out with for the week.
What are your kids' names?
Jacko and Indy.
Jacko and Indy, your mom's an absolute legend. She showed us true grit and determination in the span of that heat, and more to come. What are your goals for this event?
Well, I'm captaining the team this year, so yeah, really just want to make sure that the team is motivated and doing their very best this whole week. And personally, like that was an achievement for me. If I can keep bringing that, then I certainly will. Each time I get in the water, I do paddle hard, go hard, and yeah, bring that sting.
Heck yeah, so if you can survive a dead low tide heat and dumping waves like this and thrive, you're doing something right. Congratulations, moving through to the next one.
Cheers, thank you so much.
That was awesome to hear from team captain Emma Dieters.
I know, I almost got a little choked up there for
we
her
both
to
just
say
looked
that.
at each other. We're like, oh, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Here come the tears. Nah, that's so beautiful. And I mean, what a story, you know, spinal cord injury from a surgery just a few years ago, now to already having, you know, huge medals, gold medals to her name, and continuing to show her kids what's possible, but also the rest of the world what is possible. And I love that, you know, she kind of has come into this whole scene in her 40s as well, as someone that's older. She's not, you know, came from a competitive background, but to continue pursuing new sports and new knowledge at a you know, later in life is really awesome.
Well, and I really just value and appreciate her bringing her family into it, her kids, because a lot of surfers here, they surf for someone not only just themselves, but for someone else at home. And I think that's what makes this event so special, is that we have people surfing from all around the world, representing so many nations, as well as like an older crowd too. So they a lot of times have families back at home, kids that she says that she's representing and wants to show them that she's not broken. And that's so powerful to hear. And to see a mom out there just shredding gives me chills.
Yeah, it's really amazing. You know, we've got teenagers in this event. We've got kids under those teen years still, as well as surfers up into their 60s competing.
Right.
So it's a really unique event in that it hosts such a wide age category. And so we're seeing really a wild dynamic on that side of things, as well as those differing abilities that come into play.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Meg, her very first World Championships, who's 14 years old, just starting out her career, having so much stoke. And now Emma, who you said she's in her 40s, just has much stoke. That goes to show how powerful the ocean is, how healing the ocean is for parasurfers specifically. Also able-bodied, everyone understands how the water can just be such a healing element and a home for so many people, regardless if you have a disability or not. But I really think, especially for parasurfers, including myself, I just feel like when I go out there, I'm not different than anyone else. And it doesn't feel like I have any disability. And so to give these parasurfers the platform that they deserve, to show people how they can rip, how they can surf in their own unique way, whether that's standing, kneeling, like in this division, laying down in any way that they can throughout all walks of life. It's just, I was actually just last night, a little side note, we were at a little team dinner with the water safety team, and I told them, I'm like, when you really take a step back from this competition, you know, I've been engrossed in this sport for 7 years, but when you really pause and reflect and just take yourself out of it and just look what it's like from the outside perspective, it is rad. It's incredible what we are doing here, and we've been doing it for so long, for like a decade now. And yeah, I kind of put myself out of it and had a bird's eye view, and I just had such an appreciation for it, because, you know, I'm not putting on a jersey anymore. I'm not like in that heat mode, and I can just look and see all the amazing different countries of all abilities, and it's really one of the most phenomenal things.
I could not agree more. As we see Victoria having a paddle into this one, she'll go down on the takeoff. She got a 6.67 as her high score so far, just a 2 behind that, and she's going to quickly get back onto that board. That was, you know, so well said, Liv, from someone that's lived out this journey of becoming a parasurfer. Now, you shared with us a little bit about how, you know, how old you were at 16 years old, competing for the first time on a soft top, feeling like you knew more than maybe you actually knew at the time.
For sure.
But what was your journey like? We'll see if our surfer and Red's able to get into this wave. And then I want to know about your journey to actually riding a surfboard for the very first time. Like, what was it like for you to actually get into that first wave?
of my life, like first
yeah,
wave
like
of my
first
life.
wave of your life.
Oh
So
my
not thinking
gosh,
of
okay.
almost like back to that space where you're currently at now, where you're able to like view this in different light because you're not wearing a jersey.
Exactly.
What
yeah.
was it like for you just being introduced to the sport for the first time?
Well, my very first wave I've ever caught was with Bethany Hamilton at her Beautifully Flawed clinic. Talk about like such a rad person to be able to surf with for the first time. And I grew up in sports, and so like I was really active, and I just found this newfound love for the ocean. And my very first time actually standing up on a board, I just felt like the whole world just disappeared. And, you know, you could hear people yelling on the beach. You know, it was a big clinic, so there were so many people surfing for the first time and so much stoke. But for me, I felt like I could completely tune out everything, and it was me and the board. And here goes Victoria.
All right, great looking section up in front of her. She's going to cut back. Oh, that was really impressive, having enough speed, because that wave, at least from this angle, looks really soft and really flat. Of course, we're looking from the pier instead of from the beach. But this is a great looking wave for Victoria to be backing up her 6.67. And you can just see that aggressive approach within her surfing. That board is looking really, really spicy as well.
Oh, for sure. She looks great. Great on that board. And Red trying to take off, but like we said earlier, the conditions have changed, and the takeoff is not as easy as it was this morning, where people were struggling to even catch the waves. Now it's like they gotta stay on the board. It's dumping so much.
Yeah, it is very, very different to how it started out this morning. That was a great effort on the takeoff for Sol as well, out of Brazil, and she'll go down. So 7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Liv explaining to us
my very first
wave. That feeling of, yeah, everything else just disappeared around you.
Yeah, oh, it totally felt like that. And I think a lot of surfers in general, they can remember their very first wave they stood up on. And I think ever since then, that was 7.5 years ago, I've just been chasing that feeling that I get when I'm out in the water. Makes me feel whole, I feel like the ocean really doesn't discriminate, and I've said that before. The ocean's going to throw gnarly waves at whoever you are, from whatever nation to whatever ability, and we just kind of have to roll with it, and we're all equal when we enter the water. And I just love the way the ocean makes me feel, and I know that each and every parasurfer can resonate with that. That's why surfing isn't only a competitive sport, it's a lifestyle. So obviously these surfers, they're coming to vie for a spot on the podium, to go after that medal. But for a lot of us, surfing is ingrained in our everyday lives. It's who we are as a person. We chase after that feeling that we get when we're on a wave. And each person can describe it differently than I could, but there's a common thread that the ocean brings us together, makes us feel whole, free, whatever word you want to call it. That's what makes this event so unique and so beautiful.
Yeah, it's incredible to just think of how life-giving the ocean is.
Oh, for sure.
You know, for anyone, regardless of where they come from, how much time they get to spend in it. It's like the moment that you get your head ducked under the water, even if it's just been for the first time that day.
Right,
It's such a refreshing feeling.
Yeah.
And then to be able to have that connection of learning how to actually read the ocean, how to ride waves, how to put all those pieces together, it's there's a reason I think that surfers continue coming back and asking for more and more of it.
Oh, for sure. And talking a little bit about you, Shannon, you're a new mom. Congratulations. We've been talking a little bit about me, but let's take a moment to appreciate Shannon here on the broadcast. She has a 4-month-old, right?
I have a 4-month-old baby, so I have baby brain to the max. And this is the slowest I think my brain has ever functioned. And it is a little bit of a challenge, but I'm also really enjoying being back in the booth and having our little girl down here at the beach with us.
Oh, yeah, and your little girl, when is she going to duck her head under her first wave?
Well,
like maybe a month or two, or has she been out already?
We have not had her under the water. Like, we haven't put her face under the water yet because the water in Australia right now is really cold, like when we left home.
Okay.
But we have been getting her in the ocean to, like, swim a little bit.
And
she loves it. Like, fully lights up, little arms and legs kicking everywhere. As we take a look now at Victoria. So she dropped a 7.4 to back up that 6.67, and you can see her now starting to find some rhythm, some momentum out in the water. This is going to be really nice for her, setting up for her campaign throughout the rest of the event. But yeah, we were able to get Dylan's feet in the water before she was 48 hours old.
Oh,
she was literally like 46 hours old, and we were like, we got to get her into the ocean.
She's just got to feel it.
She just got to feel the ocean.
Oh, that's so
which was
rad.
pretty cool. And then over the last month or so, as the air temperature has warmed up, we've been getting her in the water a bit.
Oh, that's so great, Shannon.
Yeah.
And so when you were pregnant, you still surfed?
Yeah, I did still surf.
Up until how many months?
So the last wave that I caught, Aaron had to push me into it. Like, I swam out back because
Fair.
I was so big. I was like 9 months pregnant.
Holy.
And I had her a couple weeks later.
Oh my gosh.
And I couldn't really paddle fully into anything because you can't really lay on your stomach. I don't know if
Yeah.
you saw any of the footage of Honolulu Bloomfield
Honolulu,
surfing
yes,
lately.
yes. I mean, she was on her knees, but even then you get so big to where you can't even
It
do
is
that.
just, yeah, trust me, it is way more difficult than anyone, like, you think it's difficult, and then it's way more difficult than even, like, what you think it is.
You're balancing so much weight. Here goes Red.
All right,
Oh,
great looking
great
wave for Vera. She's got that 3.33. That high line was beautiful. A little floater off the top would have been incredible if she could have stuck the landing on it.
Wow, super impressive wave from Red. She's been showing the judges that she has control over her board. She can do those big maneuvers just as Victoria can out the back here. She just needs to be able to ride out of them because she will get those big points just like Victoria's getting. So super impressive with Red's performance. You can see she's worked really hard on the off season.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, she's got everything going in the right direction. She's just going to need to be able to connect with, like, actually making the landing on something like that. But the fact that she's eyeing it up and putting her board where she is already most of the battle.
Yeah, because most of her waves, I'm like, oh, it looks so good. She has so much control, so much power, and then just comes a little bit unstuck and can't ride out. So super impressive from her. And here goes Blue.
Soul with another opportunity. And she's up and riding on her knees. She's got a little trim line, and she's got that weight centered just a little bit too far over the rail to be able to, you know, continue riding all the way through to the sand. But she is putting together a great show so far with 2 minutes, 24 seconds remaining on the clock. Soul's a 49-year-old mom. She's got 5 kids.
Oh, my goodness.
And she was unfortunately in a domestic fire accident, which meant that she lost her legs. And her whole life wanted to surf, had this dream of it, raised her family, raised her children, her 5 daughters, and then eventually was able to realize that goal of learning how to surf, and now she's competing at the World Championships.
Oh my word, that's incredible. Those are the stories that I feel like make this event so inspiring, and I use that word because sometimes people with disabilities get annoyed with the word inspire, but honestly, it's what this week is all about. It's so inspirational to not only the other athletes, but to us. Big set coming through the lineup, Victoria duck diving that one. But it truly is, and it inspires me. And I don't use that word very often because I think a lot of people can hear it. Oh, you're at a grocery store. Oh, you're so inspiring. Well, I'm just living my life, blah, blah, blah. But
I'm just going shopping. I need to eat tonight.
Yeah, exactly. And so I get a little bit frustrated with that word. However, this event is where that word really comes into play. It's just so inspirational for me. I mean, I'm a parasurfer, and watching Victoria, who's taking off on this deep left-hand ride.
That was a very dedicated takeoff, perfect positioning, hooks it around for that first big turn. She's now going to look to see if there's anything else she can do, even just getting those turns in the whitewater and just redirecting herself through the inside. There's only 45 seconds, so this will be her last ride. She's not going to be able to make it back out again, but what an incredible takeoff. And for her, she's now based in Hawaii. She's been living on the North Shore and spends a lot of time surfing out at Haleiwa as her home break. And so she's been putting in so much time to surfing bigger days out there, getting more comfortable, really pushing the limits, refining her equipment. She's riding the Eric Arakawa, who's a phenomenal shaper out of the North Shore, who shapes for some of the best surfers in the world, like Jack Robinson. And so for Victoria, you can see her just continuing to fine-tune these things, and she's going to be in that focus mode, I think, throughout this entire week, going for that 6th gold medal.
Oh, for sure. She's looking super dialed, very impressed with Victoria this heat because these conditions are pretty challenging. Even though the wind is not a factor really at all, there's almost no bump on the face, that tide is just making it pretty drained out. So she did the best that she could do, getting a turn on the outside and making it all the way on the inside, and that's the end of that heat.
Well, scores to drop for last of red, last of green. Red's going to hold on to that leading position with at least a 14.07 heat total. as we've got 2 more scores to come through. Vera likely, well, she'll be holding on to that second place position because she's already sitting there and we don't have any more scores to drop in for Seoul. But a great battle between the 2 Brazilians for that second and third place positioning. Incredible surfing from Victoria Faggy out of Team Canada. And we're going to get to hear from her shortly. Coming up in this next heat. So that was the finish of our women's kneeling round. 3 qualifying heats done. They'll have another qualifying round to surf later this week. We'll be heading into our men's prone 1 division with 4 qualifying heats in that. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, more action. Men's prone 1 heading out next.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action. We're here in Oceanside, California. Surfers are out at the north side of the pier, which is great because that current is pulling from the south to the north. So they're just going to be in a perfect position for this little kind of pier bowl setup with the rights peeling straight into the pier and those lefts that have had some really high scoring potential. Now we just finished out the women's kneeling division and we are heading into our men's prone 1 with 3 great surfers in the water. Jacob Pacheco from the USA, James Price from England, and Casey Proud from Hawaii. Shannon Hughes alongside 3-time Parasurfing World Champion Liv Stone to call the action. And Liv, it's been interesting to see how much the conditions have changed over the last little while, but also how cool it is to see these surfers really capitalizing, especially as these waves are getting steeper and a little bit more challenging on the outside.
Yeah, like we've talked before, the conditions from this morning are vastly different from the conditions now. And I'm sure there's been a lot of heat strategy talks with athletes and coaches on, okay, how do we pivot? How do we figure out this low tide, the paddling to the pier like we've talked about with that north side channel that just sucks right out. So definitely almost like a completely different ocean out there, in my opinion. Very tide dependent, this spot. We have a stacked heat with Casey Proud, Jacob Pacheco, and James Price. Casey Proud surfs this spot all the time. Yes, he's representing Hawaii, but when I used to live in Oceanside and surf the pier almost every day, I could bank on seeing Casey out there probably 3 times a week or something like that. So Casey's representing Hawaii, but lives here in Oceanside and rips this spot a lot. So he's going to have that home court advantage.
It's always really nice, getting to paddle out and surf at a spot that you know really well or that you're able to call home. Unfortunate that in the many years, I mean, you already got your 3 titles, so it wasn't that you needed that home court advantage necessarily.
I
but in the
liked
years
it.
that you lived here,
I
that event didn't happen right here at this beach.
I know. When they were like, in Oceanside, California, I'm like, when I'm not competing, it's literally at
Like,
my
really,
home
of all the
break.
years?
But, I mean, Jacob Pacheco, he's from Huntington, so he surfs the HB pier all the time. Pretty similar. I mean, a lot of piers tend to be the same situation where depending on the current, depending on the tide, and depending on if the current's going into the pier or away from the pier, and very tide dependent. So Jacob's going to have a lot of experience, and he's put in so much work with Team USA out in Huntington. I know he's been surfing with his teammate Catherine a lot, and here he is taking off on his first wave.
All right, good opportunity out in front of him for Jacob. Prone 1 division is any surfer that rides in a prone position. They'll also have the use of their upper body or their arm strength at least to be able to paddle themselves in, so they're not out there with an assistant to push them into waves. So great first ride for Jacob. We'll see where the scores filter through. He does already have that 0.9, but that'll likely just be a throwaway score, as this next score is coming in on the board to give him that heat total of a 3.80. It's a 2.9. And we've got Casey Proud now putting himself in position. As you were saying, Liv, a surfer that knows this break pretty well. He's going to be selective out there today, making sure that he really capitalizes on that wave selection.
No, Casey's wave choice is phenomenal. I've seen his surfing progress from another level the past few years. Talk about his evolution. And he has such an aggressive yet smooth style that I really love watching him surf. And he always attacks the biggest sections that he possibly can, and he somehow figures out ways to hit a super gnarly closeout section, and once you think like he's not going to make it, he just like rides out, and it's incredible to watch. So definitely 2-3 rad surfers out here in the water. I haven't seen James Price out here yet. I haven't seen Blue. I wonder if he was able to make it out in the lineup.
Time will tell. We'll see if we are able to see him out there. James Price is from Brixham. He's a dad, and he absolutely loves being a dad. He's actually got it listed as one of his hobbies in life, which is really awesome.
I'm sure he has some dad jokes.
He's got some good dad jokes. There's no doubt about it. He actually says at the very end of his bio, he's a survivor of the UK 1990s rave scene. But he still loves a good party. So
I
he's
love
definitely
that he
got some
put
dad
that
jokes
in
going
on
down.
his bio. That's so funny. Sometimes what people put in their bios just makes me laugh. Like, the other people are reading, like, this is going to be on my broadcast, dude.
It is one of the great things about these events with the ISA as we take a look at Jacob putting himself into position and unfortunately unable to keep the nose of that board from purling, which is something that is pretty tricky for the surfers in the prone division. We were talking about it a little bit, Liv, when we were calling the heats from the men's prone too. The differences in those boards and some of the different decks of the boards that these surfers have, maybe adding in some extra foam, some grips, different things in position, but also needing to keep those boards really flat so surfers can actually catch a wave.
Right.
But that makes it a little bit harder to keep those noses from nose diving with any of these waves that are a little bit more dumpy.
Yeah, for sure. Their boards are specially almost all the prone surfers. Their boards are specially crafted for their style of surfing. Prone boards are so much different than boards that I would ride, like a typical short board would be. And their fin setups are always really fascinating. They tend to put the fins a little bit further up on the board and in kind of gnarly different positions that us like surfers that stand on the board wouldn't even really like think about. But then there are also some prone surfers who kind of just use like a typical shortboard, like Sarah Betancourt. Her shortboards, she's in the prone 1 division, and hers are a pretty standard shortboard because of that's just kind of like her style, where some other surfers have to have a certain amount of foam in one area of their board, just completely dependent upon the abilities that they do have. And like we talked about before, this is the prone 1 division. This is the first heat of prone 1. We haven't seen this at all in the competition yet. And these surfers have no help. They don't have any pushers or catchers, and they're not allowed any assistance out there. It seems like that rip is really pulling them all the way out to sea. You can see the bumps in the face. They're getting not only pulled north, but also out, which is going to make it a lot harder to paddle into the waves, because I'm not quite sure if waves are even breaking that far out, but let's see what Casey can scratch into.
So Jacob's just going to try and get underneath that wave. Unfortunately, he just gets clipped. And you can see one of the volunteers there just swimming to keep an eye on him. Casey sitting a little bit farther out the back as we take a look at the beautiful Oceanside Pier here in Oceanside, California. Such a nice little town. There's so many good restaurants. It's really just friendly place to walk around, and whether you're down on the beach or just on the boardwalk, the pier setup, there's a lot of accessibility given the fact that it's a bit of a slopey beach that has a lot of staircases. There's also a lot. It's really designed to be able to facilitate, you know, a lot of the wheelchair users that are here in competition this week.
Oh, 100%, especially since I see Casey out here a lot. He'll park his wheelchair right at the edge of the beach, and it's not a very far walk or shimmy out to the water.
Yeah, it's really different from Huntington, which the
oh my gosh, it's like a mile.
between the beach, the water's edge, and the car park is so far.
For sure.
You're like walking through the desert.
Oh my gosh.
You're like, wow, the
I
oasis
can kind of see the ocean out there, but I'm not
sure. Casey Proud now taking a dedicated look, trying to get barreled.
That was such a Casey wave if I've ever seen it. He just sends it on the biggest, gnarliest waves. And to be honest, I'm surprised he didn't ride out, because Casey will like somehow ride out of waves like that. And I don't understand. It's so impressive. But that was his second or so wave. So he has 10 minutes left, and he's going to get back out there and try and really find that open face that he's been looking for. And if it's not super open, at least he's going to be able to get some type of turn. And I think he like takes off in the barrel. He's totally in there. He was totally barrel
hunting. If he
hunting.
had just been able to have like a tiny bit more weight on his inside rail and keep that outside rail from catching, I think he would have been able to make it.
For sure, for sure. And with the wind, it's making it like a little bit windy. It's making it a bit chandelier-y, where I don't know if he would have necessarily punched through, but he could have at least tried to get a little bit further down the line. And Casey can usually punch through that whitewash and somehow make it out. So interesting to see how he makes those little adjustments. You know, here goes Jacob on the inside. I'm not sure if he was able to have much opportunity on the outside of that wave. Kind of seems like a repositioning. But like I was saying, it's
Check. Hi, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
It's
I'm
really
here with Victoria.
Sorry, go ahead, Shannon.
So 9 minutes remaining.
Teamwork
on
makes the dream work.
clock. And we can hear that Chris Cote is down there. We're going to catch up with him in just a moment.
Sorry about that,
Victoria.
guys. Technical difficulties.
But first, let's look at that replay. So that was a hefty takeoff out the back.
Gnarly.
And then he was able to find this reform on the inside.
Definitely stuck with it. And I was just mentioning before how each wave in a heat, you can kind of make little fine-tuned changes where you're like, okay, I took off, I was way too deep. Let's get a little bit further. Here goes Casey once again. Couldn't quite ride out, or maybe he did. Maybe he disappeared.
I'm like looking and hoping that I see him pop up in
Dang,
the whitewater
he was
farther
actually
away.
kind of held down for a little while there.
Yeah, that was, he looks like he's doing fine. He's going to put himself back into position. And he's going to have to probably bail off of the board on that wave as it broke right in front of him.
But you can see even Casey, he moved a little bit further towards the pier, making those little bits of changes because he was like, all right, I was sitting too deep. Let's make a bit of a change. And he did better on that wave than he did before. So making those little bit adjustments to be able to ultimately get those points on the board.
Well, we're down to 8 minutes on the clock. We're in the men's prone division, but we saw the women's kneel division just wrap up with their opening round, and we saw Victoria Fagey come away with a couple of great scores on the board for Team Canada. She's down on the beach with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, we'd need about 4 or 5 hours to even scratch the surface of everything that Victoria is doing lately. But let's start with the basics out here. It's low tide, oceanside. We know it's dumping out there. So tell us about your 20-minute experience in the lineup today.
You know, it was a little dicey. Some of those late drops I did not make, and it's always fun having a little ride under the waves. But I finally pulled out a few decent turns and got a decent score together. And, you know, I love that our heat is everyone's charging, and there's more girls in the kneel division than ever. And I love to see it. I love that there's new girls, and I welcome everyone. It was fun out there.
Now, I know you've competed in many ISA championships in the past. So what keeps bringing you back year after year?
You know, it's the community. It really is. No one really understands that you can have a disability and you can still rip in the water like the competitors here. In every division, you can see it. And yeah, the low tide is a challenge, but I think we're going to have some great waves all week. And also, I feel like my surfing is improving year after year. When I first came to ISA, honestly, I was on 8-foot longboard and I really couldn't turn, I couldn't duck dive, but I saw mono surf and it changed my perspective about what was possible for my own surfing and what was possible for adaptive surfing. And then I started to train, learn to duck dive, shorter boards. I got like a sick custom from Arakawa, and I feel like I'm finally becoming the surfer I have the potential to be, and so that's what keeps me coming back.
And I love that you're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for Team Canada, but you're also doing it to grow the sport of parasurfing. You're working with the Jamie O'Brien Surf School, you're also working with Megan Obubo in the coaching realm, so you're really putting your money where your mouth is, you're really trying to grow this sport.
You know what it is? It's like I want to do one good turn and I want to have 6 barrels, and that's what it is. And like if I can do it through competitive surfing, if I can do it through free surfing, I love to surf, and I want to share that with people. And the Jamie O'Brien Turtle Bay Adaptive Surf Lessons, they're private one-on-one lessons for people who come visit. And I love ISAsurf is a volunteer program. I love volunteering with them as well. It's not meant to be in competition. It's just another adjunct if you want a bit more one-on-one instruction. And it's all about just getting out there. Like, everybody wants to go surf, no matter if you have a disability or not. Like, there's always a way.
Love to hear it. Well, good luck moving on to the rest of this competition. Looks like you're feeling good out here in Oceanside so far. Let's see more.
Absolutely, thank you. I just want to say thank you to my sponsors, Rip Curl, Arakawa for the custom board, Terra Granola, Indie Club, and also Challenge Athletes Foundation. They really helped a lot of people get down here and attend this contest. So thank you so much.
Let's go Team Canada.
Thanks so much. Always so good to hear from Victoria. I hope she gets a great barrel this week.
Oh, for sure. I think she will.
I think she's obviously looking for it.
I thought that there were going to be barrels on hand today, but when I came down to the beach, I was like, okay, it's not as pitchy as I would have thought. But I think Friday we're going to see some gnarly swell. And even tomorrow, like, it totally is, I feel like, day by day dependent, because we'll say, oh, it's going to be so crazy. And then it's like, okay, maybe not as crazy as we would have thought.
Totally. Well, if there are barrels, you know, in any potential with the swell forecast coming, I'm sure Victoria's going to be right in the ears of the officials asking that her division is run on those days.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, great way for her to kick things off. We're now got 4 minutes, 19 seconds on the clock. We've got Jacob currently sitting in the lead for Team USA. Casey just very close behind him for Team Hawaii. And it's just really between those two because James Price actually didn't paddle out for this heat, our surfer representing England. And he came over ready to be competing as a Prone 2 division surfer, which is a division that is prone surfing with an assistant out in the lineup, so the pusher and the catcher. And he got reclassified just a couple of days ago when the classifications took place into this Prone 1 division and has decided not to paddle out because that's outside of what he was prepared to do, Liv. I'd love to know your thoughts on that because you spend so much time in this world, you know, and you're talking to surfers, you're watching those classifications happen as well. What would that be like to show up to a contest and then have that that reclassification happen and having to make some decisions on competing or not?
Yeah, right. It's so hard because for me, I haven't necessarily experienced that just because my disability is never going to change and whatnot. But I've seen it happen to where someone trains all year long. For example, in this position, James Price probably worked all year as a Prone 2 surfer because he didn't realize that he would get changed into a classification where he has no help in the water. So if he's not comfortable paddling out, especially when the waves are kind of big and these guys out here, they're used to paddling themselves in and over waves all the time. So if you don't have that comfortability, it can be really hard to just like send it out there. It's easier said than done. But I know what it's like. If I'm not comfortable, I won't paddle out. And honestly, for James to do that, I think takes a lot of maturity and responsibility because you don't want to get yourself in a position where you end up hurting yourself or hurting someone else.
Yeah, and I had a quick interview with Jesse Blauer after his heat, and one of the things he said in it was that surfing as a quadriplegic is really hard. Yeah. And that's exactly, it is extremely difficult what this crew of surfers is doing out there.
1,000%.
And so they're training for what is, you know, what they're capable of in a certain space. And now moving towards next year, James will have to change up his whole training regime for the next year to be ready to surf in a comfortable mindset out here in that Prone 1 division.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so many variables that go into surfing, not like we talked about yesterday, not just going on a wave and trying to get scores. It's paddling out. We're paddling out next to a pier. You have to be so careful, so comfortable with the conditions, and ultimately the choice to not paddle out is 100% okay. He's still getting points for his team. I mean, he's here, he's supporting the team. But yeah, sometimes things just happen, and he's going to have a whole year to train in Prone 1 and to get that paddle strength up and to really change his strategy out there in the water.
Well, we've got two surfers on this wave, both heading off in opposite directions. Jacob's still holding on to that leading position as we're down to 1 minute, 16 seconds on the clock. And you can see they're both just kind of getting themselves onto the inside section. Casey Proud had a look at a couple of solid takeoffs that would have landed him some really great scores if he'd been able to just make that takeoff and then connect with the next section. We know he'll be looking for that as well in his next qualifying round. But that 3.33 comes away as the highest score of the heat.
I'm quite surprised, to be honest. Casey and Jacob are both really strong surfers, and it's not to take away anything from their performance at all. It just goes to show how difficult it is out there, because both those surfers can drop high scores. We know that. Casey and Jacob both have the ability to really get up vertical into the lip, but it's just tough out there with the low tide that we keep talking about. It's hard to stay on your board today, and it just goes to show with two strong surfers like that not being able to really drop scores. It probably has something to do also. It's the first heat, you know, getting some jitters out and really trying to find your groove. But I'm pretty sure probably Jacob and Casey are going to be looking to that next heat to really build that campaign.
Well, down to the last few seconds, and it will be USA with another victory as we take a look at that surfboard.
That surfboard, just like I was talking about, see how far up on the board his fins are? I mean, I wouldn't be able to surf a board like that standing up. So that just goes to show each prone surfer has a vastly different fin setup. I mean, it's almost halfway up the board. So very interesting. I'll have to have a chat with Casey about that one.
Yeah, as we go through the week, we're going to have more of those surfers bringing their boards up during their post-heat interviews as well. And we'll get to really take a look and dissect some of that equipment, which is awesome. Well, a great heat that we were able to see for the opening heat of men's prone round 1. And we're going to be heading into men's prone 1 heat number 2 shortly after this. When we return, Chris Cote and Anthony Vella in the booth.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are live from Oceanside, California, and the waves are still firing. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vella. And as we work our way through these rounds, you see a different type of surfer when each round begins. This is going to be men's prone 1. Round 1, heat 2. You got Parker Olenek, you got Okakazu Mayashiro, you got Antonio Zucchini, Italy, Japan, USA represented well in this heat. And we're starting to see a little bit different of a look to the water here, Anthony. What are we seeing here? What, for the untrained eye, I see some brown areas with swirling water in that white water, and then it goes to blue. So what are we seeing here from this drone angle?
Well, you're teaching a lifeguard class right there. Brown, murky water. Those are the classic signs of a rip current or a rip tide. They like to call them rip currents because they're not really, they don't have to do with the tides as much. but you can see that water kind of swirls and then has a little bit of a mushroom shape right there. Rip currents are typically next to piers or jetties, and so that helps the surfer to get out through the waves. And sometimes it helps the waves, actually, especially on sandy bottom beach breaks. But here, right now, you can see that rip actually moving to the north as well. What a great drone shot as far as ocean conditions go. We're getting closer to our negative 0.4 low tide at 1:30 p.m., and we've seen basically two completely different situations as far as the conditions go today.
Absolutely, and when it comes to tidal conditions and rips and all that, I listen to Anthony, LA lifeguard for 20 plus years. Thank you for your service, by the way. So as you see here, this right-hand pier bowl still activating. Late drop there. I believe we had out the back surfer in blue. You got your surfer in green. Got our volunteers coming in just to check. So these surfers are unassisted as they paddle for these waves, in and out of the lineup. And with these custom boards that have a different look and feel definitely to kind of the standard shortboards you see out there. Really cool to see some of the custom technology implemented that these surfers are relying on right now. 16:15 to go here, one wave ridden by Mashiro from Japan at 1.5, so things still wide open here.
And like you mentioned earlier, with the amount of foam that some of these surfers in the prone divisions have a little more forward on the board, we heard in that last heat Liv Stone talking about when we saw the underside of one of the thruster setup boards, the fins also were further up on the board. It makes sense. The fins help the board stay straight but also turn. There you see our conditions for today. Swell 3 to 5 foot plus, south-southwest wind coming out of the west, 4 miles per hour, which is not very much wind at all. We talked about that negative 0.4 low tide. Earlier today, the water was all the way up to the scaffolding there. So you can see that sand. It's not dry sand, it's wet sand all the way up there as Parker Olnick, one of the best friends of our fellow commentator Liv Stone. So we're going to get some great inside scoop to the San Diego native. Things like we see on his bio with him being one of the first parasurfers recruited to UCSD, great school, but there's a lot more to learn about Parker as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this guy's already finished third on the tour, and in his words, it is a great honor to represent his country. He's been at every single ISA Worlds as an upcoming Grom, and now is his second year competing with ISA Parasurfing World Championship, and he is a proud San Diego Loke. So it's good to see him in his home waters. And a decent start here for Parker. This score comes through at 2.83, so he's got a score on the board. And that's what you need to start your roll. I mean, we've seen in some of the heats in the past few hours where if you didn't get that early start, you quickly got left behind, because it always seems like one or two surfers gets in the rhythm, gets in the cycle. And I think Oceanside is a very rhythmic wave because you have that pier area where you can paddle out quick. You know, if you miss your chance, you can get stuck on the inside very easily. So for these surfers, I mean, you see it right here, getting right back out there, using that pier to their advantage. Nice, clean, clear water. And 13:56 to go. This heat is flying by already.
And look at that south side of the pier. You can see those rip currents very well. They're prevalent by piers, but you can see that brown, murky water. And that rip is going out, 200 meters. And you can see the surfers trying to make their way back into it. But Parker Olnick, so you said he's been to every single one, but this is his second year competing. So he used to come as a Grom and just watch, which I think is really cool. And you can see his stoke. And, it's great to talk about all the surfers, the ones from the United States, the locals just from down the way in San Diego. I had the pleasure of hanging out with him and his parents in the jacuzzi at last year's event. We just happened to be down there at the same time, and just wonderful people. I was like, man, you guys are so cool. And Okikazu up and riding, and just a quick little ride. It's going to be tough to get onto the open face as the tide continues to drop more and more for the next hour, and a half or so. And just to get some open face and get one turn in, that's going to be a good score, seeing that Parker got that 2.83, and he was basically in the whitewater for a lot of that wave. So our panel of judges from all around the world doing a great job at each round is a different classification and adjusting the scoring according to each classification in each different division. And so huge props to our judging panel. Hundreds of waves getting scored today.
Yeah, and I feel like in parasurfing, especially in a couple of our divisions, the subtleties are really the difference between what could be a mid-range score to a near excellent score. So our judges kind of having to work a little bit overtime, really studying every single element of the waves being ridden by our surfers. And if anyone's up for the task, I mean, it is our ISA panel. And if you're interested in potentially becoming a judge, the ISA does offer certification classes. And they basically, of course, they're trying to do everything they can in and out of the water. If you want to be part of surf competition on an international scale, check out ISAsurf.org. And again, we've got judging certification classes. We've got everything for any type of surfer if you want to be involved with competition. So as our surfers make their way back to the lineup, let's go down to the beach, standing by the winner of the previous heat.
Thanks so much. I'm down here with Jacob Pacheco. Congratulations. Nice to see you. Great workout there in the lineup. Can you talk to me about how tricky it was, though? You were just mentioning that.
It was a little tricky. You know, the ocean decided it wanted to just create giant walls of water with no escape, and we all just had to go full send on that one. That was awesome.
Beach as your home surf break specifically, do you feel like you have the advantage surfing at the other side of the pier here?
It definitely helps. They're very similar waves, but ultimately it comes down to what the conditions are doing that day and how you paddle into them, and also what you're willing to sacrifice to get into that wave. So.
All right. Well, like, you know, being here, being part of Team USA again, is this a couple years running now for you being part of the team? Are you feeling you're continuing to grow in that competitive knowledge?
100%. Every year you get better. You're either getting worse or you're getting better. It's a coaching term. But yeah, I mean, year 3 for me, I feel like I've been growing, but it's just a solid start, day 1. Let's continue it on to tomorrow. But, you know, to come here and represent the country, and also just lost my grandmother about 3 weeks ago, Peruvian American as well. So put those 2 flags together and represent what it really is about, which is a melting pot and bringing people together. And I think this competition definitely brings that to the forefront.
Well, thanks so much for being here. And yeah, we're thankful for the impact your grandmother had in your life and for you representing her here.
Yes, thank you guys very much. Woo, let's go.
Back to you guys.
You know, again, just the storylines that these surfers bring with them into this competition are heartwarming. And, you know, every surfer has a path to this event. And it is really cool to just get to know our athletes more and more as we get through this contest. 9 minutes, 15 seconds left. So Parker with a 2.83 and a 2.40 currently in the lead. You got Maishiro, who just dropped to 3rd because Antonio Zucchini comes through the 3.37. So this is going to be another hotly contested heat all the way down to the wire. We've seen so many buzzer beaters already today.
Looks like we have a triangle situation as well, so perhaps during the interview there was maybe an interference call or something. Maybe here it is. So we see our surfer in blue, that's Okikazu, and green dropping in. So Antonio Zucchini did not have priority, I believe. Or was it Okikazu? I think it was Okikazu who had the triangle from our last graphic. So the judges, I'm guessing, deemed that he interfered with the scoring potential of Antonio Zucchini from Italy. And so these surfers surf in the same rules as all of the other ISA disciplines, where there's priority, there's interference calls, and it's up to the athletes and coaches and managers to train to these different rules. And yes, it was Okikazu Maishiro from Japan who was awarded with an interference, except I don't know if it's a reward per se.
No, it's basically deletes his second scoring wave, and that was a pretty gnarly collision as well. But you know what? Sometimes surfing is a contact sport. And if you're on the wrong side of that, as my Shiro was, you know, you're going to be penalized. And, you know, I mean, it's probably not going to help you know, how he feels when he comes in, but that happens at every level of competitive surfing, all the way from, you know, the best of the best down to the Grom events. I mean, interferences do happen. It's a rare occasion to see one like that was pretty jarring, but both surfers getting back into the lineup. So we're going to see more waves ridden, and it is possible to surf your way out of an interference. You just need one big, solid scoring wave. So we'll see what happens next. With 7 minutes remaining, there's plenty of time left, and obviously it's super consistent. There's a lot of waves coming through. You see green just to the left of your screen, using that conveyor belt to get back to the outside.
And just a moment ago, you were talking about the subtleties in the waves and the scores, and you know how our judges come up with these scores. And there you see just a subtle difference between the highest score, single score of the event, the 3.37 from Antonio Zucchini from Italy, and then the second highest score, Okikazu from Japan with a 3.13, and then we see Parker Olnick with the 2.83, and he has a higher backup score. That's why he's currently in the lead, but just very, you know, small little difference between going a little bit higher in the lip or throwing a little bit more spray with your board, a little more on rail. And the judges are able to determine that with a panel of 5 where they take the highest and lowest scores out, they average the middle 3 scores, and then they come up with the result. And just to kind of finish that thought with, you know, how many people, I always like to share how many people are involved in the judges tent with one heat. There's about 14 people involved. With the 5 judges, the head judge, you have a priority judge, you also have a spotter that's telling when people are up, and then you have a replay camera for each of the surfers there where the head judge is able to recall any of the waves so that the judges can look through it to really give the score that's deserved for the athlete. It's not just surfing maybe 40 years ago, hey, let's give them a 7. You know, they really are getting technical and scientific with their judging.
Well, there's world titles on the line. I mean, they know the ramifications of each and every score in every heat that's being surfed. We're going to go all the way through till Friday, which will be finals day. We're going to see gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals awarded to individuals as well as the winning teams. So far, Team France, past couple of years, has been that dominant team. Before that, it was Team USA, and on down the list. But this year, I mean, Team Australia has brought a full squad of surfers. They've had some good results already. You know, Team Japan has come correct with their team as well. So I'm not making any calls right now. It is way too early in this event to start coming up with favorites. In the next couple of days, we're going to start to see, you know, cream rising to the top, if you will. So there's 4.5 minutes left. At the moment, it's Olnick in the lead. Antonio, representing Italy, in second. And Mashiro from Team Japan trying to fight back from an interference earlier on. So all 3 surfers now back in the takeoff zone. It looks like something potentially developing on the horizon. The good part about surfing right next to the pier as well is sometimes you have a little bit of an indicator. You know, you can kind of see the water start to rise at the end of that pier that tells you there's a set coming. And right on time, here we go. Looks like another right coming towards our competitors' area. 2 surfers paddling. High wave sneaks underneath them.
That was a good looking wave as well. Maybe getting pushed a little too far to the north.
Ooh, this could be a good opportunity here for Mashiro. Oh, knifes it straight into the pocket. Wow, that wave had a lot going on. I like that drop. I like the correction that he made coming off the bottom. Maybe that inside arm slipped off, or he used it as kind of a stalling technique. But either way, super exciting, straight from the takeoff. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to complete and finish the ride, but definitely will get awarded some points and some credit for what he did in the outside. I love the look of this late drop start.
Yeah, beautiful late drop. I love how he angled instead of going all the way. He's right in the pocket there, so that's a turn, the arm drag that you were talking about. And so that was one of the more critical waves as well versus some of our other waves that were kind of whitewatery. So that'll be interesting to see. We've been talking about the judging this heat, how they look at the replays from the other scores to say to themselves, is this wave better than the 3.13? Is it better than the 2.83? And we'll find out very soon.
And sometimes when you can make a quick correction, like we just saw right there from Mashiro, you know, the judges will appreciate that, knowing that you put yourself in the most critical part of that wave, and then he followed through with that radical turn. I mean, very clear that he let that arm go off the handle, grab the water, allowing him to slide the tail a little bit, and he is rewarded by the judges, 4.83. So now he finds himself in second place with room to move. So Zucchini now with a 4.60 total. He's looking for a 1.47 to get through. It looks like he's hunting one of these inside rights. That helped him out earlier with that 3.37. Meanwhile, Olenik's still out the back, 2.83 and a 2.40. So it's still anyone's game right now. All surfers in precarious positions in terms of advancement. But man, if Mashiro can come through with an interference, that'd be a pretty big statement made. Basically getting through by any means necessary. One more look at this late drop that we loved. And watch that inside arm. Boom. Just use it to stall into that tail slide.
And that's the commitment factor in the scoring criteria. He was committed on the takeoff. He was committed on that turn. And the degree of difficulty on the takeoff was the highest as we've seen so far in this heat, with just getting close to 1 minute. And so if you're watching at home and you see that red triangle with 0.00, Okikazu Maeshiro from Japan had a second wave, but that was nullified by the interference. As you see Antonio Zucchini dropping a score as we're talking about
now it's all nullified. So Antonio comes through that last wave, a 2.57. So he had a nice little drop, rode it all the way to the sand. So judges awarding him full credit for that wave ridden. He is now in the top spot. Parker Olenek drops to second. And Mashiro, just when he thought he pulled off something miraculous, gets dropped down to third place. So his second scoring wave will not count, as he did get that interference with about 15 minutes left in this heat. He does have 15 more seconds. He's got to hope for a miracle in the last 10 seconds of the heat. Anything coming through for Mashiro? All right, that's not our buzzer. That's a local law enforcement vehicle. And now we get our buzzer. So that's going to be it for men's prone. Round one, heat two. Nicely served heat for Antonio Zucchini representing Italy. He comes through in that top spot. Second place goes to Parker Olenek, and an unfortunate interference for Okikazu Mashiro has him finishing in third, even with the highest single wave score. So a lesson learned there for Surfer in Blue, but so much more to come. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships, and we will be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
My name is Liv Stone, and I was born with my hands fused very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, on your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the ISA Parasurfing World Championships. Round 1, Heat 3 rolls on. Kai Colas, Tiago Carvalho, and Alessio Torcati. Italy, Brazil, and Australia represented in this international superheat. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. Anthony, tide's still dipping, but I think the good news is for our competitors, it's going to start rising soon. And if you know anything about these Southern California beach breaks, in my estimation, prime time is when it's low tide rising. Gives it a little bit of extra push, fills up the water a little bit, so you can activate this sandbar even more. But throughout the day, I mean, conditions have stayed pretty stellar. You know, since dawn, we've had this right-hand pier bowl just working for us all day long like a machine.
Like a machine. I'd rather have low tide with waves than perfect tide and no swell.
Exactly.
So thank you, Mother Nature. We'll take the tides if you're going to give us the swell also. And I love those two montages, those commercials from the High Fives Foundation and then the Challenged Athletes Foundation as well, of course, featuring our own announcer, broadcaster, Liv Stone, making her way into the broadcast booth from the competition arena. And we saw during those commercials, Kai Colas opening up from Australia with that 7. Already in 2.5 minutes, boom, just throwing a 7 on the board.
Some of these surfers just make it look easy, don't they? And trust us when we say there's nothing easy about what's happening in the lineup today and throughout the rest of this week. I mean, these surfers have to work for it. We've seen tide condition changes. We've seen, you know, wind conditions changing. So you really have to be ready for anything. And so far, so good. Every surfer has looked very prepared for what they'll be facing throughout this week. And Oceanside is shining as well. Here's a look at the last one from surfer in red. Kai absolutely slashing that wave to pieces.
Yeah, Kai Colas, great story in his second year competing. And there you see the help of our volunteer crew, and they'll help these surfers get into our beach wheelchairs over into the rip current there and then back on their boards.
I mean, shout out to our volunteers. Come on, they're working overtime as well. And here we go, Kai again. Beautiful looking right-hander flying down the line. Big snap to start. Already in the money with 2 big turns. Good little whitewater section on the inside. Pushes a little too hard, but the damage was done out the back. That's going to be a huge number. Pair that wave with the 7 that he already has. Kai is going to be way into the lead.
Yes, I would have to agree with you. And if you're a Laker fan, the famous Chick Hearn used to have a saying, the door is closed, the lights are out, the jello is cooling, and the door is closed. Can't really close a surf heat with 15 minutes left, but I'm throwing it out there for you, Chick. Great, that's Chick Hearn. Great story, Kai Colas, the youngster, 18 years old, just in his second year of competing. And he surfs more kind of like body surfing. It's almost like he has a Ben Way hand plane out there, the way he's able to, his board seems a little bit shorter than some of the other guys and girls. And as we look at that replay, so watch his technique there. Boom, just his whole body's, back half of the body is off that board. And he just slices and dices on that wave. Great job reading that end section as well, although he finished behind the wave, so that's not going to factor in. But there it is. You see it on screen.
Oh, yeah. Huge numbers. Kai is on one right now. 833, 7. If you can get yourself in a 15-plus point position, you've done something incredible. And Kai still has 14 minutes left. Now he just gives himself the luxury to sit out there, pick and choose any wave he wants. He's down from the pier a little bit, so he must have identified this section of the lineup that has these nice little, you know, available pockets for him. He seems to be right in the perfect takeoff zone throughout the first half of this heat, and still plenty to go. So you can see he's right there. And as a surfer, you know, if you're at a beach break like this and you see a rip bowl form, or a rip form, you could put yourself in the position of a kind of a low-key slang term for a wave that breaks right on the side of a rip like this. It's called a rip bowl. And only a surfer knows the meaning and the feeling of a rip bowl. And right there, Kai is in the zone, because the way that kind of current or that shifts out, it actually helps hold the face of the wave open. And I mean, you can tell us more than anybody. You know, when you see these things start to develop, yes, they can be dangerous for swimmers, but sometimes for surfers, that's exactly what you're looking for at a beach break, especially at low tide.
And also to mention, it's difficult to stay in that rip to be in the right spot because the rip is moving out to sea. So to get into that rip bowl, you've got to put in a lot of effort, but the reward can be fantastic. And, you know, this young kid, 18-year-old from Australia, has virtually been unbeatable since starting his parasurfing journey. Started in 2022 when he had this rare vascular condition that caused swelling. And long story short, he started parasurfing. And he's been winning ever since. He won the gold here last year. He's won all of the events in the ASP World Tour as well. And he is ASP, World Tour. And so this year he became the three-time consecutive AASP World Champion. And he won all the events this year. So he's winning everything. In 6 minutes, he put up an 8.33 and a 7. And he's letting the other surfers know in the division they've got a lot of work to do. But don't count out Alessio Torquati from Italy and also Thiago Carvalho from Brazil. And these surfers in this round will be surfing in a round of 4 heats. Everyone will surf again in round 2. It will get shuffled around depending on what their heat total was. So they'll surf against potentially different competitors. And then the top 8 from the round will go into the semifinal, and then it will be regular advancement. But there you see that rip. It just goes straight at a diagonal, and you can see all that water swirling around at the end of the rip current. Kai Kolas got stuck a little bit in that, and he's making his way back in. The other 2 surfers having a little trouble navigating that inside surf zone.
So 10 minutes, 50 seconds left. Alessio making his way back onto his board to get back in the lineup. Thiago Carvalho. So he actually had a surfing injury back in 2021. And just a few years after that, he said, you know what, I'm back out there. So he's been competing as a para athlete for 2 years now. And he's already got 4th place in the national championship and 1st place in a regional championship. And we're talking about the region of Rio. So if you're winning events in the Rio area, you're doing something right. And he's just put himself on a pretty decent looking wave. So he makes his way all the way towards the inside, only looking for a 2.86 to get up into one of those top 2 spots. You can tell, though, nice and calm, casually making his way back into the takeoff zone. He's got to get over towards the pier to try to make use of that conveyor belt. And, you know, from the above angle, from the drone shot, looks pretty easy to stay in position. But as you see right now, Kai basically has to fight to stay in the proper spot to get that sweet takeoff area. So he's been paddling now for the better part of the last 10 minutes just to stay in the zone. And you can tell he's looking towards the beach. He's probably got a few markers already. So Kai is actually surfing this wave like he's born and raised here in Oceanside. He knows exactly where to be.
Yeah, he was on the Stairmaster for a little while there, trying to stay in that rip current. And back to talking about the Brazilians, you know, oh, here we go. This is that 8.33, and just that opening turn on the top of the wave. The judges love that. And again, using his inside arm to arc back, and then boom, off the whitewater.
That first turn was super cool looking. And it's just a whip, you know? Uh-oh, looking a good, solid left-hander here for Kai. He tries to pull in. Gets the old accidental barrel roll there, but I love that commitment. Putting himself straight into the most critical part of that wave. Things went a little wild for him, but he's right back on his board. The problem is now for Kai, even though he does have 8 minutes and 30 seconds left, he's going to have to fight to get himself back into the takeoff zone to potentially find himself on another right-hander, which has been where he had those 2 meaningful scores, an 8.33 and a 7.
Yep, from Palm Beach, Australia. That's kind of at the northern end of the Sydney Northern Beaches area. going up from Manly Beach, the world famous Manly Beach, where the first World Championships were held in 1964, and then going north from there. Palm Beach is kind of at the end of the land there before there's a huge waterway going around to the other side. So there's so many different types of waves in that area as well. We see some good body surfing from our.
All right, as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go down to the sand. We've got Liv waiting with our winner of the last heat.
We're down here live on the sand with Antonio from Italy. He just won his heat, the opening round, heat 2 of the men's prone 1 division. It's pretty difficult conditions out there. How did you manage and what was your heat strategy?
My strategy is to swim near the pier because there is a sort of an elevator because la corrente. I have my.
We have a translator here.
Yeah, if you want. He wanted to swim close to the pier, just a lift to get as soon as possible on the lineup, and then searching the right wave to get again on the channel. So the strategy was that. But in one wave, he decided to take the left, and the team with the wheelchair brought him again on the channel. So the strategy was like this. Preferably the right side, but in some case the left side.
But I'm very lucky because I have a great team. So also if I can the left wave, my super team brought me on the right side, and then I can.
Yeah, but it's him. Look how big is him. Look how big he's done a lot of.
Big and strong for sure. How does it feel representing your country, Italy?
Where is my city?
How does it feel representing your country?
Cosa senti a rappresentare l'Italia?
Sono molto orgoglioso, I'm very proud to be here, and I'm very teso, come si dice?
His stance
intention before the heat, because appunto represent Italy for me is a great thing, and fare bella figura è importante.
Yeah, I want to have a good results, especially like representing Italy. So he felt a lot this, and also in like not easy conditions. So yeah.
Awesome, great work. Now you can speak in Italian to your friends and family back home.
Okay. Ciao a tutti, ciao Alessandro, ti amo tanto. Ciao a tutti, grazie ragazzi, anche i miei super coach in Italia, a tutti quanti, Brizio, Ale, tutti. Ciao ciao, ciao anche alla Lotti, a mia mamma, a tutti quanti. Ciao Carmen, ciao a tutti. Ciao. Ciao ciao.
Okay, great. Back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
That was awesome right there. So this is his second time competing. It's not in his bio, but I have a strong suspicion he could be an actor. He could be a male model. I mean, this guy is, you can tell he's a special talent in and out of the water, and put on a clinic right there. Got 2 good waves, made his way through. I don't know, Prada, Guess, Versace, anyone out there watching, we could have just scouted your next top male model.
We could have. My favorite part was the chow chow.
Chow chow.
Chow chow.
Italy, I mean, you look at what the Italians have done in the world of surfing. Every time in the past, I would say 5 to 8 years, Team Italy just gets better and better at the World Surfing Games and the World Juniors. Of course, Leonardo Fioravanti, Roby, and the whole squad that they bring, male and female, they're looking like they could be potential top 10, if not top 5 contenders, going into all ISA competitions in the very near future. They're just that good and getting better every single event. So props to Team Italy for the squad that they've brought down here to Oceanside for the Parasurfing World Championships.
And I think what's really cool about the interdisciplinary trainings that happen in some of the countries, some of the national federations are bringing together the athletes from all of the different disciplines that compete at the ISA World Championships, respective of their divisions. For example, the shortboarders might train with the longboarders, might train with the parasurfers, might train with the stand-up paddlers. And it's great to see the national federations getting behind all of the disciplines. And because there's national pride on the line, as Thiago Carvalho for Brazil, who's got a huge squad here, as they do always. And a little different style. You can see he has his hands on the rails versus Kai Colas, who has that center handle that he uses. And Alessio Torquati, he's got the side handles as well. So in this heat in particular, they're all pretty inexperienced, just surfing for 1, 2, or 3 years for each of the surfers. And Kai Colas doesn't look like a newcomer, of course, but he's only been parasurfing for 3 years.
I'm going to put him in the Rookie of the Year category for the past couple of years. I mean, you know, you think of most surfers who compete on a championship level like this, they've been doing it for decades.
Yes.
So it's really cool to see, you know, these surfers coming through with just maybe a year or 2 years of experience since an injury or since, you know, something happened in their lives to put them here where we see now Kai. I mean, you can tell he is a tube hunter. I would love to see him in a big barreling left-hander because you can see how comfortable he feels. And the team right there, I mean, they're so super calm, cool, collected. And the support there is just, you know, they know they've got it at the moment with an 8.33 and a 7. There's no worries for the Irukandjis on the sand right now.
I put the heat in the refrigerator
Yeah.
12 minutes ago. And
Yeah, the Jello might be done now.
Yep. North Narrabeen, pretty close to Palm Beach where he lives. Long left-hander, so he's probably tucked into a couple of barrels there, I would guess. And he opened up with those 2 scores right away in the first 4 minutes and hasn't been able to back it up, but he's been out there having a good time. That's the great part about being a kid is you can just get out there and catch as many waves as you want. You don't even get tired.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you put up a pair of numbers like that, and you've pretty much sealed the deal. And, you know, sometimes we see when surfers put up 2 big scores like that, they can improve on that because the pressure's off. You know, the nerves are gone when you pretty much locked in the heat in the first 5 minutes. And here we go again. Kai having a paddle there with 57 seconds left. Just misses that wave. It kind of snuck up underneath him. But another opportunity right behind it. He's going to put himself in the zone. He's having a good look at it. Just a little inside of this one. That was a closeout. No harm, no foul there. 42 seconds left. There's Alessio coming in. Nicely done there for Torquati. 2.83 and a 2.0. So unfortunately for your surfer representing Italy, Thiago Carvalho came through with a 3.17 and a 2.37. And then, of course, Kai in a field of his own with a 8.33 and a 7. So we got about 20 seconds left here in men's prone 1, round 1, heat 3. And we're going to be going all day long here. We're going to maximize this swell window that we have and the potential for the light. We did just have a time change here in California, daylight savings time. So basically everything shifts 1 hour, whereas in the summer it's light till about 7:30 p.m. After daylight savings, it gets dark about 5:15. So we're gonna maximize as much as we can today. And the swell's here. Why not? Keep it going. So that's gonna be it for round 1, heat 3 of our men's prone 1. We're going to take a quick break, but we've got more action coming up. Oh, just a victory float right there. Call that a rock and roll floater from Kai Colas. Why not celebrate a huge victory and a statement win? And more surfing to come. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and we're straight into it. Left-hander down the line for a surfer in blue. Finishes off with a big closeout barrel. It's Cluson Suarez. He'll be going up against Joel Taylor, Sebastian Bass, and Bruno Hansen. We're starting this heat off with a bang. Bruno making his way around the section, into the stern side. Nice cut back into the whitewater. Let's just get right to it. Why not? This is round one, heat 4 in our Prone 1 division. Chris Cote here with Anthony Vela. Anthony, low tide coming up. Wind, pretty mellow right now. I'm going to go ahead and knock on wood. Yesterday got a little gusty in the afternoon, but still the waves hang on. We have about 4 times as much beach as we saw this morning. But with this tide coming up, that just means it's going to potentially get a little bit more consistent. You know, these currents are going to subside a little bit, but we do have quite some time till high tide, correct?
Yep, we got high tide coming up later, close to 7 o'clock, so we're just getting close to that low tide still, about an hour to go. So it's still draining out, negative 0.4, and then it will start to build and conditions will improve like you were talking about. Surfers like when the tide's going from low to high, there's a little extra push of the swell. The water starts to fill in, but we have 2 previous champions in this heat. We just saw last year's champion winning heat number 3. We saw a world champion in heat number 1, but Joel Taylor opening up, showing why he won back in 2023. And of course, Bruno Hansen from Denmark, one of the most decorated athletes here, 6-time ISA world champion. This heat is going to be a banger. And we're already seeing score into the excellent range. So the scores are there. The athletes are showing it. You just got to find those gems.
Yeah, 16-14 to go here. And another wave ridden from Bruno Hansen. Right when you said his name, he appears, and he does a huge carve on the face of that wave, using that inside arm to really wrap around it, and he gets another opportunity for a turn here. Oh, that was great surfing from Bruno Hansen. Denmark represent. And Anthony, you said it, one of the most decorated surfers in ISA parasurfing history, showing us why in the span of that wave right there.
Here's a replay of our surfer in, this is the 8.67, Joel Taylor. Beautiful off the top. I love how much speed he got. Put on the brakes, got a little bit of a body cover up there. One more snap turn for Joel Taylor, the Australian, and that is why he is a previous champion. What an incredible ride from the 45-year-old.
That was sick, and I do not use that word lightly. That was really sick surfing. Right in the pocket, too.
That first turn was incredible.
Well, this is starting to shape up to be one of the heats of the day so far, and the scores tell that story as well. Joel Taylor comes through with an 8.67 on his opening ride. Bruno Hansen got a 4.67 on his first wave. His second wave looked to me about twice as good as that, so I expect a big score as well from Bruno Hansen. We just saw a quick look there from Clausen. Didn't really get into it, but he's right back into the takeoff zone now. We're waiting for Sebastian Bass from Team Germany to activate his powers in the lineup, and time is flying. We've got 14 minutes and 35 seconds to go here. And plenty of action.
See, I love that last wave by Bruno Hansen, and you're talking about, you know, that wave was well surfed, but he read it perfectly, drawing out that cutback before he then connected all the way to the inside, making one of the few connections.
All right, looks like something on the horizon here, coming right to our surfers in the lineup. And so Bruno Hansen's last score comes through a 5.83, so nicely done, puts himself into the double digits. Pairs that with a 4.67. He's now in the lead. Taylor still sitting on that 8.67. Could be in position here for a gem. But this right, swings close to the pier. Bypasses him. And it looks like Sebastian Bass had a chance there. But it appeared that he was looking down the line thinking that Joel was in position for that one, so he just kind of had to make that last-minute decision to try to paddle for that wave. So we got 13:30 to go, and I believe we got Liv Stokes on the sand with the winner of that last heat.
Yep, we're down here on the sand. I'm here with Kai from Team Australia, the reigning world champ. He took home gold in 2024. How do you feel like that's come into play as you start your campaign for this week?
I don't know. It's a lot different conditions than last year, but I'm trying my best, trying to read the waves good. Yeah, it's hard though, but it's been amazing conditions today, so yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal out there today. Great waves on hand, but a little bit tough with the tide dropping. So how did you manage to get that 8 and a 7? Because it's been tough dropping high scores with that low tide. Talk us through that, Kai.
I've been watching it all afternoon, and I kind of decided to sit a bit more over to the right, away from where the bank was good this morning. So I took a little bit of a risk, but it paid off. Got some good deep right-handers, and yeah, just managed to get a few lucky good ones. Hopefully I can pull some more out tomorrow.
All right, sounds fantastic. Tell me a little bit about the hairdo, dude.
Well, at the AASP comp, I did like a leopard print. And this one, I kind of thought I had to do something a little bit Australian, so I did some green stars. Yeah, but just makes it fun.
Oh, well, we love it. Anything to say to friends and family back at home?
Shout out my grandma, my Auntie Brooke, who couldn't be here, and then the rest of my family, and then everybody else back home in Australia. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Kai. Back to you guys in the booth.
Say family and friends back in Oz are very excited about what they just saw. And I was kind of surprised for him to say that it was hard out there and that he had to rely on some luck, because he made that look so easy. I'm going to put Kai on the list as having one of the best turns of the event. That is a highlight package turn for sure.
100%. And I was thinking the same thing. He's so humble. I mean, it's refreshing to see that and hear. We've been talking about all the world title holders today. 32 total world title holders, 21 men and 11 women. And Bruno Hansen, 6-time gold medalist in this heat right now. Victoria Figge, we saw a couple of heats ago. And there you see on the right-hand side, multiple gold medalists.
Yeah, we have 137 athletes, and we know if you're out there watching, you're cheering for at least a few of them, if not all of them. We'd love to know what you're thinking. What are you enjoying? Who are you cheering for? Give us a tag at ISAsurfing. And, of course, join us on Instagram. You'll see all the hard work that our social media team puts in at each and every event. The daily wraps are always really fun and entertaining to watch and informative. You pretty much get the complete package of what happened throughout the day in the span of about a minute. So give a lot of credit to our social teams for what they do. They're on top of all the action. And speaking of the action, we got Bruno Hansen, fully barreled, rides out. That right there was about as critical as it gets. So Bruno Hansen from Denmark proving why he is the most winningest competitor in ISA Parasurfing history with 6 gold medals. You just cannot knock this guy off his board. He's locked in.
And how was that? Like a world champion split the peak wave. That was incredible. Bruno Hansen is, I have to agree again, 100%. You cannot knock him off his board. What an incredible ride. Great surfing. And it's just non-stop action all day long. And I know these surfers have to be stoked. We heard the previous heat winner, Kai Kolas, talking about he was just been watching it all day. And, you know, sometimes you come down to a competition and you're watching a lot of lulls, especially in summertime in Southern California with the south swells. But with that combo swell, there literally hasn't been a lull all day.
Yeah, no, and then both the rights and lefts are kind of turned on right here. So it looked like the thought almost of a barrel roll, but just kind of kept things clean. Not easy to ride out of a barrel like that. That was really cool. There was no doggy door. He just smashed through the door.
I'm guessing the lifeguard is making a rescue from the south side. I don't see anybody there, or maybe a prevention trying to keep surfers on the south side of the pier.
Yeah, with a swell like this, with the tide like this, I mean, you can clearly see the water moving pretty swiftly towards the north. I mean, these surfers are really having to use all their powers to not only stay in position, but to get themselves into these waves because they're kind of slow out the back and then they hit that inside sandbar and dump quick. So it really is a quick reaction you need to put yourself in the proper spot. And so far, Joel Taylor's been right there. His last score comes through. He's got a 4.43 now, so paired that with his high of an 8.67. Boom, we got a teen point total of 13.10. Bruno Hansen with that 5.83 and a 4.67. He's still in the double digits, but now he has something to catch up to. For Suarez, he needs a 6.67, and for Sebastian, he needs a huge 9.07. But anything is possible. These are some of the best athletes on the planet. And you give a surfer at this level 8 minutes, big things can happen.
Joel Taylor putting up big things with that big score to open it up. And he was one I was talking about earlier who former professional bodyboarder had a surfing accident at Pipeline in Hawaii back in 2001. And it took him about 20 years to get back to surfing. We see some of the athletes, other athletes' bios, and they kind of go right back to the ocean, whether it's a shark attack or some sort of beautiful shot right there of Oceanside Harbor that's further north from where we are at the pier. Just on the other side of that jetty would be Camp Pendleton, where the Marines work and live and train. And so that's North Jetty right there. Beautiful spot to surf.
Oceanside really is a paradise. I mean, there truly is something for everyone. Looking at the harbor right now, I mean, amazing fishing, amazing sailing. It's just, you know, an all-around outlet for people to get out on the water. And, of course, tons of waves up and down the coast. You got skate parks, great restaurants, great places to stay all up and down this Oceanside coastline. And I do have some friends that have a great publication about this zone called O-Sider magazine. They've been doing it for the better part of the last decade. And they really cover the ins and outs of this town, the history, what's happening now. They really spotlight the vibrancy of this city. And what a great host city for an event like this, the ISA World Parasurfing World Championships. We're stoked to be in Oceanside to really make use of all the amenities we have. And, you know, ISA really has a knack for picking just the right spots for their competitions. We have a lot of events in El Salvador. We're going to be going to Peru in December for the World Junior Championships. So ISA has done it again, and just at the right time. This is the absolute best time of year for these Oceanside beach breaks.
I couldn't agree with you more on not just the waves in Oceanside, but what a great city, what a perfect place to run an event. And here's Clausen Suarez from Brazil. A little bit of a late takeoff right there, and we're just getting a little bit caught behind, and he's making it happen down the line. Smaller wave, it seems like over the past couple of heats, the bigger set waves that we've been seeing for most of the day have been a little fewer and farther between. And a little rip current takeoff. Nice airdrop around the section. That is Bruno Hansen, showing why he is a multiple gold medalist 6 times. And it also shows you how bumpy and difficult the conditions are. If someone of his stature and prowess is falling off, then that tells you that the average surfer would be falling off as well. Huge shout out to our helpers and our caddies out there helping. And I'm guessing that the lifeguard is playing kind of like a safety in football or an outfielder in baseball, just waiting on the north side of the pier in case there are swimmers from the southern side that kind of get pushed over. I've been trying to figure it out. Like, what is he doing out there? But I think because they're not there for the event because we have our water safety team that's in the water, but I think he's just kind of out there playing catcher.
Yeah, you know, with this swell that we have right now, you'll see the water moving pretty quickly. So, you know, you're going to have some maybe not super experienced surfers, bodyboarders, and swimmers on the south side of that pier. It's really easy to get sucked into the pier. And then we've seen it, you know, quite often when you get under the pier. It is pretty scary under there. It's kind of like a different world. It's not really where you want to be for too long. So the lifeguard probably just, keeping eye contact on what's happening on the south side, making sure our surfers are giving every option right there to surf without any outsiders coming across and getting in the way. And that was a good look at Bruno Hansen. It looked like everything was under control until it wasn't, which is something that happens often in surfing. He was just flying down the line, hit a chop the wrong way. It was blown out the back of that wave, but he was on his way to what would have been a pretty sizable score, I'm sure.
That's that critical nature in waves that the judges want to see. That takeoff was so critical. Everything had to go perfect, but then that little bit of a ripple just threw him right off. And so that's what you have to do. You have to be willing to take risks in order to get the scores. Maybe in the start of your heat. So if we talk about an overall strategy, you want to start off, make sure you're not falling, make sure you finish your waves. But then as the heat progresses, you want to be able to get a little bit more aggressive. As we see these beautiful drone shots of a lot of water moving around. You can see that brown murky water. You can see the lifeguard to the left. Beautiful oceanside pier there. And Chris, didn't there used to be a restaurant on the end, or did something happen on the end of the
Yeah,
pier
there was an unfortunate fire that happened not too long ago. And it actually closed the pier. There was a big restaurant at the end of the pier. It caught on fire, and it was a really dramatic scene, kind of something that is really strange looking on a beautiful day like this. You see fire coming off the end of the pier, but I got to give full credit to the city of Oceanside. I mean, they acted quickly, and not only did they put the fire out, save the pier, but they were actually able to reopen the pier pretty quickly afterwards, which is super cool, because this is a pier that is used every single day by tourists, by locals. Fishermen are out there all the time. Families are out there getting a bird's eye view of these waves. So props to the city of Oceanside for getting the pier opened quickly after that fire, and props to this swell because we just saw that look to the horizon. There is another massive set pulsing through with 1:26 to go. Who's going to be in position? You see blue right there, Suarez paddling hard, or Bruno Hansen, surfer in white, 6-time champion, trying to get himself into the takeoff zone. Here comes Joel Taylor as well with 1:13 left. Big set coming through. In the spot, it's Bruno Hansen paddling in. Late drop, trying to get around this section. The wave clamps down on him, but he hangs on to it. Still riding, finally engulfed by whitewater. That was a dramatic finish for Bruno Hansen. And meanwhile, out the back, Joel Taylor. Quick look there, just a little late. Can't get into that one, 45 seconds left. So the battle between Joel and Bruno has been super fun to watch in this heat. Prone 1, round 1, heat 4, finishes with a bang. Uh-oh. Now we got Bruno Hansen tussling with the pier.
This is awesome. Not the pier part, the surfing part, but they're fine. Like we talked about earlier, they're staying calm. They're not panicking. You let your board go. You don't want to worry about the board. At times, they might take the leash off so that the leash doesn't wrap around one of the pilings. And then if it's going to sweep you, just let it sweep you to the south side. And typically, these look a lot worse than they are, so I think they're getting in more help, and they're going to try to undo the leash.
Yeah, that's the main problem, is the leash basically wrapping around one of these pilings when you're on the other side of it. So they believe they got the board. Looks like they're trying to get the board free, but we'll just definitely keep monitoring this. So, yeah, this is a dramatic situation. Even when you have a guy like Bruno, who is such a veteran surfer, I mean, it shows you. This pier is not something to be messed with here. Not that it was Bruno's fault. I mean, the currents here are whipping around pretty violently. So kind of in the outside portion of the pier, it's going to the south. On the inside, it's swirling back around, or going to the north and then back to the south. Now it's time to save Bruno's board.
Exactly. No, you hit it exactly right. It's doing like an S sort of turn, and great job. That could have been Bruno still attached to his board. So the board right away, we knew, okay, that was going to be a problem. They got the leash off, and they got Bruno to safety, which is the main thing. And then if you can rescue the board secondarily, that's a bonus. But the water safety guys don't want to put themselves in a precarious situation either. And we talked about there hasn't been a big set in quite a while, and this set just came in full force, and it looks like the set's dying down. They're going to save the board.
Oh, these guys, I mean, they're literally risking themselves to save Bruno's board, which looks like it's pretty well wrapped around this piling. Oh, what a wild finish to round one, heat 4 in our Pro 1 division. It looks like they got the board free.
Looks like Clausen's going in to help also.
All right. Well,
I love it.
All's
yeah,
well that ends well.
Clausen, he's going out to paddle out towards where Bruno is, and then that's another good job by the safety. They're getting the board to Bruno because it's easier for him to make it in on a board than it is for someone to swim him in. Look at how fast he went 50 yards. Oh. The lifeguard, he was waiting there the whole time.
There you go. There's your answer. So what a wild, dramatic, exciting finish to round one, heat 4. Even before that pretty crazy reality show started under the pier, Joel Taylor did his job and some with an 8.67 and a 4.43. Bruno Hansen comes through, survives and thrives, representing Denmark with a 5.83 and a 4.67. Those are your top two finishers. We got Suarez in 3rd and in 4th place. Huge performances in that last heat. We're going to flip the booth over to Liv and Shannon and get right back to you with more action after these brief messages. Stay tuned.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Well, welcome back to the action. We're seeing a pretty heavy change to the conditions when it comes to the currents and surfers being swept through to the south side of the pier, which is the first that we've seen of that in competition so far this morning. We've got great safety teams down there. We've got the lifeguard crew in the water as well as the volunteers. To get to our surfer who is just grabbing onto the buoy. Excellent safety protocols in place, Liv, for this event specifically. So if and when anything goes not to plan, we've got all the right people in position to deal with it.
Yeah, I am just kind of in shock because we started seeing south side. I'm like, wait, no, the comp is on north side. And then I just figured, oh my gosh, they got swept through the pier. And we have an incredible water safety crew keeping everyone safe. But just goes to show how gnarly the conditions are because there's quite a lot of swell in the water. And that current seemed to suck competitors right through to the other side. So very gnarly. I have been there, done that. I have gotten swept through the pier my share of times and hopefully never want to see a barnacle that close again in my life. So
Totally understand what they're going through.
Yeah,
Seems like
it's
everyone's
wild.
safe and on the sand there, but pretty gnarly as we get this men's VI2 round 1, heat 1 underway.
Yeah, I mean, what a, a wild kind of scenario to find yourself in. This event has been run at the Huntington Beach Pier. It's been run at the Pismo Pier. There has been actually piers and pilings in the conversation with barnacles for many of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships in the past. So this is nothing new to a lot of the competitors coming from around the world, even if they don't surf with a pier close to home. But every time it does come into play and those currents are not favorable to the side that the surfers are competing on, it gets pretty dicey. So we'll definitely be checking in with surfers, making sure that they are all okay and hoping for the best. There we can see Bruno.
Seems like he's
from
all right.
Team Denmark, just
but
debriefing with the team.
Yeah, man, pretty gnarly situation to be in yeah, like you said, pylons and the piers, they're always a variable, especially in Pismo and Huntington. I've dealt with it many, many times, and I know so many people have had the run around with the pylons. So water safety, keeping everyone safe there. We're here in beautiful Oceanside, California, checking out Bruno, making sure he's okay. Ultimately, though, I'm sure he's looking at his board because he looks fine, but he's probably like, is my board okay? Because whenever I'm out there surfing and it's at all gnarly, or I hit something, or say I'm walking on rocks to the beach, if I fall, I'm holding my board up, Every surfer, they're like, no, the board has to be okay. I'm fine.
It's so true. Rather take that piling, to the body than the board a lot of the time.
We'll recover, but like boards,
but the boards,
not always.
They can't recover the way that the body can. All right, here we go. Surfer in the green jersey. That's Aleli Medina from Puerto Rico. She's your multiple world champion, also the reigning world champion in our women's VI2 division. So we did have a graphics error there at the start of this heat, but that's all been fixed from the judging tower, and we are officially into our women's visually impaired 2 division, which is surfers who have partial vision, so they're not completely blind. Aleli Medina being one of those surfers who has a bit of tunnel vision, where she can see, as if you're kind of looking at a pinprick through something, just a very, very small amount of vision that gives her at least the ability to see what's happening on the wave, just with a very different depth perception to what most of us are dealing with. As we go back to that previous heat, though, and just take another look at what went down with Bruno Hansen, Liv.
Yep,
this is the first time we're really getting eyes on it.
Yeah, Bruno in white takes a pretty gnarly drop. It closed out, and you can see for some reason the current just decided to go the other way. And so next thing you know, I'm sure he's going to end up in the pier, takes another wave on the head. Oh, that is so scary.
And he can see it coming too. You can see that he's fully aware there. He's looking, recognizing that he's getting swept very quickly. Throws the hands up, wanting some assistance as quickly as possible to help him through that situation.
And there's Adam Land, head of water safety, as well as Jim there, and right to him, making sure that he's okay. Oh.
Especially with the leash on the board and him potentially going one way around the piling, and that board has gone the other way around the piling. That's when things really get dangerous.
Right, because you're attached to the leash, on your leg, and then the board's keeping you basically held onto the pylon, and maybe looks like he got scratched up a little bit. I'd be interested to see how he's doing. I hope nothing serious. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like he's all right, but honestly, it might have just shaken him up mentally more than it did physically. I know that at this pier specifically, I was on south side and took a wave in, and the current wasn't gnarly, but in a matter of seconds, I just got sucked way more than I thought that I would have right through the pier. So it's always super scary when you get stuck in there, but Bruno Hansen seems to be handling it all right. Now we have women's VI2, round 1 in the water. Blue looks like she's taking off on a wave here.
Ryuko out of Team Japan, finding that wave. And they're on the inside. So that's Ryuko there closer to us. And she's looking to put herself back out into the water. She's going to walk back towards the pier, get herself in a great position to be able to paddle back out. She actually works as a nurse.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah, she's got a pretty incredible story behind the scenes in her journey to getting to this stage of competition. Prior to starting to lose her vision, working as a nurse, and she was diagnosed with a retinal pigment deterioration in 2015, so just a decade ago. And she's been now working as a nurse at a nursing facility as the manager since 2019, as she began to lose her vision. She couldn't surf for a while because of her narrow field of view, but returned to the sport just this year. So it's great to see her back in the water.
First year.
Back in the water and riding a surfboard, and we're just feeling really stoked to have her out there. She's already got a score on the board, and she's looking for a few more as this heat continues on.
Oh, love having new faces here, new boards, new styles, new athletes. It's just incredible to see. I feel like it grows every single year. So super stoked to have her out here in the water. Alali has a 6.5, that opening wave. We didn't quite see a replay yet, but she had a good turn on the outside and built a lot of speed. And I saw her paddling back out into the lineup with force and strength. She is such a powerhouse. For those of you tuning in at home, Alali, this is her 4th year competing, and she has won every year since she's been here. So she's a 3-time Parasurf world champion, looking to vie for her 4th in a row. Back to back to back to back. She is a powerhouse.
That is just incredible, an incredible statistic behind her name as we take a look at her now up and riding for Alali. Great opening carve. Pumping, driving down the line, looking to get herself maybe into that inside section. She'll have to kick out. She already got a 6.5 on the board. And those consecutive wins that you were just sharing about came after a long reign from Melissa Reed from Team England, who competes in the same division. Melissa took out the win in 2018, in 2020, and in 2021. And then in 2022, when Alali came into the scene, Melissa hasn't been able to get that win back since. She's been a fierce competitor every single year, has lots of silvers coming in after Alali. And so it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds this year. I love that there is that dynamic specifically in this division between those two women who have been really pushing the sport in its progression. Melissa being older, having surfed for a longer amount of time, competed for a longer amount of time, now coming up against this young competitor in the young Puerto Rican who's only 16 years old now. We'll see how it goes this year as far as, can Alali hold on to those medals, can continue that reign, or will Melissa be right back at it?
Oh, it's such a great dynamic. I love the veteran story with the newbie, the next generation, but Melissa still rips. So Alali's wave here, she has a nice slash in the face to release her fins. I'm sorry, this is her first wave, and then now this is her second. Very similar wave. Almost couldn't tell the difference. I think she probably did the same thing, and she got a 4 on that first. I'm sorry, she got a 6.5 on that first wave, so let's see where that second wave comes in.
Yeah, really nice hook to start it off. So we've got a second wave to drop. Eloise from Team France is sitting with a 4-point ride for her first wave. She's in the red jersey, and each of these surfers out in the water will have their assistant out there with them, their teammate. As we see Eloise up and riding, got up to her feet nice and early, had that nice trim line at the top of the wave, just wasn't quite able to get down to the bottom of the wave. She would have felt that as well, like she was kind of hung up as she was riding it. But it was a great way to get another second score on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think she really just wants to be able to get on her feet early just because the wave is bottoming out so much. So she definitely had the right idea, like, okay, get to my feet early and then I can drop in, because a late takeoff here on a low tide is almost a recipe for a disaster. Speaking from someone who always takes late drops. But a little bit about Eloise, I was talking with her team, Lori, who's on the French team, as well as the other manager there. She is a bronze medalist in 2024, so looking to vie for a podium spot once again.
Well, a 6.3 drops through now for Alali. She's up and riding again with a huge snap.
Wow, if she would have been able to ride out of that one, that would have gone excellent. Absolutely vertical into the lip. Would love to see Alali try that again. And she's got 6.5 minutes. She has 2 really solid mid-range scores. I mean, pocket sixes on a day like today when the current's ripping, the wind is a factor, the swell's just kind of building, and it's kind of tough out there. She's doing a great job at riding through her waves, not trying to do anything too gnarly, right? So she got 2 6s, and she knew that she wanted to ride out on each one of them, not do anything too crazy right away. She wanted 2 solid scores. And then you saw her go for that 3rd wave with that big maneuver because she wants to improve on that 6.
Putting herself in position here once again. Nice little runner on the inside, just hugging the sand. And she'll drive back into the section. She's looking to try and improve on a couple of 6s. That wave comparison in size to her first 2 was a little bit smaller, so we'll see where the judges go with that, but unlikely to factor into her top 2 waves. As there we can see Ryuko trying to get herself into another ride as well. And with 2 16-year-olds in the water between Aleli and Eloise. So young surfers, Eloise being newer to the sport, she's only been surfing for a couple of years. Aleli's from a full surfing family, so she's been in the lineup for a long, long time. Where Ryuko has just been into the water for this year. She started surfing 2025. She works as a nurse. She's 53 years old and is just absolutely setting the example of what is possible for coming into surfing later in life, and the fact that her vision is not perfect, that she's got that, you know, partial vision. She can only see a little bit. There you can see she's got a volunteer right next to her to make sure that she's not going to get too close to those pilings, but also trying to help her get into position to catch a couple of nice waves. As we see Eloise with a great takeoff. That was perfect. Great adjustment as well, Liv, from her previous wave where she got caught up at the top to this wave of being able to just fully make that drop.
Yeah, that's exactly what she needed, and I'm sure she tried to take off on a few earlier and was just hung up on the top. And so, like I said before, she's making those little fine-tuned changes. That's exactly how it goes down in the heat. If a wave doesn't go the way you plan, competitors, they make that mental switch in their mind. Okay, I need to sit a little bit deeper. I need to pop up just a little bit later. And here goes Blue.
All right, she's riding. She's coming really close to the pier, but she's just angling that board away. Great direction change to keep herself from going too far on the right. And she's now going to have to get back onto that board. You can see that she's probably just able to touch, but when the current gets that strong, it's really hard to keep those, you know, feet kind of gripped in. So we're going to probably have volunteers getting to her as quickly as possible, especially with this set that's coming. And she's going to try and get herself out of that situation. She's got to get a really strong paddle on. You can see that fitness coming into play as she's fighting that current, and she's winning.
Yeah, I'm like holding my breath over here. This is not a situation you want to be in, especially during a heat. And any surfer who surfs next to a pier can totally relate to what she's going through right now. And hopefully she might just try and have to go on the other side. Because there comes to be a point when you keep trying to fight the current over and over that you're like, okay, I'm going to book it to the other side of the pier so that I don't keep getting pushed inside.
That's right. From a safety perspective, it can be smarter to either get into the pier just underneath it, where the current sometimes mellows out a bit, or to just let that current take you straight through and paddle to the other side. And then if that current continues to take you, you're not at risk of hitting anything or coming in contact with any of those pylons. So she's just going to make her way to the inside. She's doing an excellent job of keeping herself away from hitting those pylons, but this is feels like a crazy situation, except that we haven't had any of those big sets that are washing through the pier yet.
Exactly.
So that's been working well in her favor. You can see that the volunteers are onto it now and just getting right there to help her out.
There's Adam Land, putter water safety there. Just a little recap of what heat we're seeing in the water right now. We're in the women's VI2. These are surfers who have a visual impairment defined by IBSA Sport Class B2 and B3. So mostly in VI2, they have partial vision. So VI1 is no vision at all, and then VI2 is partial vision there. And looks like volunteers, water safety working very hard to get her out of that gnarly situation she found with the pier. But she seemed really calm and cool and collected. Here goes Alali building her campaign.
Oh, nice snap right underneath the lip. That was a bigger sized wave. She's moved farther away from the pier too, like farther north up the beach. So she's in a position where the waves might be a little bit more of a closeout, but she may end up lucking into one of those lefts. She is a surfer that has spent so much time in the water with her dad who's a full-blown surfer himself and has had her, you know, surfing in just any other competition he could get her into at home. He would
Exactly.
often paddle out with her to help her be able to see waves and catch waves against surfers that have full vision.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about, since we mentioned earlier about Prone 2, they have a pusher and a catcher. They have a whole team helping them out there. But here with VI 1 and 2, there is a coach out there with them, helping guide them into waves. However, they're not at all able to push them into waves or touch them. I believe the rules, you're not allowed to touch them at all, or you would be disqualified.
There we can see our parasurfing classifications. There are 9 different classifications in the parasurfing community. We're currently right down at the bottom of that list at the parasurfing vision impairment 2, which is surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the IBSA sport class of B2 or B3, meaning that they have partial vision. There is a classification for vision impaired 1, where surfers are fully blind with absolutely no vision.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
like-
that's just, it's crazy.
Paddling
When I
out
talk
with an
about it,
actual blindfold
it
on
just
for
doesn't
any of the
make
rest of
sense.
us.
It's so incredible. It's one of my favorite divisions to watch because I just can't imagine not being able to see anything and just going by the water and how it feels and your vision, and it's just really incredible. It blows me away every time.
I absolutely agree with you. Well, we've just seen the clock count down. It's going to be the Puerto Rican Aleli Medina who has taken away the win with a 6.5 and a 6.3. Eloise Loriol from France walks away in that second place position with a 4 and a 2.73. And Ryuko, the 53-year-old from Japan who started surfing this year, found herself that single score on the board. She's going to be back out there in the next qualification round, and that is going to be so exciting to see take place. We've got more surfing coming up in our next heat, heat number 2 for round 1 of our visually impaired, when we return, and we'll get to see more shredding from these surfers.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in the Women's Visually Impaired 2, Round 1, Heat number 2, out in the lineup with Ling Pai from Canada, Aline Lacoste from France, and Cecilia Silva from Brazil. We've got a couple small scores on the board so far. Everyone's finding their feet out there, looking to catch the best possible wave that they can. Conditions a little bit challenging. It's low tide. There's a few closeouts. It's a little bit dumpy, but there's still some great scoring potential.
Yeah, I mean, Alali from earlier. Here's Alali's waves. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is Ling. Ling's first ride, it came in at a 3.67. So she was able to find a little bit of open face there and get a bit of a turn. So she must be happy with that first score.
Surfer in red absolutely charging Aline from France. Just went down heavy on that first section.
Yep, this is Ling's wave. Nice drop. She's riding a smaller board than usual and really shows her advancement as a surfer. And I've seen her out here quite a lot, Northside Pier and Southside and the harbor a ton. So she's definitely been putting in the work, and it's paying off because those two drops that she had were pretty gnarly.
Well, 16 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Anthony Vela.
I'm down here with the 2023 world champion and winner of that final heat, and Joel Taylor. Can you talk about the low tide conditions? You can see the heat draw. You're up against the 6-time world champion, and then you see it's a low tide heat. Tell me about the mindset going into surfing with that extremely low tide.
Yeah, so we were sort of hoping to have an earlier heat, but once we saw that we were going to be out there on the dead low pretty much, it was sort of change our strategy and just, hope to get 2 waves, but sort of aim to get 1 score to take through to the next second round. Yeah.
And real quick, if you can just talk about your board setup here and how you've modified it over the years to be able to go out there and get scores high enough to win a world championship.
Yeah, so my board, I started out riding a stock crime board. And just it's sort of evolved. This is the 3rd incarnation of the board I'm riding. And just changing the shape of the tail and the fin position. But yeah, essentially it's on the same sort of board as what I was riding in the beginning, yeah.
Okay, great. And this, a quick final bonus question. You're from Lennox Head, but you list your favorite wave as, I could tell you, but then ... I'm willing to die. What is your favorite wave?
Oh, I wouldn't do that to the locals. It's not far from home, and it's a wedge, and we'll just leave it at that.
It's a secret. Well, great job. Good luck in the next round, and back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Joel Taylor, keeping it close. Not letting us in on that secret spot. But
yeah, I didn't realize that, like, when I first started surfing and competing, and people would be like, oh, what's your favorite spot? Or I would post on social media that I'm at, for example, like Wind and Sea or something. And I just did it. I just said it. Anyway, I don't get, like, not saying where I surf because, like, when I first started, I didn't know you were supposed to keep it a secret.
Yeah.
And then a few friends messaged me. They're like, why would you put the location? Like, don't tell people. And I was like, oh, I was just really excited to get out there and surf. Okay, got it.
I feel like that's kind of one of the bonuses to the fact that Instagram nowadays is not actually, like, instant. It's not, like, typically what you're really doing that day. It's a lot of curated content, right? Photos from a different day, and you decide, oh, that one looked nice. I'd like to post that, or it looks good in my feed. And so then you can kind of post up maybe more locations because it's not actually the day that you were surfing there. As we take a look at a wicked bottom turn from Aline, and that was an incredible takeoff. Nice wave here as she's just continuing on through to the inside. She's got some power from that whitewater right there wrapping around her toes, and we'll see if she's able to hold on as that incoming section just connects with her. But that takeoff to bottom turn was really, really perfect.
That's so impressive. I learned a little bit about Aline. This is her first year competing, and she's 15 years old. They are both from the north of France. So Eloise is one of her really good friends who was in the heat before. Very close friends, and they're both from the north of France, and they have a great adaptive surf program in France. And where most of the team from France comes from. Lori Phipps was telling me that. Very awesome program that they have there.
Well, we've got some scores to drop in, but as we wait for that, Liv, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second because we have the winner of that previous heat, Women's Visual Impaired 2, Round 1, Heat number 1 with Aleli Medina. She's down there with Anthony Vela.
Bien hecho, well done. Aleli, congratulations. Another heat win. I'm just curious, as a 3-time world champion, consecutively and coming in as the favorite. Do you feel any pressure when you're going out there to start a new competition?
No, not at all. I'm just really excited to be able to showcase my surfing out there and just every day, like, level up female surfing.
Awesome, I love it. And since last year, you know, every year you've got to maybe try to do something new to help your training in order to keep being on top of the podium. Is there anything new that you're doing in training this year?
Not really, but before the competition, I went to Waco Surf for 3 days with high fives. It was a really good experience and really good training for the Worlds.
Awesome, and anything you'd like to say back to your fans, family, and sponsors back home in Spanish?
Muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo que me está mirando, muchas gracias a mis auspiciadores, a mi familia, a todas mis amistades de vuelta en Puerto Rico y a todo el mundo que me apoya. Me siento súper agradecida por todos los mensajes lindos que me han enviado y súper emocionada para poder seguir representando a Puerto Rico y traer esa medalla de oro.
Perfecto. Bien hecho, well done. Congratulations. Moving on to the next day of competition and back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Always love hearing from her. She is just such a bright, shining star in this parasurfing community. And she's had so much great support behind her this year. I know that Rip Curl just brought her out to California for Aaron Brooks' Rookie of the Year
Yes,
party,
I
which
saw
is
that.
really
That
awesome.
is so cool to have a brand like Rip Curl back a la Lee, 3-time Parasurf world champion, and hopefully taking podium again and vying for that world title.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see, you know, surfers like yourself, Liv. You've had, you know, surf sponsor representation through the years, and so many others that are getting those main core surf brands backing you, giving you more opportunity maybe to travel, to have your funding together, as we see our surfer in the green jersey, Ling Pai, just absolutely charged on that one.
Yeah, that'll definitely play into her score since she needed a second wave anyway. There it comes in at a 2.33. Her first wave score came in at a 3.67, so she just wanted to get another one. She has 10 minutes left, and she's probably going to wait out there and try and improve that 3.67. But it's honestly really tough to be able to find sections out there. That's her coach coming in there in the green jersey. Both of the surfers have the same colored jersey for you to be able to see the athlete as well as their coach. And like we said before, they're not helping the athlete at all in any way other than auditory cues. No physical contact with the board in any way to benefit them. They're on their own, but like I've heard people reference, like they're their eyes out there.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're there to give all of that communication. There's a set coming, the set is approaching, this is what it looks like. Do you want to get in position for it? You know, would you rather wait for the next one? All of that back and forth conversation, as well as letting them know as the wave is breaking that it is going to be breaking, that they're in the right position to paddle faster, to maybe slow down a little bit, to make it as easy as possible for them to be in the perfect position for takeoff. And then also if they're looking at a right or a left or anything else having to do with, you know, what's going on with actual waves out there.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, go left, fast, because like maybe it would be a pretty heavy wave, so pump down the line fast, or pop up and go right. So they're super helpful out there, and super stoked to have this division in the water. Like Shannon and I were saying, one of the raddest divisions. I mean, they are all so unique in their own way. They all present new opportunity for scoring, for performance, but there's just something about having a VI division that blows my mind.
There we can see the Brazilians in the shallows. Cecilia, she is looking to catch, that was her 4th wave ridden so far.
Wow, that's
so she's got
quite
some
a lot.
small scores on the board,
Yeah.
but she is being really consistent out in the lineup, which is awesome. She's 44 years old, and she's newer to the scene for us as far as too much information goes about her, but it's great to see her just, you know, being consistent out there, getting into as many waves as she possibly can. And one of the things that I remember hearing at the World Parasurfing Champs a few years ago was the difference for this division in like you were saying, to just yell the word fast or something like that.
Right.
Like quick communication, because often when you're out there in the lineup and something's happening, you might be chatting about what a wave looks like or where to sit while that wave's slowly approaching. But when it comes time to actually be paddling and going or not going, having like quick cues is really important. And that some of the surfers have, you know, realized that they shouldn't use go or no because they sound really similar. And they mean
That's so
literally
true.
the opposite thing when you're out there about to catch a wave.
No,
So if you hear
exactly.
someone yelling no, it sounds like go.
That's how I feel out in the lineup when there's a ton of people and it's like one
Yeah.
takeoff spot and they're like, no, 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 but I hear go, go, go. So I'm paddling.
Yeah, it happens to all of us, right? When you're thinking about competition, you know, they've got a lot of different specific words that they'll use instead of that sort of stuff that sounds really similar because they really, really importantly rely on that spotter to be their eyes out in the lineup. They need to be able to understand exactly what's being said. That was a great looking set, at least from that drone angle. Oh my
I think
goodness.
only from the drone angle. I think it was a bit of a closeout, but they were able to get over and no one was stuck in the pier that time.
And there's Cecilia with a quick up and down. I love her style with her arms up high.
Yeah,
It's
no, it's
awesome.
very unique.
Riding that nice big longboard, that soft top.
Give her a lot of flotation for her to feel stable under her feet.
Exactly how, you know, majority of surfers around the world learn how to surf.
Oh, 100%.
So down to 6 minutes remaining on the clock. It's been a big day of surfing. We're in day 2 of competition. We're just past, you know, probably halfway. It's 1:30 here. We'll be finishing a little later than 3 o'clock, which was what we were expecting on the schedule this morning, but we had a couple holds due to the power, and so we'll be running just a little bit longer than what we had anticipated when we kicked things off. Thankfully today the wind, you know, there is some bump on the surface. There's some texture on the water now, but it's not nearly as windy and choppy as what we already had around this time yesterday afternoon when heats were starting to run. So hopefully it continues to just be light and we can continue to see some really nice waves coming through as that tide begins to push later in the day as well.
Yeah, the wind's not too much of a factor. There's Ling trying to take off on a wave, but it's just so hollow and very difficult to paddle into. Has to time it perfectly here. I think she's going to try and turn and go on this one.
Here we go. She's right there in the zone, makes the drop. That was a great drop for Ling. Up to her feet momentarily. So she wasn't able to get that pop-up during the takeoff. But I feel like if she had gone for the pop-up during the takeoff, she might not have made the drop in the first place.
Yeah, she like held on to it, stayed on her stomach just so that she could ride out. Pretty good. I mean, like if it would have reformed, it would have been a great scoring potential. It just kind of fizzled out. So not much that she could do there, but great effort nonetheless. I mean, she has 4.5 minutes. So there comes to be a point when you're out there in the water, you're holding priority and you need to get a pretty decent score. Like even if it's not the best looking wave ever, I've been in situations where I'm like, oh, well, it's not great, but I'm just going to send it and see what happens because ultimately you got to get 2 good wave scores. And she has a solid 3.67. She had a pretty great opening wave. And so she knows what she needs to do to be able to get into those higher scores. And so loving that Ling is just sending it out there, representing Team Canada here.
We're in day 2 of competition. We'll be finishing up with our finals on Friday. It's currently Monday, so 6 days of competition in total. And it was a little bit late to be adding this into the calendar for the ISA for this year, but it really speaks to their level of commitment. You know, they were looking for different countries, maybe different places, to pick up this event as a host nation over, you know, through the calendar year this year. And unfortunately, it just wasn't able to come together. And so they've put in all the effort to make this event happen and really show their dedication, which has given surfers like Ling the opportunity to get waves that look as good as this one. That is a great looking ride for her. And she's looking to improve on that 2.6.
Yeah, really interested to see how that wave comes in, what score she gets. And she's going to paddle back out. She has 3 more minutes, so she can definitely go get another one. I'm thinking that's going to improve on her 2.6. But like you were mentioning, Shannon, yes, the ISA has been dedicated to running the ISA World Parasurfing Championship since 2015, correct? 15, yeah. So for a decade. Oh, it's the 10th anniversary.
That's right.
Yeah. I just thought of that. Anyway, so ISA is more committed than ever to hold this event. And yes, it's definitely been in California the past while, and hopefully someday it could be international or whatnot. But honestly, Oceanside is one of my favorite places in the world, so I'm so stoked to be here. I mean, look at that view. we have like some of the best conditions on hand with us for throughout the week. We have swell. Other than like the drastic tide changes, that's a huge variable with the conditions throughout the week. Those afternoon heats are definitely a bit tricky, but great waves on hand. I'd rather have kind of some bigger swell than waves that are like almost impossible to surf because they're so small. So great conditions on hand nonetheless.
Great opportunity to continue to see, these surfers excel in this sport, to continue to push the evolution of the performance as well. I think that was something that was really noted at last year's World Championships, was just how much the level of performance had increased across the fields, across multiple classifications, and that dedication from so many surfers to be putting in that time back at home, to have the support systems behind them, to have access to the ocean as often as possible, as we see Cecilia coming through on the inside here. I think that really speaks to how this sport is continuing to evolve, continuing to get better and continuing to push the limits, regardless of how many surfers are actually present at an event like this. It's the fact that back at home, around the world, so many surfers that aren't here representing their countries or wearing a jersey right now are finding more access to surfing based on their differing abilities and what it means for them to get in the water, whether it means having more people, having wheelchair access, the type of equipment that they might need to have, and that is continuing to go around the world, and this sport is just, growing strength to strength year by year.
Absolutely. Well said, Shannon. I can't agree more. Honestly, the progression of the sport as a whole, when you look at it from like a bird's eye view, is just incredible. But also individually, like there's surfers that I think about, like Davi's been competing since the beginning. I had a post-heat interview with him when he was really, 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 really young.
Yeah,
and now
he was
like
10 or 11 at his first event.
And now he's 20 and just shredding. I mean, he got like a 7-point ride, won his heat. So each year seeing the progression of the individual surfers is so phenomenal to see. And then Ling Pai here, she's been surfing really, really well. I've seen her out in Oceanside a lot, putting in a lot of work and paddling for these gnarly sections.
Yeah, she was absolutely charging out there. Well done to Ling for taking out the win for Team Canada. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, more action out in the lineup.
My name is Liv Stone, and I was born with my hands fused, very short with 2 fingers on each hand. Growing, I went to a CAF clinic. I got up my second wave. It just came so naturally, and I just fell in love with it. I got asked by the coaches on Team USA to go and compete at the World Championship. To have a gold medal be placed over your head, under your shoulders, is a moment I'll never forget.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We are in Oceanside, California, and the women's visually impaired 2 round 1 is in the lineup. We are currently in heat number 3, which is the final heat of this division. It includes surfers who are visually impaired with partial vision, so not fully blind, but partial vision, which still makes it extremely difficult to see what's happening out in the lineup. And this division's been doing an incredible job so far at dealing with, pretty dumpy conditions as far as the surf goes. It's low tide, waves are coming in fast, they're breaking really quickly out the back, and so it's been interesting to watch how each surfer, adjusts their strategy according to that. Out in the water right now, we have USA, Australia, and England with Emily Purry, Sarah Gibson, and Melissa Reed in the lineup. Melissa, multiple-time world champion. She's got 3 gold medals to her name. Emily Purry recently won the U.S. Open in 2025 as her biggest competitive achievement. And then Sarah Gibson says her biggest achievement is being a mom and having 2 beautiful children.
Oh, I love
which
that.
Is really
That's
sweet.
like the theme of today.
There's a
Motherhood,
lot of there's a lot of moms out there, isn't there?
just all of it.
Shannon Hughes alongside Liv Stone, 3-time world champ, in the booth to call the action. And Liv, it's been a really great way to just continue on this conversation and to see more women hitting the lineup this afternoon.
Yeah, just love it. I think today we've had 2 new women surf from the last heat, the French, Aline, and then another Brazilian for the first time. So it's just great to see new faces, new styles out there, like I was saying before. And yeah, just stoked to continue to grow the sport. A lot of people are asking me like, oh, hey, like, why aren't you putting on the jersey? You're not competing. And I feel like, you know, obviously there are 7 reasons why I'm not competing anymore, and we don't necessarily need to get into that on here, but I still feel like I can stay involved and advocate for the sport as much as I can, because I really, really believe in parasurfing in the sport. And Melissa's just scratching into that wave.
That was incredibly strong paddle power to get herself into that ride. Well done, Melissa, just for getting there in the first place, but also for finding that first turn and just pumping down the line for a little bit. That was so impressive.
Talking about that was the definition of scratching into a wave.
yeah.
I mean, that was like 12 really strong paddles.
Wow, very, very impressive. So score to come through for Melissa. She'll be feeling good, even the fact that she was able to get into that, let alone the fact that she was able to drive down the line and get that first turn connected in as well. Yeah, I
she'll
think
be super stoked to get that first wave. I always know that, like, you know, getting your feet on the wax and getting those nerves out. My first wave always was so bad. Like, in my heat, I would need to get the jitters out. I would go for a turn and just, like, fall. I'm like, Mom, Liv, what are you doing? So, anyway.
Well, going back to what you were saying about, you know, if you still have something to add to the sport outside of the competitive jersey, you have so much to add to the sport. It's so awesome to have your voice here. You've got so much insight, personal experience of just being in this para sporting world for your entire life.
Yeah,
you know, of being
really
able
formative years, 7 years of my life.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a huge part of your life, and to be able to speak into that now is really awesome for us. Sarah Gibson now up and riding from Australia. Quick in and out there. But that was a really decent down the line as well. So I'm going to be curious to see where the scores go between hers and Melissa's. Melissa dropped in a 3.60 for that second wave. She's got a 0.43 on the board as well. And now Sarah's got a 3.67 and a 2.17 on the board, so she's holding on to that leading position, Liv.
No, great start to the heat here. Yeah, I mean, I think now that I'm taking a step back from competing, it allows me to just kind of focus on some other things in life that I've been loving. And obviously surfing's always going to be a part of me. It's always going to be a part of who I am. Like we were saying earlier, like, it's a lifestyle, you know? It's always going to be there. I'm always going to surf no matter what. It's just, yeah, taking back from competing has given me a newfound respect for the sport and allowed me to continue other things in my life. And yeah, I'm just loving this new perspective that I'm getting. Very grateful for it.
Yeah, well, it's been so nice to be able to hear more about that and, you know, everything you're doing behind the scenes with school as well. As we take a look at a wave here from Melissa, just got caught up on the takeoff, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really tough to be able to almost like paddle over that ledge because of the low tide. It is. Oh
no, she's broken her leash too. You can see her just putting her arms up there. Phil Williams is her spotter for this heat, and she's going to just body surf her way in. She's such a
great
good athlete.
Form, actually. Like, whoa, she's still in that wave.
She's an excellent swimmer. She does a lot of triathlons. She used to in the past, and then from a back injury during competing in triathlons, took up surfing more often and has, you know, really found a good groove on the competitive side there.
That should count for a score.
But look at this body surfing right now. That should be like a 10-point ride on body surfing.
Exactly. I had no idea she was such a good swimmer. That's impressive. But, breaking a leash during a heat has to be the most frustrating thing. And especially on a day like today when duck diving is going to be pretty hard. So, you know, sometimes ditching your board is what, like, you have to do, and then it snaps, and then it's like, that's your lifeline.
That is absolutely it. All right, so she's racing to the inside. She's had a broken leash. They're going to have to decide what to do here. I wonder if anyone from Team England's going to be running down for her. Did it just come? Oh, it looks like the string came untied.
Oh.
So her leash is actually fine, but that knot came undone. And that happens so much more often in competitive surfing than you would imagine at the highest level.
And then like never happens in free surfs.
Yeah, but it happens in
but it
competitive
happens
surfing
when it
so
counts.
often. As we take a look there at Emily Purry for Team USA, just a quick in and out. I think it's the fact of like making sure your equipment's not broken is really easy. So boards, fins are in place. You got a leash. It's not got any, you know, tears in it or anything like that where it might snap. That's like easy stuff to check. But it's such a simple one to miss of just making sure that that leash tie is actually tied on properly.
Oh, definitely.
As we take a look at Sarah Gibson, she unfortunately goes over the falls on that one. She's already got those 2 decent scores, though, which have her in the leading position. It puts a 2.25 requirement onto Melissa, who's going to be paddling back out in the lineup.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you say Melissa was a swimmer, competitive swimmer and triathlete, it makes sense why she was able to get into that wave.
Yes,
I mean, that
that's
paddle
so
power
true.
was so crazy.
Because I don't think there's many other surfers in this division that would have. She's probably the only one who would have scratched into that.
that
wave.
was so impressive. Wow, all the props to Melissa. I genuinely didn't think she was going to get into the wave. And she just, like, 5 more paddles. I'm like, she's still going. Oh, my gosh.
That was
super
so
impressive from Melissa.
So impressive. Actually, her strength and her like kind of surfing style and power reminds me a lot of the Australian surfer Freya Prum, who's got a really similar stature and extremely, like she is extremely fit and extremely strong and powerful. I could see the two of them having a lot of likeness within their surfing. And Freya's had an incredibly good career. So really similar to kind of Melissa and a lot of, you know, that side of things.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I love when I can watch surfers and like pinpoint, oh, that kind of looks like this person's style. And it's however close a style is, it's so cool to see the little differences that Melissa would have that set her apart, right? Because I always talk about how each surfer has their own individual style. My way of surfing is completely different from Melissa's. But ultimately, you end up kind of like, oh, your surfing reminds me of like Carolyn Marks or someone. And I'm like, oh my goodness, thank you.
Like, well, thank you. I'll take that.
I'll take that any day. Just kidding. That's never happened to me.
No, there's plenty of people out there that are like, oh my gosh, your surfing looks like Liv Stone.
Oh my
You know?
gosh. Yeah, maybe not. No,
Great
maybe
compliment
not.
to give out. 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Taking a look at beautiful Oceanside, great community to be a part of here this week. We're really thankful to the local surf community for giving up north side of the pier this week. And, you know, we've seen a lot of free surfers out in the early morning wanting to get a little cover up maybe. There's been some little tubes in the morning.
Oh, for sure.
Get a
I'm
couple
calling
waves
it
in.
now. There's going to be some tube rides. I can just feel it. It's going to happen.
Every year there is.
There are some, yeah. But more and more the past few years, because like we talked about that evolution of the performance of these competitors and the teams have just skyrocketed. And I feel like I've seen more and more people making it out of barrels. I saw Sponge, it wasn't even during his heat. I don't think he was free surfing and just like got shacked. And I was like, that is just so incredible.
That's so good. There was even like a tiny barrel just there on the inside.
Yeah.
I just watched it.
Oh, there's a seal out the back.
A little bit of wildlife. I thought I could see some dolphins on the drone earlier too on the south side when we were taking a look.
Oh, so cool. One of my favorite parts about surfing is the wildlife.
All right, we got a paddle here. Sarah Gibson in a great position. Incredible takeoff, angled perfectly down the line. Took her a moment to go from her knee up to her feet for that pop-up. But other than that, that was really dynamic surfing. Great positioning and excellent. That would have just felt really nice, I'm sure, for her too.
Yeah, and I think that wave knowledge, I can see that she possesses that because she was able to just hold that line. She didn't go like straight down and dig the nose because that wave was very pitchy and she was able to hold it and then get to her feet. So absolutely well done from Sarah Gibson.
9 minutes remaining on the clock. Score to drop now for Sarah. We'll see if it's able to improve on her situation. She has had diabetes from about 10 years old, which has caused her eyesight to fail as well as her kidneys. So in 2009,
wow.
she received a kidney and a pancreas transplant. and has had a pretty wild ride due to 3 types of cancer, which she is currently in remission for.
Oh my gosh.
So it's really incredible just to see that she is out here competing and surfing, still, you know, putting on a great example and demonstration of what's possible to her children and to the rest of us that are here.
Talk about inspiring, like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, it's so true. So inspiring. Now, we'll get back to that in a moment because we have our winner of our last heat, Ling Pai, down on the glass, ready for an interview.
Ling Pai, congratulations on your heat win. I'm curious about your board. This board has some history. Can you talk to us about your board?
Yeah, this is the Infinity Pocket Rocket that Steve Bainey shaped. It's my old faithful. I've tried different boards. I try to go shorter, but I always go back to this one. And you can see that the nose is actually broken right here 2 years ago at the US Open. It was my first wave, took a left, came in, and the beach break basically just dumped me and the board broke the nose of the board. I took it to Steve and he fixed it up. So this is my old faithful. I love this board.
Thanks, Infinity and Steve Bainey. So you're representing Team Canada, huge honor. But your husband, Chris Oberle, he's representing Team USA. He's won 1 world title. You've been runner-up 3 times. Yeah. You're starting off great this year. What would it mean for the family rivalry to you to earn the gold medal this year?
Oh, man, it would be huge. It would be ginormous. Right now, it's kind of like when he has a heat one day, who's taking care of the dog? I'm taking care of the dog. If I have a heat one day, he's taking care of the dog. So we split duties and try to support each other.
Supporting each other, but she also wants to win as well. Thanks so much, Ling Pai, and good luck in the next round. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thanks so much, Anthony. That is so awesome, just the support back and forth between husband and wife, taking care of the dog on the beach, and for Ling riding that old faithful surfboard. It's such a nice feeling when you're able to ride something that you are really familiar with, even if it's, you know, not always like your favorite board for the conditions. Sometimes just riding the board that is the most favorable is actually the better call, even than something that you think is like maybe better suited for the conditions just because you're more comfortable on it. Now we're down to 6 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock in heat number 3 for our women's visually impaired 2 division, which includes any surfers who are defined as visually impaired by the IBSA Sport Class B2 or B3. Simply put, it is surfers that have partial vision, whether it's kind of that blurrier vision or that tunnel vision specifically, which would be similar to anyone with, you know, normal 20/20 vision looking through maybe a pinprick hole in a piece of paper and using that as their vision, in comparison to surfers in the V1 category who are completely blind, like wearing a blindfold. So it's great to see these surfers out in the lineup and showing us what is possible with that partial vision at the moment. Emily Purry now up and riding for Team USA. You can see her spotter there cheering on behind. That's a great looking ride for her. She's got some great balance, and that would just feel so nice to be up and riding, gliding across the surface of the ocean. She got a couple small scores, so she is chasing a big score, Liv, to take that advancing position, as a 5.17 is her requirement. Sorry, not necessarily for advancement because this is the round robin format, but just to get herself into that second or that leading position over those 2 out in the lineup. But so far it is Melissa Reed, the 3-time world champion, who's up and riding and is holding on to that leading position, Liv, as we see her here just driving down the line. Great balance. She is just right there on the foam ball. Nice carve off the top. The volunteers have to just dive underneath her to give her space to finish out that. You can see her saying, sorry.
So
but
crazy.
Also, that's exactly the kind of commitment we want to see.
Wow, what a wave. I cannot wait to see that replay. Like, I can't believe she rode out of that turn. She totally got fin release and everything. That was so gnarly. And she got like 3 turns on the outside. On a day like today with the tide being so low, like, I think that score is going to come in at a 7.17.
Solid score for Melissa Reed. So that's the kind of wave that she's been looking for. That was incredibly good wave knowledge, mostly based off of feel for her rather than what she was seeing in front of her, and an incredibly solid performance. We're going to get a look at the replay in just a minute, but we'll see if anyone else is able to get into this. Looked like Sarah Gibson had a look at that wave, was unable to get herself, you know, right there into the right position, but she's going to stay out back holding on to priority.
Yeah, that was absolutely, the word that comes to mind is a veteran wave. Melissa rode that so well. She was a lot lower on her board because she knows it's choppy out there and she could get knocked off her board at any moment, especially when you can't see every little ripple in the wave. So she had a really nice low stance, and that 7.17 is the highest in the VI women's because Alali had 2 pocket 6s, so
You're right.
Melissa's going to have the highest score. So hopefully Melissa can get back out there. And yep, this is Melissa's way. Drop in. It's a pretty gnarly takeoff, and she starts off with a big bottom turn up to a nice little check turn, and it gets so funky here, and she places the turn right in the pocket, and that was literally a layback, and that was so impressive. I love to see it from Melissa Reed, the multi-world champion winner from England.
That was so, so impressive. I mean, literally just like riding through and on the foam ball to then come out and hit the, like, go fully into that snap was just incredible. So well-deserved, nearly into the excellent range. That's going to be really nice for her, you know, thinking of that little bit of that competitive. I mean, she is a highly, highly competitive
she's
athlete.
so
You just have to
competitive.
her at any stage. Anyone that runs in front of the beach is going to find out Melissa Reed is very competitive. She would want to be getting that gold medal back from Aleli.
Oh,
Without
definitely.
a doubt. That's exactly why she's here. It's why she's still competing. She's here to be part of Team England, but more importantly, she's here to win that gold medal.
Oh, for sure. I can see it in
And
her.
even coming out of like a round 1 finish, for her to know mentally that she's now got the highest wave score of the round.
Oh, that's a game
is
changer.
huge.
Yeah. I mean, you want to start off strong, and you want to be able to drop big numbers early to kind of build that confidence. And so Melissa's going to be super stoked about that. I mean, she made a section out of no section, and I just love it.
Great looking wave here from Emily Purry. She's from Oregon, 43 years old, and she is legally blind, a mom of 3, and proof that you don't need sight to have vision. When she's not catching waves, she's on stage as a keynote speaker, and she said that it is slightly chaotic to keep track of her travel schedule because she is on the road so much, but just loves catching waves in between when she can. So it's great to have her out here representing for Team USA.
Oh, I love that, Shannon. Can you repeat the quote that she used?
You don't need sight to have vision.
Oh, I love that.
That's powerful.
It could be a T-shirt, honestly. She
I
could
mean,
coin it. I love it.
She is a keynote speaker. Maybe she has T-shirts for sale at some of her speaking events.
I'd buy
that
one.
Say that.
No, I really love that. I really love that.
So great to see her out in the lineup. She hasn't had the best waves from a scoring potential because she hasn't been out the back catching those green-faced waves. Any surfer in any competition that's able to go from riding a whitewater wave to actually performing on the green open face of the wave instead of in that whitewater is going to see the scores jump significantly. But that's also one thing about this event specifically. With the growth of parasurfing happening around the world, we get surfers of all different abilities when it comes to their actual personal surfing performances. And in years to come, we're going to see Emily out the back without a doubt catching some of those green face waves.
Oh, for sure. And she's comfortable right now with being on the whitewash, standing as she can. She might not be super comfortable paddling yet, and she's still new to the sport. She has so much growth. My first year ever competing, I rode a foam top, same thing, and I caught whitewash, and it's just how you build your legacy. You start from just learning how the ocean moves and works, and then you eventually build up on a smaller board if you want to, or a mid-length, and you start to become more comfortable in the water. So no doubt we'll see progression from this year to the next.
Well, a huge victory for Melissa Reed, more personally putting that 7.17 on the board. She convincingly takes out the lead on this heat, and she won't necessarily take out the lead on the leaderboard because, like you said, Aleli had those pocket 6s. She had 2 of them, so she had the higher heat total overall, but Melissa with that single high score is going to feel really good heading into the next round. And that will wrap things up for us for our women's visually impaired 2 division. We've got so many different classifications, 9 different classifications heading out in the lineup. We won't see all of them today specifically, but through the week we will see everyone. And coming up in our next heats, we're going to be into our men's visually impaired 2 divisions. We will have Anthony Vela and Chris Cote to join in the booth. Continue the conversation as we see men's visually impaired round 1 hitting the lineup right after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Santos of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And we've got a fun afternoon of action for you. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Anthony Avila. Anthony, well, the tide's starting to come up. The waves are still pulsing. We're in men's V2, round one, heat one. Let's get right into it. We've got Sabalo and Neymar. We've got Roy, Steven Calderon Vargas, Perot, Gagliano, and David Lewis. So another international superheat, 4 surfers in the water. And of course, all 4 of these surfers looking for those elusive, excellent rides. We've already seen a handful of 9s today, so we know there's opportunity out there. And while the wind has picked up a little bit, still looking nice and fun and very contestable out there.
The key word was a little bit. We'll take a little bit of wind with a bit of swell and a lot of great surfing. What a stacked heat once again. It seems like, I promise you we have original things to say, but when it's the same thing happening over and over, Piero Gagliano from France, last year's champion. Great to see South Africa coming in strong this year. Sabelo Ngema from South Africa getting the heat started early, and then bam, the returning champion locks down a score.
Yeah.
The action is nonstop all day long.
Just like that. So surfing is a very difficult sport. You have to have all senses activating at all times. But for the surfers we have in the water right now, this is our V2 division. So that means Parasurfing Vision Impairment 2. Surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the ESA Sport Class B2 and B3. So without the use of sight, I mean, you could imagine how difficult it is to identify the right waves to surf. And once you're on those waves, where to do your turns. And right there, I mean, that shows you the skill level we have in the water right now. That was a close call, but still in complete control there. And some stoke coming through from Vargas.
And David Lewis is like, hey, you sprayed me, buddy. I could see that. And he's like, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's part of competitive surfing. And a quick look there from Sabalo representing South Africa. So we're going to see things switching up and down as we already have scores coming through. So the first score of note from Vargas, representing the Puerto Vida nation of Costa Rica. A 6.33 and a 1.57, so a great start for your surfer in green. And so, yeah, we see more people in the lineup. That's just more spotters. We got more safety crew out there.
This is where our judging panel, Southern California, all the time in surf competitions, the end of the day, you have this glare situation. So what you're seeing on screen is essentially, but the judges are from a little bit up above, so they have a better view. You can kind of make out the colors. That's why the colors in surfing have been chosen to be the most distinctive from each other in order to differentiate the different surfers. But this is where the spotter position comes in. And there's one judge, his only job is to tell the other judges which surfer is going to be up and riding. And that's one of the toughest jobs up there.
Absolutely. I mean, that is where in these afternoon heats, you know, yesterday we wrapped up day 1 of competition around 3 o'clock. Today, because we did have a little bit of a delay this morning, going to be going a little bit longer, but still high action for the rest of the day. 14 minutes to go. And while we wait for these surfers to put themselves in position for the next set, let's go down to the winner of that last heat, standing by on the glass.
Thanks so much. I'm down here with Melissa Reed. Now, Melissa, we got a couple things I want to talk about with that heat because there's a few things to break down. But first of all, I think your swimming career is looking very positive at the moment.
Yeah, I thought I'd retired from that, but my stringer snapped, so I had to take a nice little swim back to the beach to find my board.
So unfortunate. But aside from that, it's looking very strong in the water. I mean, your paddling power to catch, I think, your third wave was unbelievable. Talk to me about finding that 7.17 and how good it felt to really unleash and get a proper score.
Yeah, it was quite nice to get something with a little bit of shape to it. Super, super hard out there, especially positioning as a VI athlete. Like, normally you've got a little bit of leeway, but if your takeoff's wrong, you're just going to be making out with the sand. So, which I did a few times. But yeah, I was super happy to actually get a wave under my feet. It's so challenging out there on that negative low, but I mean, I was just happy to be able to surf.
And can you explain for our audience that's tuning in what it is that you're seeing when you're in the water?
Yeah, so I'm totally blind in my right eye and got 5 degrees of vision in my left, so it's just going through like a tiny little pinhole like this. So if I'm looking at the camera, I can see the camera lens. That's about it, really.
Well, very impressive that you're able to handle as much as you can out in conditions like this, where it is a little bit challenging. There's, you know, some steep takeoffs and everything with limited vision. Is there anything you'd like to see to your support crew that's tuning in back home?
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to Smoky Joe's, who've paid for me to be out here. Like, if it wasn't for them, I just wouldn't have been able to afford to come. So super grateful for them, and everyone who's looking after my dog Grizzly, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have come out either.
Well, Smoky Joe's and Grizzly, props to both of you, and we'll be back with more. Thanks, Melissa.
Wow, what a description of what it's like to surf out there with that visual impairment. I mean, another heroic performance from that surfer who won the heat, and of course, everybody in the water who's giving it their all this afternoon. It is 2:06 Pacific Standard Time. We have 11:56 to go here. We got Vargas from Costa Rica in the lead for now, but everybody's sending it right now, and you can see how tough it is actually just to stay in position with this current still whipping these surfers, pushing them to the north, and the closer you get to the pier on the inside, it's actually swirling out towards the south. So a lot to unpack with every minute that goes by. But some big scores have come through. You got a 7.33 from Gagliano that just came through, launching him into that top spot. Vargas' high score is at 6.33. Got Sabello coming through with a 3-point ride, and David Lewis still sitting on that 1.90 with room to grow.
And that last 7.33 from Pierrot, he fell on his last turn as well. And so that score would have been into the excellent range had he ridden out of that last turn. And here is Roy Steven Calderon Vargas. He's up and riding and down. Tricky section right there all day. And you see 2 surfers of each color in the water, and they're both on boards. Some of our other classifications, we've seen a helper or assistant or a caddy in the water with a surfer. But in this VI2 division, the caddy actually is on a board and gives direction. They don't help push or get them through the surf, but they just help with directional calls and perhaps speed changes as well, and to get the surfers into the waves in a position to have some scoring potential. But again, like we've talked about, they're also part of the interference. If they were to get in the way of another surfer, then the athlete would incur a penalty as well. So the spotters have a tough job, and you can see the spotter in white telling his guy to go and not able to get into that one. Spotter's fault 100% on that.
Yeah, blame the spotter. You know, this is one of those occurrences where, you know, it's a necessity for having someone in the water going, go, go, go. But that is a good feeling when you're free surfing, when you're in a contest. If you have someone out there just encouraging you, giving you that extra energy, the surfer's getting ready for the next heat. So, again, there's just so much happening in the lineup. So, at the moment, you got Vargas in the lead. Gagliano had that lead for just a second. Vargas' second score comes through at a 5.67. So looking at Perot Gagliano's bio, he's representing France. He's on a town and country board. And his biggest achievement is being a world champion for the Visuel 2, as they would say in France. And his hobbies, beers. And he says, I love beers. I like that honesty. And he's in a good place. This is the craft beer capital of the world. So, Perot, you've come to the right place, my guy.
And I was so stoked for him to win last year. He changed his bio. It used to be beers and hot dogs.
Oh, okay.
And so now it's only beer. So the hot dogs are out. The Australians have a saying, eatin's cheating. And so he's, oh, look at that projection up to the top of the lip right there. Maybe a little bit too much, but somehow able to get up to the top. That was a great-looking bottom turn there.
Yeah, that was a solid-looking wave as well. Right back out into the lineup where his spotter's going to go, bro, get your mind off the beer and get back in this heat. Now, he's already doing great with a 7.33 and a 4.33. Looking solid towards advancement when you do have the highest single wave score of the heat with 8 minutes, 20 seconds left. And Gema is looking for an 8.66, so it's a pretty big chunk of score there. Lewis looking for a 9.76. Still in the realm of possibility, but the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica has their flag flying high for Roy Steven Calderon Vargas, who's sitting in that top spot right now, albeit just slightly. So I think you're going to see a battle for that first and second place position for the rest of this just inside an 8-minute heat.
And so for our fans watching back home or work, or maybe you're listening in your car, we have 2 heats in this round of this classification. This is round 1 of the VI2 classification. All these surfers will surf again in round 2. And then the top 4 will make it to the finals. And the top 4, they're decided by their 2 best waves. So their waves can come from all from one heat, or they can take one wave from heat 1, one wave from their one wave from round 1, and maybe one wave from round 2. So it's a combination of your top 2 best waves from either round. Oh, Calderon Vargas, our heat leader, going down on that one. You know, it's you talked about the senses involved, and you know, I was so fascinated last year, my first year working on this event, just how they're able to surf so well, because these guys and girls are throwing down turns that are incredible, and it's just amazing all the senses they can bring into surfing. And I'd like to challenge everyone to try it at home. Next time you're out surfing, catch a wave and close your eyes. Make sure there's no one in front of you and see how you do.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just heroics with every heat that goes out there. And, of course, a lot of training involved here, a lot of preparation. And in a lot of cases, you know, these teams are coming with full physical therapists. They're coming with coaches. These are, of course, the, you know, kind of the power teams that you would say. Australia, Japan, USA, but I mean, give it up to the English team. They've fielded some amazing athletes. They had a winner in that previous heat, so they're going to put some big points on the board for their overall team scores. Costa Rica has come with some really solid performers, so everyone is still involved as we make that race towards the eventual team winner. It's only Monday. We got all the way till Friday to watch these surfers do what they do best. 5 minutes, 40 seconds left. And a quick left-hander there for Vargas. Solid late drop. Cool-looking claim. And there you see the tumult that he has to deal with to get back out into the lineup.
The tumult and then the somersault from Sabelo Ngema from South Africa. And so those that see Roy Steven Calderon Vargas and just a bit of language, I wouldn't want to say history, but information, and a lot of Spanish-speaking or South American countries, the child will take the last name from both parents, kind of like a hyphenated name, if you would, in the United States. So the mother, most likely Calderon, the father, most likely Vargas, and the South American